want to determine how we reason are doing their best to make our life a misery. But we are also doing all we can to make sure that they do not succeed. That they do not succeed. We are on YouTube, but I need to know where we are on YouTube. And if where we are on YouTube, people can be able to get what we are doing. Very, very important. Very, very important. Please do bear with us. Do bear with us. Please do bear with us. We are trying all we can to make sure that we fix this very program this evening. Please do bear with us. Do bear with us. We are doing all we can to come to you live and direct as we promised you we would. I do not know if we are live and direct at this precise moment, but what I can say to you is that we are doing all we can to try to rectify this problem. Anybody who understands the way we work, anybody who knows the way we work will know that we are doing all we can to fix this. And we are about to enter our studio, and I need confirmation. I need confirmation to make sure. They said I need to click on add. I have no idea what that means. Click on add, whatever that means. I do not know. It says click on add, or else it may not come out. I have no idea. I have no idea what is going on, but let us try and go live right now to see if everything is going to work the way it is intended. We are live at this precise moment. I believe we have gone live, and I need confirmation. There is no mute here anywhere. Everything has been unmuted. I don't know if people can now hear us on those very platforms on StreamYard. Can you hear us? I need confirmation on StreamYard. Can you hear us, please? If you can hear me, please let me know. If you can hear me, please let me know. We are live on direct on a couple of places. They are saying, people say they are listening, but we need confirmation that the voice is coming out on StreamYard, because we are going to do a lot of things with this device. I don't know if Facebook have actually gotten to them. We do not know. We do not know. I need StreamYard, please. I need StreamYard. Can you hear me on StreamYard, please? Because we are going to do many things. Because during my next broadcast, we are going to come live to you via my Twitter handle and also Instagram. So we are doing all we can to make sure that we are ripe for that very occasion. I want to know, I know that IPOB Community Radio is good. We know that things are happening. We are using StreamYard. So I want to know if people can hear me on StreamYard. But notwithstanding, we are proceeding because we know that our apps are working. We know that people are listening via that very platform. We must proceed with the time now standing at precisely 14 minutes past the top of the hour. This is a Radio Biafra live presentation. My name is Nnamdi Kanu, and I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the Most High God, we are here to serve you in truth and in every honesty. I lead IPOB, the largest mass movement on the face of this very earth. I direct Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and we are doing all we can to make sure that our voice is heard all over the world. All over the world. On this very platform of StreamYard, nothing is happening, but we'll try and rectify it next time. But every other place, we are live and we're direct. And I believe even on some platforms on Facebook, I don't know if we're live on Radio Biafra page as well. I don't know what is going on. I don't know what is going on. In other words, we have to disengage from this very platform and then endeavor to try somewhere else. I do sincerely and wholeheartedly apologize for this very delay, so to speak, because it wasn't intended this way. This wasn't what we planned, but that was how it turned out. That was how it turned out. And you cannot believe what is happening this evening. Even the Facebook platform that I wanted to use has gone blank. These people are very, very strange. It has gone blank. Oh, dear me. It has gone blank. University of Radio Biafra is not transmitting. It has gone blank. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. You need to bear with me because we are trying to rectify this very problem. If we do not fix it this very day, our enemies will think that somehow that they have prevailed. That they have prevailed. And we are saying to them that there is no way they can prevail, because what we are doing is something that Elohim directed us to do. Directed us to do. I need confirmation that we can be heard on numerous Facebook platforms. That is what we need to know. Can you hear us on numerous Facebook platforms? I need confirmation, please. I need confirmation before we can proceed. I do need confirmation. Are we coming out anywhere on Facebook, on this very earth? I want to know. They said the voice is broken. They said the voice is breaking. IPOB Community Radio, that the voice is breaking there as well. They are doing all they can to try to attack us. And we are going to show them that we are more than prepared for this very occasion. The world must hear the truth about what is happening in the damnable zoological republic. The world must hear the truth, and that is what they are trying to stop us from doing. And they have failed very, very. Must hear the truth about what is happening in the damnable zoological republic. The world must hear the truth, and that is what they are trying to stop us from doing. And they have failed very, very. Must hear the truth about. Very important gospel to preach, and that gospel we are going to preach this very evening regardless. They said it is now very good. IPOB Country Radio is very clear. Thank you very much for that. People must go down and download it. And I'm doing all that I can to make sure that we come out everywhere live this evening. I am trying to do that. Please, you must bear with me. You must try and bear with me. We are coming out also. I can see that there is confirmation. There is some measure of confirmation that we are coming out on Facebook. We are coming out on Facebook, but I also want to go and use a particular, how can I put it? I want to go and use, let us see if it is working. Go and check. All those on Facebook can go to Aiden Dillon. Go to Aiden Dillon, and we are live on that very platform, I believe. That is Facebook permitting. I can see them turning here. Yes, we are live on Aiden Dillon. Please, China Sanwuru and all the rest of them, make sure you share it everywhere. Tuning is fine. People must go and get their apps, please. By the next broadcast, we are going to rectify whatever difficulties that we encountered this evening. Then, and also my new app is out, and we are going to put that also on the market so that everybody will be able to download it. Is of course free. Somebody said Obina is listening from the Cameroon, and it is very, very clear. That's what he said, from the Cameroon, and it's very, very clear. If you go to Aiden Dillon, you should be able to watch us on that very platform, and you can go there and share it everywhere else. We must now proceed, and we're going to pray. As it is customary for us on this very platform, we are going to call upon the Most High Elohim to come and take pride of place in our proceedings this very evening, morning, afternoon, night, or wherever you are. In the whole, should I say, the stress of trying to rectify the problems that we had. I have not been able to greet you. Of course, we know that today is the 4th day of February in the year of the Most High Elohim 2021, and the time now is 21 minutes past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. Allow me to say rather belatedly good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. This is a live presentation and we must pray so that I can preach for you what I have for you, what I have in store for you this very evening. He also says Chineke na nke pụrụ m ihe niile onye kere mmadụ dị ndụ. Chineke na nke usu niile nke ndị agha. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya na-achọ onye kere ihe niile kere eke mana onweghị onye kere ya. Onye mmụọ na mmadụ na-akpụ isi ala nye. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya ka mbara igwe na-egosi ọrụ aka ya. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya na-azọpụta ndị ya. Onye si na atamahụhụ na mkpagbu nke Ijipt wee zọpụta ụmụ ya bụ ndị Israel. Ka anyị sikwa na-arịọ gị n'ụbọchị nketa eze ndị nsọ ka i wee zọpụta abụrụ gị ụmụ gị bụ ndị Biafra, ndị tụrụ ugo nna nke ebere dị ngozi site n'aka obodo ekwensu bụ zuu nke Britain kepụtara. Anyị wee na-arịọ ka iwe gbatara anyị ọsọ enyemaka n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị bụ Chineke nna. Anyị anaghị efe arụsị ọbụla na ịka nwe ntụkwasị obi ebe ọ nọ nna nke ebere dị ngozi dịka isi wee nye ya n'iwu na ya gị onwe gị bụ Chineke nna eze ebube dị ngozi na mmadụ dị ndụ agaghị enwe chi ọzọ ma tinyere gị. Anyị onwe anyị enweghị chi ọzọ tinyere gị ndị eze ebube dị ngozi. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị nna nke igwe ka iwe etinye obodo ekwensu bụ zuu n'ụzọ ihere, ka iwe etinye ọgba aghara n'etiti ndị iro anyị niile nna nke igwe. N'ụbọchị nke taa ka aka nsi ha wee baa ha ọnụ, ka ha rapụ ndị kumni ka ha wee kpagbuo ụmụ gị nna nke igwe. Ndị dị etu a bụ ndị ga-etinye ọgba aghara n'etiti ha. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị eze ebube dị ngozi ka ha na-agbadata ndịda na ọwụwa anyanwụ nke gị mụghị eze ndị nsọ gọziri agọzi, chụghachi ndị iro anyị azụ n'ihere nke onwe ha. Biko bịa ka iwe mee ka ụwa gbaa ha ochu, ma lekwanye onwe anyị bụ ndị nwe ịhụnanya na obi ụtọ n'ime nzọpụta gị. Anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị nwe ezi mmasị ebe nzọpụta gị nọ. Ọ bụ ya mere mgbe niile anyị wee na-abụ ụmụ anyị aha nsọ gị eze ebube dị ngozi. Anyị wee na-agụ ụmụ anyị too Chukwu nna nke dị nsọ na ọ bụ naanị gị ka okwu dịrị onye nwe m na Chineke nna nke bi n'igwe. Anyị wee na-ebuli gị elu wee na-aja gị mma na-asị ma lee nna nke ebere dị ngozi. Anyị bụ ụmụ ogbenye, mgbe ụfọdụ anyị dịka ụmụaka wee na-asa n'afọ ọsọ ọsọ. Nna nke igwe gbatara anyị ọsọ enyemaka bịa ka igwe zọpụta ndị gị, n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chukwu okike abịa ma pụrụ m ihe niile. Ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye nzọpụta, ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye enyemaka, ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Elohim Adonai El Shaddai. Biko atụfukwala mgbe na ekele ụtọ na nsọpụrụ na ịja mma site n'ebighị ebi mara onye bibiga na-arịọ gị ise. If you have not brought out your pen and paper, please, may I recommend that you do so immediately. Janjaweed Alamajiri, bring your slate and your chalk, because this evening, once again on this glorious platform, on this very finest university on the face of this very earth, we are going to preach the gospel of restoration of the kingdom of light, the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this very earth. That is what we are going to do, because that is what we have been mandated to do. This evening we start with a very simple question, because when it comes to black people, especially in Africa, the best way to be able to tease out their reasoning capacity is to try or start by asking them a simple question. Our question this evening is this: are we prepared, those of you that call yourselves Nigerians, those ethnic nationalities trapped in the zoological republic, this evening, morning, afternoon, depending on where you are, I want you to ask yourself a very simple question. Are you prepared to be honest with yourself? Are we all prepared to be honest with ourselves? Because when this whole thing started, when Chukwu Kikabiyama determined that IPOB should come, a lot of people in the Zoological Republic were laughing at us. They called us a lot of names. They ridiculed us. That is why when people try to ridicule you, please, for goodness sake, if you're on the path of righteousness, do not listen to them. That is why they say we are very stubborn. But we are not. What I'm trying to do this evening is maybe, as always, to give the context, to try to, it's called preamble, upon which the rest of the evening is going to rest. What I want to ask this evening to the teeming audience listening to us right across the face of this very planet Earth, including our dear brother from the Cameroon, is this: Are you prepared to be honest with yourself? For once this evening, or should I say for the next 1 or 2 hours, I will ask you to jettison and abandon every grain of envy, of jealousy, and of greed inside you. Try to acknowledge the truth. After this evening, you may continue to, should I say, wallow in your foolish ways, but for this very evening, I want you to be honest for once with yourselves and ask yourself this question: can I be honest with myself this very evening? And now that goes, after asking yourself this question, I now will ask you a general question. What is the cause of the present insecurity in Nigeria? What is the cause of banditry, of insurgency, of heightened state of kidnapping and armed robbery everywhere? Ask yourself this question: what is the cause of it? And before you answer this question, please bear in mind that you have the army, they have guns. It's only in Nigeria that the army doesn't defend the borders. They use them to do police work. Ask them, please. You have the army, you have the police, you have customs, they also carry arms. You have the civil defense, they also carry arms, for your information. You have have I mentioned customs? You have what's it called? The Federal Road Safety Corps, whatever it's called, they also bear arms. You have agencies within Nigeria, should I call them security agencies? You have DSS, you have military intelligence, you have Navy, you have all these people. They all carry arms. But despite the fact that every, or should I say all of them, are heavily armed, the right to kill or to determine who is to be killed exclusively rests with the government. Ask yourself why you still have insecurity in Nigeria. And look back a few years ago, or should I say a few decades ago, was it this way? Even under Jonathan, a highly incompetent and shambolic government, were things as bad as they are today under Jonathan? These are questions you need to ask yourself. Should I say, bear that in mind. Are you prepared to be honest this evening? And are you also prepared? Are you prepared to answer this question? What is the cause of the present insecurity in Nigeria? If you can answer that very question, then we are in business, so to speak. Because some of you may not know, or some of you know but pretend not to know, that the present problem in Nigeria is caused by the Fulani, should I say, tribe or ethnicity or group. When I say, they say you're profiling. No, I'm not profiling. Because if you look at the way they approach all these issues in Nigeria, it tells you one thing, that they are in it. They know what they are doing. They are part and parcel of this very problem. Don't take my word for it. I don't believe in the zoo called Nigeria. I am not part of the damnable zoological republic, and I will never ever be. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. Don't take my word for it. Take the word of the governor of Benue State. I'm going to play his voice in a minute. The same thing that Governor Autumn is saying now that everybody is jumping up and down for was what IPOB warned everybody about many years ago. In return, instead of love, what we got was they are miscreants. They are looking for who to scam. They are scammers. They are criminals. They are Yahoo. They are this, they are that. And thankfully, you see, God in his infinite mercy chose those that would be in IPOB to pilot and to propel this movement forward. Can you imagine what would have become of everybody had we listened to any of you mouthing your rubbish then? You used to curse us, you insult us, you say every manner of thing to us, but we continued because we believed in the righteousness of what we were doing. That one day all of you will see that thing that we saw, and today it has happened, hasn't it? I want you to please very kindly listen to don't take my word for it. Listen to the voice of the Benue State governor, a serving governor in Nigeria. So that when I blame the Fulani, Facebook can understand it. Facebook said I was profiling people, and I said to them, you don't understand what is happening. One day Facebook will tell us that Nazi party or those that belong to Nazi party are not Germans. That's what I'm trying to, that's one day, that's what they'll tell us. Have you heard of any Fulani man rising up to condemn the rape and the killing, the pillaging, the sacking of villages and the land grab going on in the south? All they say to you is try and live peacefully. One Nigeria. Let's not rock the boat. The nation should be one. That's all you hear. Not one word of condemnation. Not one single word of condemnation. Why is it difficult for all of you to understand that the Fulanis have come to conquer, to pillage, and to take your lives over? Look at what is happening in Yoruba land. Can you see what is going on there? Can you observe what has been happening ever since? The young man that came up and is now championing that very cause, there is no castigation from any quarter. Yoruba journalists are queuing behind him, writing about him almost every 30 seconds, because of course they control the media. No castigation of any sort. Even when the young man appeared to have cast some measure of aspersions on the Oni of Ife, they quickly prevailed upon him to apologize, and he did, and that was the end of it. Can you imagine if such a thing were to happen in the East? Because people from the East are full of greed, envy, and jealousy. Shame should befall all of you. Look at what's happening in Yoruba land. They are campaigning and raising money openly. Nobody has called him a scammer. Nobody has ever said he's a thief, he's a criminal, he's a rogue. No, not at all. Because they understand that to move from one location to another, they need buses, they need transportation, they need fuel. They understand that. There is no envy, there is no greed, there is no jealousy. Nobody, I don't see people in Yoruba land queuing up and saying, oh, that thing he's doing, I can do it as well. Oh. No, they are all queuing up behind him. But in the East, it is a different matter altogether. That is why you people were suffering before God Almighty in heaven determined that IPOB should come. And today we have saved everybody. Without IPOB, what is happening in the West couldn't have happened, you know that for sure. Without IPOB, Governor Autumn cannot stand up to say what he's saying. Because now everybody have seen that there is one immovable, should I say, number in this equation, and that is IPOB. Everybody knows that people may fall to the left or to the right, people may be cajoled into abandoning what they believe in, but they know that the soul, the heart of IPOB is strong. We are not going back, not 1 inch, not 1 iota. They understand it perfectly well. That has now given impetus to people to rise up to speak the truth. That unspeakable truth. The same truth that we were speaking, and they said that IPOB must be proscribed. They tagged us terrorists because we were saying the same thing that people are today saying in Nigeria. Now you know why I love IPOB, and you know why I believe we are better than everybody else. They say he's very arrogant. Why wouldn't I be arrogant? Something that this movement saw nearly 10 years ago, now you're seeing it. Why shouldn't I be arrogant? Why shouldn't I be? I'm a very humble person, and this movement that I lead they are the most humble people in the world. If you doubt me, ask anybody. You can travel from one country to another. Once you come into that country, you say, I am looking for IPOB national coordinator, and your problems are solved. You don't understand that? We built a global family, and my happiness today is that they are unmovable. You cannot move them. I read rather very amusingly that my dear friends and brothers from my brethren from Ududuwa land, the Yorubas, that they are rising up to raise money for the young man, and I was very, very happy. And they said they want to raise for him 51 million naira. And they raised 4 million in, I think, in less than an hour. And I want them to go on and give him more, because he will need it in the coming weeks and months. And I saw people jumping up. And, you know, after I read that very article, I had, please, you must forgive me this evening. I'm going to preach, but I want to talk about this IPOB so people can understand it very well. That this noble family, I call them a noble family because unless you're in, you won't be able to understand what is happening. This noble family, you people, you contribute. Oh my God. That is why I pray for you 7 times every day. The same amount of money that people were jumping up and down to contribute today is what you pay only one consultancy firm in Washington every month. Every blessed month. I didn't say our lawyers, international, I said one consultancy firm alone. The people that contribute this very money, you don't know them. Some of them do, and they say, don't even mention my name. I don't want to be known. They are all IPOB. That is the money we pay to our consultants in Capitol Hill, in Washington, every month. And that made me realize that there is something special about IPOB. Too special. And no wonder not everybody is worthy to be part of it. That is why sometimes if you allow demon or evil spirit to get into you, you leave IPOB. How you leave, you won't know. Because God Almighty in heaven set up IPOB with a very puritanical, should I say, mindset. Unless you're clean, you cannot be in IPOB. You can't be. One day I heard that, like I say, boss, what will drive you away from IPOB, you wouldn't know. You will just wake up one morning and say you're going. Because you're not clean enough. You're not pure enough. That is the reason why we won the argument in the zoo. It is no longer in doubt that IPOB all these years, they have been right. All these years, they have been right. All these years. Now you understand it, don't you? That we are the chosen children of God Almighty in heaven. We are the children of light. We are always right. Of course we are human. We are fallible, we all know that. We are mortals. But in the main, we get it right all the time. And I don't think that Nigeria is giving us enough credit for the wonderful work that IPOB did for everybody. We bore the brunt of everything. IPOB is like Jesus Christ. They crucified us in order for others to have life. Crucifixion. Suffering, pain. The tagging of terrorism, the invasion after invasion, the massacre after massacre, Mpo, Aba, Iguacha, everywhere they were killing us. The same people that were laughing at us when they were killing us, they are now the ones saying, oh, they are right all along. But of course, you know, Yoruba journalism, shame won't allow them to say that IPOB has been right all these years. And to say sorry, to apologize to IPOB. Now, do you understand it? That is why they're chasing us all over the place. They gave money to Facebook to say, don't allow them to broadcast. They're educating people. Do you know they were blaming me for all the things that were happening in Oyo and in Ogun? They said I was the one that set it up, and heaven knows, I don't know the brave young man. I don't know him. And anybody who thinks that the Yorubas can be subdued or subjugated, they are dreaming. Because Yoruba won't allow that to happen. Not minding that they lost Kwara under some very fishy circumstance. But you will never hear a Yoruba man from Kogi say, oh, I'm Yoruba Kogi. I'm not Yoruba. I'm not from Ife. Even in Kwara State, where they have an emir of Ilorin, you cannot have a Yoruba man from Kwara State saying, I'm not Yoruba. But you have somebody from Ahaba, not Asaba, Ahaba, Habimeni, across the river. Somebody from Onichubo, somebody from Ukwane, somebody from Umunede, Umu, which means children, Umunede. Somebody from a place called Igbo Akari. You say, I'm not here, man, I'm not Igbo. Somebody answering Wike will say, I'm not Igbo. I want the world to understand the hurdles and the obstacles that IPOB had to overcome to get where we are today. We are still dealing with the most difficult, idiotic race on this earth, the Igbo race. Difficult to a fault, difficult for no reason sometimes. Have you ever heard anybody say, even Fulani and Hausa will say, oh, we're Hausa Fulani? That was in those days. Have you ever heard anybody say, hey, I'm Fulani, I don't mix with Hausa? These are Igbo people, Igbo, IGBO. The only people on this earth that will reject the identity. That tells you how difficult they are. And when you ponder how difficult these people are, and how far IPOB has come in terms of the progress we have made, not only have we not united the entire Igbo family, we have united the, let me call it Igbo family anyway. Because Ibibio means literally Ibonta, that's what it means. If you go to Google, they will tell you Ijo is related to Igbo. This Ijo is some of those fools who yapping rubbish. They're from Arochukwu. They are from Arochukwu. Talking rubbish. From Arochukwu. We are not Igbo. We don't want to mix with them. The only people that, hey, we have suffered, I'm telling you the truth. We have suffered. My God, the pain is too much. Almost unbearable. A very, very stubborn race. To get them to where we are today, where they have now accepted that IPOB, that these people are going to redeem them. The Redeemer is IPOB and Eastern Security Network. Now they don't. Even to come out and say, oh, we are, in fact, some of them are confessing off camera, in secret. To come and say, oh, we got it wrong. We never knew you people were right. They find it difficult to say. How do you know that? How do you even begin to imagine how right we've been on along? See how I never knew that my Yoruba friends and brothers were waiting for somebody like Nnamdi Kanu to emerge from the West. That's why they were attacking us, because they had nobody like us in their own area. They are journalists, not ordinary people. That was why they were attacking us. They had no Nnamdi Kanu in Yoruba land. As soon as one came up, you can see the way they eulogize him every day. We now have our own. Do you see it? Let me tell you or prove to you how right IPOB has been all along. Out of greed, envy, jealousy, when you see the truth, you bypass the truth. You lie to yourselves. You deceive yourselves. You want to make yourselves feel good. But you know the truth. And that is why the Bible says that the truth shall set you free. Do you know the reason why people are now clamoring and speaking up openly or speaking out openly against Fulani Janjaweedism? Because they want freedom. And for you to get that freedom, you must speak the truth. That is why the Bible leads us to believe, or led us to believe, that for ye shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Without Autumn speaking this truth I'm about to play for you, his people can never be free. TV can never be free. Without Yoruba now realizing that IPOB has been right all along, they can never be free. They must speak that truth for freedom to come. That outspokenness. Even somebody telling me, even TV people are now saying, who's going to be our own Nnamdi Kanu? That is the truth. To prove to you that God Almighty sent us to come, not man. And remember, I used to tell you, at the end of the day, we win. Eventually, we win. It doesn't matter how you look at it. At the end of the day, we win. At the end of the day, Biafra must come. And once Biafra comes, some of you, your job is done. Mine will continue. I don't want to hear the name Nigeria. The way they erased the name Biafra from history books, from geography textbooks, is how I want the name to be extinct. The name Nigeria will not exist. Once Biafra comes, some of you can move on, but I will remain to make sure that the name Nigeria is buried, never to rise again. The voice you are about to hear is the voice of the sitting governor in Nigeria. His name is Ipob. You will hear him now to know that we are always right. Lord have mercy. This IPOB. If you don't respect, love IPOB or fear IPOB, what are you going to fear on this? Which other phenomenon on earth will you be afraid of? If you are not afraid of IPOB, if you don't love and revere IPOB, what else can you revere on this earth, I ask you? People that saw something 10 years before some of you woke up, told you that I told you they are coming. I didn't miss words. I said they are coming with every certainty. They are going to come. They will kill you. They will rape you. They will take your land. They said I was a warmonger. What I'm giving you is gospel from heaven. Anything I tell you comes to pass. Once I pronounce it, it comes to pass. It's a gift from God Almighty in heaven, not man. That's why I tell you with every degree of certainty and assuredness that Biafra will come sooner than you expect it. Now listen, please. I want you to listen. Where has it gone to? I don't know why. Is everything today under attack for some reason? I have no idea what is going on. Everything was okay. I tested it before I came on. Now to hear the voice, or maybe channels television, maybe they've pulled the whole thing down. I want to play the voice of a governor for you, a Nigerian governor, so you can hear him and what he has to say about Nigeria and who is responsible. Remember the question that I asked you before: who is responsible for what is happening in Nigeria today? The reason why Facebook took down my page, because I told them who was responsible. I told them who is presently responsible, and I told them who will be responsible in the future for any future mayhem or killings. I want the world to listen to us very, very carefully. Follow what we are telling you very, very carefully, because the truth cannot be hidden. You cannot hide the truth. Who are you to hide it? You cannot hide it. The truth must be spoken, and that is exactly what we are doing here. That is what we intend to do. That is what we are going to continue doing until the end of time, because some of you do not understand what the zoo has in store for you. You don't understand. Listen. The federal government, presidency must act fast, because time is going. Yes. From north, west, northeast, north central, southwest, southeast, south. There is general insecurity. There is general insecurity all across Nigeria. He mentioned every zone. And who are the people responsible for that insecurity? That is the truth that your average Nigerian is running away from. Your average Nigerian runs away from the truth. We are asking them, who is the bandits here, headsmen there? Who are those people? You can't answer that question, can you? If you ask, your Facebook will block you. Listen. And this is being prepared by herdsmen. I want to repeat again. I made it a petition to the presidency and to all security agencies before. Yes. That if they want peace, Mayor Tiala must be arrested. What? These are people who have owned up. They have taken responsibility. That they have killed the man, they raped. Yes. And do all sorts of atrocities. Yes. Full army Mayor Tiala. Their leadership is in Abuja. This is the same Mayor Tiala, listen. The same Mayor Tiala working with Obiano in Anambra. The same Mayor Tiala working with Ipob. And when we say these things, oh, you're insulting your leaders, your governors. why won't I insult you if you're working with a rapist, you're working with a kidnapper, you're working with a bandit? Miyetti Yala came out openly to say, we are the bandits. And people keep pretending. The same Miyetti Yala, listen carefully, that your so-called presidency said that there are legitimate stakeholders in the governance of Nigeria, a terrorist group. Now, Governor Autumn quite cleverly matched. I'm going to go back to him in a minute. I'll go back to Autumn in just a second. What are these? No. Let me go back a little bit. What are the sins of these people? What did Miyetti Yala do? Who are the people responsible for all these crimes? Let's hear it again. Listen.
And the federal government, presidency act fast. Because time is going.
Listen.
From north, west, northeast, north central, southwest, southeast, south. There is general insecurity.
Yes.
And this is being propelled by headsmen.
Who are the headsmen of Fulani International? People, the same people they say give your land to. Give the same people that all Jews or Carlo gave land to Atlopa. They are the ones propelling this insecurity right across the board. Everywhere you go to, there's this. Who are the people causing it? They say headsmen. Who are the headsmen? Fulani, because they said that is their way of life. Moving cattle from place to place, killing people, raping them, and cutting them up into pieces. When I say these things that are obvious truth, Facebook will take offense because they've collected money from the zoo to try to cover up what is in essence the truth. These days, in this world we live in now, people prefer to excuse abomination after abomination, evil after evil. Nobody wants to speak the truth anymore. That was why they removed Trump. Once you speak the truth in this world, you're gone. You're no longer politically correct. Where Satan found this power to be destroying good people, I do not know. You can hear him. Who are the ones committing and perpetrating all these crimes? They are Fulani. They are Fulani. Very clean and clear. Fulani headsmen. Now they said do not stereotype, don't aggregate people, don't profile them. And I said okay, I won't profile you. If it is not a grand design by the entire Fulani Caliphate, or should I say Sokoto Caliphate, why is it that they do not come out to categorically condemn what is happening? Never. They have never said we are appalled at what is going on. Never. Never. Listen, please.
I want to repeat again.
I can repeat.
I made it a petition to the presidency and to all security agencies before that if they want peace, Miyetti Yala must be arrested.
Miyetti Yala.
These are people who have owned.
They are the ones on the government of Nigeria. Yes.
That they have killed, they maim, they rape, and do all sorts of atrocities. And yet their leadership is in Abuja and nobody is confronting them.
Their leadership is where? This is a governor. He sits on the National Executive Council meeting. He is privy to some intel that I do not have. He is privy to some intelligence that I do not have. He's a serving governor of a state in Nigeria. He's telling you those who are responsible. And they are in Abuja. They are in the presidency. You have a band of terrorists. As you're so-called, because of course Buhari is dead, everybody knows that, unless you're a fool. The reason why they're covering it up is because the same Anyuku, the same equal, the same jealousy, the same greed, the same envy. If we say that Buhari is dead, then Ipob will take all the credit. That is the only reason. Stop. There is no other reason on this earth. For your average Yoruba journalist, it is better for everybody to die than to get up and concede that Ipob Nnamdi Kanu has been right all along. They can never do it. Everybody knows Buhari now. If he was alive, this nonsense wouldn't be happening. You all know that. At least he will say something. You know that very well. What you have is a docile, imbecilic presidency. Who are those in your presidency? They are Miyetti Yala, according to a governor of a state. Not IPOB, not a Biafran, not from middle belt, TV people. If not for TV anyway, the whole of middle belt would have been gone by now. Because at least they are strong. They refuse to speak Hausa. TV tell them we can't speak Hausa. We have TV language. We can't speak that to Hausa. We can't speak it here. Go and ask. Do your research. Very well. People are there, and the so-called presidency. Go, please Google it somewhere. Presidency came out a few days ago and said, you must respect Haneze, Pandev, you must respect Mieti Alao. The same Mieti Alao, a serving governor, is accusing of masterminding rape, mutilation, slaughter, land grab with general insecurity. Are you listening? You know, Fulani, I want all these idiots that call themselves intellectual. If you go and swallow dictionary and you write rubbish, you claim you're an intellectual. Idiots on social media, fools from the East, especially in the Okacha. They think they know something, but their brains are empty. Do you see how Fulani is defending their own? Even a Fulani presidency is defending a band of terrorists that they themselves said are from Mali, from Niger, from outside Nigeria. Can you at least learn something from them? Can you at least learn something about, of course, asking an Igbo man to abandon envy and jealousy is very difficult because it's part and parcel of their nature. That's how they are born. That's how they are wired. Naturally very envious, naturally very, very jealous. I need you to understand this very clearly, please. A band of terrorists, they have their own in power, in government. They are supporting them. That is why they are moving, because they have the support of their people. That is why they are moving in everywhere and taking over people's land. But you people in your so-called you claim you're intelligent, that I was one idiot herself doing a video. Hey, Isikwata is in trouble. Hey, Isikwata, get us somebody like a Sunday, let him come to Isikwata. One idiot, he's an one here, taking money from OKC. That was why he couldn't mention IPOB. That is how envious, the destructive, should I say, the envious nature in an Igbo man. It is better for him to die than for somebody else to take glory for something that that person worked for. It took Yoruba and every other person to rise up to say, oh, Eastern Security Network is doing very well. For them to now say, oh, they are doing very well. I will never forget. The first people to endorse Eastern Security Network is Afenifere. But Haneze was there. Pandef is there. They will never. And you put, hey, jealousy. Hey, why must it be them? Why them? Why not us? That is why, instead of an Easterner to be in a good position in Abuja, is better that for them it's better that somebody from Bauchi takes it. Why was it possible that they removed Honorin and they did nothing? Absolutely nothing. Zilch, zero. They removed this man from, give me his name, from Bayelsa, the DGDSS. From Bayelsa, broad daylight, they removed him. Lift township from Abuja. He ran back to Yenagoa. Did you do anything? All of you, in your stupidity, you don't know that once you are fragmented, once you say, oh, I'm Igbo Delta, I'm Igbo from the river, I'm Igbo from the sea, it makes it easier for your enemies to pick all of you off one after the other. One after the other. You cannot do anything about it. It is called stupidity, believe, idiocy, and foolishness. Fulani, even if they are killing you, they band together and they defend that murderer and that rapist. Even you people to defend those who are fighting the just cause for you is difficult. And I'm wondering what type of God made you? What type of evil made you people? Are you that evil? Are you that bad? Are you that satanic? That you deny who you are? Your name is Nyesom. You deny who you deny yourself because of self-hate. Clean Ogorena, let me see. It's better for you to go to Sokoto and give them 500 million than to pay workers in your state. That is how evil you people are. I don't know the type of God that made you. I don't know where that they came from that made you people. Learn something from Yoruba. Learn from them. Learn something from Fulani. A whole presidency will come out and defend murderers and rapists. Even the midget from Kaduna, El Rufai, that started this whole insecurity rubbish in the zoo, is not governors do something. Everybody is entitled to it because they hate IPOB. They hate Nnamdi Kanu, and I will tell you why this evening. Because without IPOB, without Nnamdi Kanu, Autumn couldn't have been saying what he's saying today. Yoruba wouldn't have had the courage to rise up. That is the truth. If you like, let us of course want to eat you up, but that is the fact. We gave them the backbone to stand. That is why Fulani hates us with a passion. They said these people, they have scattered our plans. They wanted to be in your bushes and in your forest until 2022, then they unleash mayhem. Britain will come and say, okay, they are all Nigerians, anybody can stay wherever they are. And they start building their mosques in our land. By the time you know it is over for you. Don't you understand? Chukwuka Abiyama asked us to go in 2012. I see what is about to happen. Go and stop it. That's why we are here today. And we have stopped it. Let us listen to the governor once again. Listen carefully, please.
These people are arrested. When I talk, I was being castigated.
The same way they castigated IPOB. Has IPOB killed anybody? I'm asking you a question. But the people that are killing, that is why I can forgive anybody in life. But you see, Yoruba journalists, I'm saying it clearly. I can never forgive them. Because Yoruba has what is called the media preponderance. They control the media. Evil will be happening in the East. Yoruba will not write about it. I can't understand why. I don't know why. I don't know where I don't know what we are dragging. What are we, Yoruba journalists? What is it that you're dragging with Biafrans? That when evil is happening, when this government is perpetrating evil in the East, you don't write about it. Nothing. A little boy was killed yesterday. Yoruba never wrote. Nothing. Not the kind write about it. I don't know what is wrong with them. I can forgive anybody in this life, including Lucifer. But you see, Yoruba journalists, my God in heaven, the way they wrote, proscribe IPOB, what they're saying on the radio, proscribe. But the same people cannot write out of fear. Oh, Judge they cannot write about Mietiala. We are the ones fighting Mietiala. If not that God made it possible for this young man to rise up. We are the ones fighting Mietiala. And that is why the coming of the young man made it possible for the world to now see that yes, IPOB are not the only mad people there, or maybe there are madness elsewhere. Then they started to investigate. They now realize that Fulani is the problem. Now you see it. People committing rape and murder, they are part of the presidency. Obiano stood up and stupidly, idiotically opened his mouth and said, they are part of my government. But the same Obiano asked the army to kill his own people, IPOB, young people at Mbo. I don't know how people want to. Sometimes I explain this and I'm thinking people don't quite understand what we are saying. Is it that you don't understand what I'm saying or what? This is a governor. They always castigate you because once you speak the truth in Nigeria, they castigate you. They call you all sorts of names. They want to ridicule you. They want to make you look irrelevant. They never knew they were going to meet IPOB. You are not going anywhere. The harder they come, the harder they fall. We keep marching. They never knew that we would come. They thought somehow he will be like Waswike, give him a few pounds there. He will start building hotels. He will start pricing cement, molding block. That's what they thought. Some said, oh, he's looking for fame. He wants attention. I kept laughing at the idiots. And I will say to the men around me that they don't know who we are. They have no clue who we are. They don't know why we were born. They thought we were born to start all this primitive accumulation of wealth like hungry people. I'm not hungry. I never grew up in a hungry home. I had everything. My father sent me abroad to go and study. So I can't, when I look at all these idiots, I feel sorry for them. Small money given to you to fight for the freedom of your people, you're building hotels and hostel. Poverty. Oh dear me. We have suffered the Ipob, I'm telling you. We had to fight rejection even amongst our own people, those you're saving. For many years, we overcame that. We now went outside to preach this very gospel. Today it is resonating everywhere, even with the governor of Benue. Listen.
Nothing bad that was not said against me. I am this and that. But the reality is here. It is not just happening to Benue State today. It is happening to the entire country. Why is the federal government being silent about this Fulani men? When will the federal government come out?
What did Autumn say, Governor Autumn? Fulani men. Facebook, are you hearing? Fulani men. That is a governor in Nigeria. Not an Igbo man, not a Biafran. These are the people that fought the war against Biafra. He's saying Fulani men. And Igbo Efulefu. Umokoko, are you listening? Do you see how the government is defending their own people? And not that they're defending them to maybe go to school or do what? No. Everything they do is in your face. One Fulani IG goes, another Fulani IG comes in your face. It's called Korokoro, you'll be seeing it. You cannot do anything because you spent very many years selling yourselves down the drain. You now have no face to stand up and to say what you're doing is wrong. Because if they give you 2,000 naira data, you claim you're an intellectual. That's what I call it. Intellectual. That's what I call them. Well, intellectual in any way be writing rubbish, writing nonsense. After writing garbage, they give you 2,000 naira. He kept to give you 2,000 naira a week to buy data. Dear me. Yoruba, they proscribe Ipob. But when they want to write about rapists and murderers, they say Miyetiala Kotal, whatever it's called. And you want me to forgive such people? I can never forgive them. One of the setbacks of Nigeria is Yoruba journalism. I say it openly. Yoruba journalism is evil and wicked. Evil and unless that thing affects a Yoruba person, they will never write about it. Never, ever. The height of wickedness. I don't know if they want all of us Biafrans to be wiped off from the face of the earth so they can share our land with the Fulani. I have no idea. Yoruba journalism, I don't know what got into them. Very evil and wicked people. Very wicked. Today, as you're busy transporting your wickedness to the east, Fulani was coming and taking your land. You're not doing it. Because of your wickedness. The wickedness you have towards the east is so much that even when Fulanis were coming to take your land, you couldn't see them. You became blind. Because you were very, very envious. You and the intellectuals in Igbo land. Go writing rubbish. Every place they're writing nonsense. Ask them to come and do what now they can do, they cannot do it. Okay, bring people, come out on the road, let's see how they cannot do anything. All they do is like, I will see writing rubbish every place there. Proscribed, the outlawed group. Satan, not God, Satan will punish you people. Satan will punish, and of course you're suffering now. Are you not suffering? The people who are killers, they are saints. Those who are saints, they are demonized. That's what Autumn is saying. Let's hear him, please.
And criticize and arrest herdsmen carrying AK-47.
Carrying what? AK-47. And I asked somebody, I asked Facebook, I asked all these intellectuals, I asked all these fools, and I asked them a simple question. Somebody is in your farm raping your mother with AK-47. How do you activate self-defense? With a cassava stem? Don't militarize. Nobody has monopoly of violence. But the violent man is raping my mother in the farm. How do I stop him from raping my mother? You cannot answer me. He has AK-47. Please answer that question, please. I'm begging you. Do you see how foolish people are in the zoo? That's why I call Nigeria a zoo. They say, I say it's not an insult. It's for you to wake up to see how idiotic your reasoning is. Somebody is raping my mother in the farm, cutting my sister into pieces, taking my land and destroying crops. I'm asking you a simple question. How do I defend myself? He has AK-47. You say I should go and protest. I should write to EU. I have written to EU. No reply. I came out to protest. The same Fulani in the army and police will shoot me dead. What do you expect me to do? What do you expect me to do under such circumstance? It's a simple question, but they cannot answer me. Nobody. If you go to editors' offices, be it this day in Abuja or the Tribune, they are shaking. Once they see Alhaji, they start shaking. Once they hear about IPOB, everybody close wings. They prescribed. They prescribed. What did IPOB do that you prescribed IPOB? Because Fulani Britain told them the only obstacle to your march to the sea, you see the east. That is where the problem lies, not the west. It's the east. Subdue them. They said, subdue them, arrest them, kill them. Britain said, we are here. Nobody will hear your case in ICC. It's Britain that is defending Fulani. Britain is defending them. Britain. Nothing will happen. Go to the east. Once you go to the east and you get them, then the west will fall. They never knew how resilient we were. That very day they came to kill me and I survived. That assassination was the day their plans ended. They knew they were in trouble. They knew it. They of course, no. The native doctor doing just for them told them that that's the end of you. Since you went to his house and you couldn't kill him, no, that's the end. Yoruba journalists saw the video of the storming of my house. They saw the dead bodies of young men. They saw the carcass of my dog Jack. They saw everything. Yoruba journalists still, some people are born evil, you know. They still talk about IPOB as a proscribed group, people you came to kill. After killing them, you went back and attacked them terrorists, whereas you are the terrorist. After that very incident, I hated black people, to be honest with you. That was the day I knew that black people are poor all over the world because of our wickedness. There is a particular brand of wickedness in a black man that you cannot fathom. I say it in Yoruba journalists. Yoruba journalists are evil, beyond evil. Evil. Look at the way they're serenading their own. They're selling him, marketing him their own because it's their own. Why do you think NSAS failed? NSAS failed because Yoruba journalists could not stand for Nnamdi Kanu to lead the revolution against the Zulu state. That's their only problem, nothing else. After all, NSAS was almost dead until I went on air to start gingering people, or people started phoning in. Isn't it? Am I lying? But instead of Yoruba journalists to say, allow this man to lead this revolution, oh no, he's an Igbo man, no, Biafra, no. We don't want him. OTO, they said no. Instead of Nnamdi Kanu to lead NSAS and finish Nigeria, bring Nigeria down, it's better for all of us to be suffering. And after that, 2 or 3 months, Fulani was in their forest, raping and killing. Do you understand it? Evil begets evil. Listen to, we're only playing Autumn's this thing. Are you listening? Governor of Benue State. Governor of Benue State. Every newspaper, scores killed, people killed, everywhere. It's no longer news. The people I hold, it may sound bizarre. The people that could have educated everybody to understand the dangers of Janjaweedism was Yoruba media. They control the media everywhere. They used to give money to John Momo of Channels Television, former information minister. Didn't they? To be peddling their lies. IPOB, they thought they could demonize us. Do to me what they did to Ojukwu. Demonize Biafra, demonize. Nobody ever knew Ojukwu went to Abuja to go and negotiate restructuring. Nobody knew. He's a rebel, secessionist. And I kept asking them, secede from who? From what? We were here before the white man came. Are you mad? Yoruba journalists, repent. Yoruba journalists, you people are the problem of, you people gave Fulani Mietiala the impetus to be doing what they're doing. Because you failed to publish the truth, you failed to tell people the truth. That is a fact. Let us hear Autumn and proceed.
Are we second citizens in this country?
That's the government.
What gives Fulani man superior to any other person?
Fulani man, a governor, Fulani man, he is calling them Fulani people. They are nothing. They are not particularly bright. They are not highly educated. The only thing is that Britain chose them. Because Britain will never choose a bright race. Never, ever, ever. I would have read in England. Sorry, in Britain, so to speak. I think it was in Glasgow or thereabout. In Edinburgh, I don't know. Once you're smart, Britain will say no. Britain created Nigeria to make it possible for them to control Africa. They thought the idiots they were grooming would control Africa, and through those fools, Britain can now control Africa, but it failed, woefully. Because they know that Fulani cannot do anything. They are not. Are they bright? You are bright, and in the 21st century, you're moving cattle from place to place like a deranged lunatic. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I have spoken grammar like some people. Deranged lunatic, the same sentence. And boy, I say, hey, intellectual. That's how they write. You think they have something upstairs? Nothing. Empty. Moving cattle from place to place like demented monsters. These are the people you gave your country to run for you. He's a general. He's a no-nonsense general. Writing rubbish. Why, dear me? Autumn, please finish. Let us go and preach.
I'm not their slave. A Benue man is not a slave to any Fulani man in this country. And so federal government must do this. At a point in time, the federal government came out with a policy through the police that even those with license, then guns, double barrel and pump action should surrender to police. How many times have the presidency come out to condemn that Fulani men are carrying AK-47 all over the place?
They wanted to give them your own den guns, but they have AK-47 to take over your land and to rape your mothers in front of you. And after seeing all of these things, a human being born by a woman will stand up and condemn IPOB. I don't understand it. A child was shot dead yesterday, coming back from school. In our mama, after Did the Yoruba cover it? Did Yoruba journalists cover it? They will come to you, oh, surrender your guns, give it to the police. We don't want a problem, insurgency, give it to the police. But your Fulani has AK-47, with which they have been raping and maiming people. Why don't you ask them to submit their own guns? No one can answer that question. Zoological Republic. Let me leave out on what he's saying is self-evident. It is the truth that is self-evident. Unbelievable. damnable zoological republic. They never ever speak the truth. When the dust settles down and I will grant an interview to a frontline media house, whatever, they'll ask me, what do you think is responsible for what transpired in Nigeria? I will say Yoruba media. Yoruba media and the culture of brown envelopism. Very, very sad indeed. We are live and we are direct on the whole world. That's just the governor of a state in Nigeria telling you what IPOB has been saying from day one. And they said we are they are looking for that 10th cost trouble in the polity. They are hitting up the polity. Grammar. What's it going on now? Now everybody knows that we are right. Have always been right. And will always be right. Now listen to me very carefully this very evening, please. Morning, afternoon, depending on where you are. Having dealt with autumn, having established that Fulani is the problem, when will they arrest all these AK-47 wielding terrorists we find every day in our land? And again, to the intellectuals and the fulefus in the East, I want to ask you a very simple question, please. Why was it that Sheikh Gumi had to go to the forest to go and see his people, so to speak? Why did he go to the forest to go and see them? I'm asking you a simple question. Why did he go to the forest to go and see them? Why? Can anybody answer that very question? Nobody can. But Sheikh Gumi went to the forest to go and see bandits. And not only that, they weren't even remorseful. They came out openly to say that they can burn Nigeria down. Nobody arrested them. The presidency didn't come out to say, oh, we must arrest him, he's sitting up the polity. No, not at all. Islamic cleric Sheikh Gumi meets over 500 bandits. They know where the bandits are in the forest. Did Air Force go there to bomb them? But they were in Olu, hovering to bomb children. And you want me to live in a country with such entrenched injustice? Sheikh Gumi went into the forest. I'm telling you from the Zoo newspaper what they wrote. Now listen, the bandits are said to be those terrorizing Shinkafi local government area of the state. The bandits are said to be those terrorizing, listen, Shinkafi local government area of the state. The meeting was in continuation of the peace moves by Gumi. These are bandits. They kill, they rape, they kidnap, they extort, they murder, they torture people. They went for a peace meeting with killers. I went for a peace meeting with Southeast governors in 2017. I wasn't a killer. I came out of, I just was granted bail from illegal detention, so to speak. I did nothing. I killed nobody. I was only broadcasting my right to free speech and expression. The governor said I was a troublemaker. I should come and see them. I went to go and see the governors. After discussing with them, they did not ask me to drop my arms. They didn't say, you have weapons, drop it, nothing. They still called the army to come to my house to kill me. The same governors. But these are Fulani people with guns, AK-47. Fulani clerics are going to see them inside the forest, which means that somebody knows where they are. The Air Force knows where they are. If they want to bomb them, they can bomb them, but they never did. But they came to my house with 2 fighter jets, 4 helicopter gunships, and a full battalion on the ground to invade my compound. I wasn't armed. I did nothing to them. Nothing. They came to kill me. As a result, I lost my father and my mother. And on the 14th of this very month, I'll be doing the 1-year anniversary of the burial of my parents. Of course, the Sunday, if I don't know when 14th is, if 14th is in the next 10 days, so to speak. And it will be a very good anniversary because it will coincide with the hunt of Janjaweed in our land. Yes, in fact, it's on Sunday. 14th is on a Sunday. That'll be a memorial service to my parents, of course, in my village. My parents died as a result of it. They not only killed my men, they killed my mother and they killed my father as a result of it. Now you know why we can never stop. Now you understand why. Their own people go to the forest to go and see them. These are bandits, these are killers, these are murderers. Nobody is complaining. Nobody. And if Sheikh Gumi knows where they are, why don't the Air Force or DSS know where they are? If you go to the papers every day, it's one useless group, one amorphous group, faceless group. They'll say, IPOB, Namdekan, don't divide our unity so they can conquer me. With the help of the British, they will conquer Biafra. And when we're at our memoirs, or when we die, in the next 6th generation, they will say, what happened? They said, no, they were being nice. As the houses were, and the Fulanis took them over. Now listen very carefully, please. Speaking during the meeting, top armed commanders, or top armed, they go to a meeting with their AK-47. Have you seen them? When they go to meet their governors with AK-47, whereas in the East, the mere fact that somebody is an IPOB family member. Do you understand it now? Do you see how foolish people are? You cannot say an IPOB. I don't want to identify with IPOB in the open, but in the north, their own Fulani bandits, they take their AK-47 to government house to go and have meetings. They meet them in their hideouts to have meetings. The Sheikh Gumi say they should kill them. But in the East, your governor, your traditional ruler will be the one asking them, come and kill them, I know where they are. You see me, people, informants will be everywhere. You see why they are ruling you? It's not magic. It's not rocket science. Because they cooperate, they are together. They know what they are doing. They are all killers, they are all murderers. Now listen. The top commanders of the group who were all armed, Kachala Tuji of Shinkafi and Kachala Muhammad, but they even know their names. The DSS won't go there. No. DSS only come to the south. And we are all clapping. DSS, they are here. DSS. Army patrol, joint task force patrol. But their own bandits are in the forest, having fun. As a result, they said that thousands of youths do not have anything they are doing. There is no means of livelihood because they impoverished all of you. In 1960, at independence, Azikiwe and Awolowo begged the Sultan of Sokoto, Ahmadu Bello, please allow these your people to go to school. They said no. Only few families will go to school. The rest will remain impoverished. That is how they control you. So when you go to the mosque on a Friday, the imam will tell you who to vote for, who to kill, which shop to burn down, and you go and you do exactly that. Now they have risen. You know that God has a way of fighting for his children. Everything happening in Nigeria today is punishment from God for the role that these Nigerians played during the war against Biafra. I say it openly. And it will continue. It will continue until exactly 5.5 million people will die in Nigeria for what they did to Biafrans, because we did nothing to them. Absolutely nothing. They wanted to wipe us out from the face of this very earth with the help of the British. But God intervened. That's why we're still alive today. If not, our race will no longer exist. That was when they planted, they sowed the seeds of division in us. Somebody from Ahaba will say, I'm not Igbo. You're from Onitsha. In Delta, you say you're not Igbo. Huh? Hey, I don't know what type of God made us, And now we are suffering, isn't it? Ask yourself, why was it that the entire East couldn't raise up a security network until we came? They couldn't do it. They were afraid of the North, of their masters. They couldn't do it. And having found the courage to, if not for ESM, do you think that what is happening, do you think that Yoruba will have the courage to go and sack Fulanis from their forests? I'm asking you a question. If not for ESM. After all, there was a Moteku there before. But it was when ESM came, they knew we meant, we don't listen to Anya was we don't hear all this useless gossip and side talk is rubbish to us. We continue with our mission. And that is why we always win. They know where their own bandits are, but they cannot bomb them. But they come with the helicopter to bomb all. And yesterday they killed a boy there. And of course, vengeance is coming. After all, you will come and you will hear it in the same vicinity. Because if you kill us, we'll revenge. You don't know that? It will happen now. You hear the story. It's not everything that we've been talking about all the time. Not everything we're talking about all the time. They know where the bandits are, but in the southeast, the zoo soldiers went to Olo to kill members of Eastern Security Network who are protecting the villages against Fulani herdsmen. Have you heard of such rubbish before? No, of course, only in the zoo. Only in the zoo. Only in the zoo. Zoological Republic. And the people don't know the mess they're in. I want to read you a story that is very, very sad. I'm telling you. The decomposing body of kidnapped Edo prince was found. I'll tell you his story. The decomposing body of Atlanta-based Prince Eloni or Dennis Abuda who was kidnapped in Edo on January 30th, 2021, has been discovered in the forest. Who killed him? Fulani. A top security chief who spoke in confidence authoritatively confirmed the discovery. He came from Atlanta in Georgia in America. Now he's dead. Why is he dead? Because he's a Nigerian. Do you hear that somebody went from America to Cameroon, went from America to Ghana, went from America to Benin Republic, went from America to Liberia, and was kidnapped and killed? It's only in the zoo. And somebody will wake up tomorrow morning and tell you, let us work for unity of one Nigeria. Very sad indeed. He's dead, he's gone. Who killed him? Fulani kidnappers and headsmen along Ore Bini Expressway. ESN can go there to clear them, but once we go there and say, oh, they want to expand, they want to replicate the march to Lagos of 1967. We don't want them here. But Fulanis are there killing you and raping you. So when that time they used to tell you that, oh, you are different, you are Midwest, you are Bendel, you are God knows what, South. All Fulani was doing is to divide you, keep dividing you. They divide you to conquer you. That was something that Britain taught them. And British military or intelligence officers are in Abuja right now. I'm speaking to you, advising them on how to conquer you. British intelligence, they're in Abuja right now, telling Fulani how to conquer you. Because Britain feels that if they conquer all of us, the oil will be more or less, if they were taking 100 barrels for free before, they start taking 200 barrels. You don't know that? It's the conquest of the intelligent by the unintelligent. That's what I do. That is what I have to do, and if you don't take time, it will overrun you. Look at what Yoruba newspapers are doing for their people. Compare that with BBC. Look at BBC. Rejoicing that I was removed from Facebook. BBC, they were rejoicing. They are in BBC. Hi. Oh, dear Lord, have mercy, have mercy, have mercy upon us. The same people, BBC was there during the genocide against Biafrans. At the end of that very encounter, we lost 5.5 million people. The second worst genocide in the history of man, only behind the Jewish Holocaust in Europe. It was swept under the carpet. No commission of inquiry, no international investigation, nothing. BBC made sure that nothing of that sort happened. I don't know. People are discussing all over the place that Fulanis were being given eviction order by Governor Akeredolu and others to leave the state. He asked them to leave the forest. He didn't ask Fulanis to leave the Yoruba land. No, it is those murderers in the forest to leave. But you have people now who are busy protecting them, who are busy covering for them, saying no governor has the power to evict other ethnic group from the state. And I ask you, are Igbo people living in Kanu, are they living in the forest? Are Yoruba people living in Bauchi, are they living inside the forest? And by the way, isn't open grazing banned in the zoo? I read one of them saying, give us money to buy land. You know, there are some debates they have in the zoo that makes you wonder if they're human beings at all. Are you sure they're human beings in the zoo? Of course, they're zoo animals. And that's what gets some of them. That is what actually gets them to become very, very upset with us. Do you know what frightens? Well, not what. Do you know what pains me about Fulani and Nigerians? Is that Nigerians are very docile, they're very cowardly, they're very foolish, and they're very, very reticent. Now listen to this. Exercise firm action against anarchy. El Rufai of Kaduna State. The same, you know, people are so funny, you know. The same El Rufai that brought Fulani bandits from the Sahel and assembled them inside Kaduna State. The same man that told you that he paid them money to stop killing, that he went to their houses in Niger Republic and gave them money to stop. Like, are you people, these Nigerian, these people they call, are you people normal? Are your brains working at home? This is the man that brought this insurgency. Him, the midget, El Rufai. Because Britain assured them that they are there, nothing will happen. Go take any land, go to TV land, take the whole of Benue, nothing will happen. Britain assured them. It was this midget, this idiot, that brought insecurity, insurgency, and banditry into Nigeria. Now, having firmly planted their people in every forest in the south, they are now telling you, every governor take action. Look at this idiot talking. Is he the president of the zoo? Of course he is now. He should come out openly so I can curse him and he will die. They are all dead, all of them. I will curse him. He let him come out and say he's the head of the cabal now ruling the zoo. Some of you are so daft anyway and very naive. I saw Buhari. I went to see Buhari. Which Buhari did you see? Which one did you see? Where is Aisha? Where is Aisha Buhari? I'm asking all of you. The zoo people. Where is your so-called first lady? Where is she? Because she's not an Igbo woman. If it were to be Patience Jonathan now, Yoruba media will have a field day. They will write and write and write. But when it comes to Fulani, they are cowards. Timid cowards. Pussycat. They run away. They are cowards. They are cowards before Fulani. Look at the way they took Patience Jonathan to task when she was in office. They were writing about Patience every day, making mockery of her. Where is Aisha today? She's having a good time with her boyfriend in Dubai. All of you dimwits are busy foolishly writing your junk as always. I feel sorry for you people. The man that brought insurgency has the temerity to tell you, against the backdrop of ethnic tension arising from headsmen and indigenous crisis in the southern part of the country, Governor Nasser El Rufai of Kaduna State has called on governors and leaders at all levels to step in. Step into what? This was what I told you that Britain had in mind. IPOB stopped them. Only IPOB. And at the end, only IPOB will take the credit. We will not share it with anybody. It was us that stopped Fulani from taking the whole of Nigeria over. IPOB. The same people who proscribed, outlawed. We were the ones that saved you. And your sorry asses, all of you. Do you see what El Rufai is saying? As I told you before, that was what I wanted to do in 2022. When they launched that all-out attack, ethnic nationalities will resist, and Britain will step in and say, "Oh, let's calm everything down. Calm it down, please. The tension is too much." But meanwhile, those of you that have taken land and settled in the Ebonyi State, stay there. Those in Abia, stay there. Those in Enugu, stay there. Anambra, stay there. Everybody in Delta, stay where you are. In Bayelsa, stay where you are. That will now become the new boundary. They will say, after all, you are in Sabongeri. And let me make it very clear this evening, every Biafran living in the north, you better come back home. Allow me to repeat very clearly and tell the people who are there, every Biafran in the northern part of the zoo, you better come back home. They are using you people to blackmail us. They say, oh, you have people in Kano, you have people in Kaduna, in Zaria. We are not going to stop. Anything that happens to you in the north is your business. If they are going to twist your brain to be against your own freedom, let me assure you that you're not going to succeed. You won't succeed. the hotels, the buildings that you have in the north is secure. After all, I think Abubakar has a property or properties or string of properties in Dubai. Dubai is not part of the zoo called Nigeria. Buratai has properties in Dubai. Are you listening to me? Are you listening to me? You must come back home. If you remain in the north, they're going to kill you. They will use the resistance that we're putting up back home to kill you in the north. I know some of you say, well, we're going to stay our business and all that nonsense. That's all I have to say to you. Because Biafra will have the biggest economy in the whole of Africa in a matter of years. Come back home. If you stay in the north, they're going to kill you and use us as the reason why they did it. That's what they want to do. Can't you see that's what their governors are planning? To start killing people in the north. They say after all, Fulanis are being killed in the south. They won't tell you that these are Fulani bandits, terrorists, murderers, rapists, and killers. They won't tell you that. They say Fulanis are being killed. And BBC is there, don't forget. BBC is there to carry this news for them. Don't forget that British government will be there, as always, to go to UN and tell them that, oh, Fulanis are suffering. Hey, they are suffering. They are being killed. That's what Britain is going to do. If you don't know, let me tell you. So be very, very careful. Every made a broadcast on Wednesday where he urged leaders to exercise firm action. Firm action means stop Yoruba youths from agitating for Fulanis to leave. Stop ESN from doing what they're doing. That's what they mean by firm action. Bring the army. But if they bring their army, we will kill them. And they came to Olo 4 times. They were defeated 4 times. Now, yesterday they went to go and kill a little child. What is going to happen in this zoo? All of us are going to Hague. Everybody will go to Hague and stand trial. I want to stand trial in the Hague, me personally, because there's no going back. No going back, not 1 inch, not 1 single inch. No going back. We must be free. We must be free. I said must. MUST must be free. The zoo, Nigeria, was created by a white man, not by God. The only creation that I respect is God's creation, not man's creation. Do you know what I think? That's, Vox Populi, Vox Dei, which is the voice of the people, is the voice of God. Listen to me very carefully. If people were to get together today to say, oh, I want to remain in Nigeria, that is their business. That is the voice of God speaking. That is God speaking. But not one deranged drunkard. They brought him back from Hong Kong, sent him to West Africa to stop the eastern advance of the French. That's all. And Badagry, and I ended up in Nigeria. That is an abomination. Some of you black people, you don't have any shame. As blacks, we have no shame. There is no shame in us. But I have a little bit of shame left. No Betu that can create a country for me is impossible. Only the people can. And that is why we are doing what we are doing. IPOB successfully collapsed the agenda of the Janjaweed. IPOB stopped them. Everybody talking from Governor Autumn to everybody, every activist, you owe your courage and bravery to IPOB. We are the pioneers. If you don't know, the little midget is crying because we have collapsed the agenda completely and totally. Completely and totally. History will remember IPOB. Nigerian government has failed us. We are not afraid of that. Zamfara bandits, their commander. Do you see Yoruba people as writing, kill him, find him, bomb him? They are causing insecurity. No, they won't, because they are afraid. Cowards should not be journalists. They shouldn't be. Have you heard them call for their head? If it's ESN, hey, you won't hear a word. But as I said before, I don't know the translation in English. With all your gossip or all the nonsense you're saying doesn't concern us. You've been saying the same garbage for how many years now? Have we been perturbed? Has it stopped us from doing what we're doing? He can talk from now till the kingdom comes. It's not going to stop IPOB from doing what it's doing. They have their own bandits. The difference is very clear, isn't it? The response they gave to ESN, trying to protect our people, and armed bandits, go and check it. Look at the newspaper coverage of ESN activities. Look at bandits in the north and everywhere. Look and go and do compare and contrast. You will see the demonic nature of journalism in the zoo. Evil the people without conscience. You will come out and you write boldly and very clearly that Ipob is prescribed. But whereas the person raping you and killing you is not prescribed, and you're there, and you're a journalist. Anyway, we shall see. And as they said, you know, there's a prayer I pray every blessed day. I never fail to say it. Anytime I'm praying, of course, I pray in the language of the ancients, in Igbo language. I say to Chukwukeke Biama, Elohim, the creator of the universe. You know what it means. Let that hand that our enemies use in trying to poison us, may they unwittingly put it in their mouth and they themselves be poisoned. And this is it. It's happening in the north. Residents flee Zaria neighborhoods over kidnappers' rampage. So as El Rufai and all these idiots think that they are going to build this wonderful Fulani empire in the zoo, they are not going to be alive to see it, neither will their children be. The northern part of the zoo will be like Afghanistan. Watch and see. That is why I want our people to follow, be very strong and resolute. Follow me. We want to draw what is left of their army out. Let us bring them to the east. They can never go back. Let us bring them. They say, oh, don't fight a defensive war. No, we are not going to fight it. We want to bring them to the east. We now open up their flanks to bandits. Bandits will attack them and take over their land. Because a bandit is a bandit. That's who they are. They are kidnappers, they are killers, they are terrorists. What they want is space and resource. Space and resource. Or should I say resources in this case. So once this army moves to the east to come and meet us in the east, their land will be open and terrorists will ravage them. Terrorists will ravage them. That forever and ever, Fulani can never recover in the north again. Never. And that is the plan. So when I tell you that there is a method in our madness, please believe you me. We will not go out to meet them in their land. We will draw them to come. And then we'll swallow them up. And then their children and their children's children will suffer the consequences forever and ever. And this army will be destroyed once and for all. That is how you obliterate the zoo called Nigeria from the face of this very earth. They cannot fight on the ground. Now we know the only place they can fight is in the air. They will go like cowards. The cowards they are, they drop bomb and they run away. That's what they're going to do. Because on the ground, we have defeated them on the ground. We have defeated them completely. They know they engage us on the ground, they will die. They understand that very well. The only option they have is to go to the air and be dropping bombs and disappearing. So be very, very careful. Residents are now fleeing in Zaria. In Zaria, their own Zaria. This is El Rufai's Zaria. You know, this idiot cannot remove the log in his own eye. He wants to remove this tiny speck of wood in the people's eye in the south. He has bandits terrorizing his own neighborhood in Zaria in Kaduna State. But his concern are the murderers and the killers in your own forest, in your backyard. What does that tell you about these people? What does that tell you about these people? Now you understand it very well. This is my simple prayer. God, that thing that they did to us, do it to them. Today, look at them. In the ancient city of Zaria, there are rising cases of violent abductions of residents. They brought killers to come and kill us in the south and take over our land. Now the killers are taking their lives in Zaria, in Katsina. What they brought upon themselves, all because they wanted power. All because they wanted to answer and heir to the rightful heir to the throne of Ottoman Danfodio. That's all. And this idiot who called El Rufai things after Buhari is him that will dip the Quran in the Atlantic. You don't know it's a race for them. Some of you, the lecturers in the south, you don't know this. You don't know that they're in competition. Who will history remember as the man that actually dipped the Quran in the Atlantic? That's the race they're all running, if you don't know. That is why they will never ever condemn banditry. That is why they will never ever rise up to condemn what the atrocious behavior of Fulani headsmen, because they want to conquer you. If you like, believe. If you like, do not believe. That is the reason why I keep wondering, what type of zoo Nigeria are people in? If you're not allowed to perform as VP, please go. Bakare is telling Osibaju, in a place where you have the constitution, you have law, you have, supposedly, you have law. You are begging. Everything is beg. If you're not allowed to perform, a whole vice president, come back. And in Abia State, look at the stupidity of the South. In Abia State, we pay every headsman, we pay headsmen 100,000 naira for every cow they killed. Why? Because it was the so-called Fulani presidency that put them in power, all of them. And it's Mieti Allah. So if you kill any of our cattle, even if we are grazing illegally, or even if the person heading the cattle is found to have raped a woman, please take 100,000. That's what they're doing in Abia State. Now, okay, the people were killed at National High School in Aba. The clip is there on Al Jazeera. You ordered because you are the chief security of the state. Now I realize you people have been lying to us. When you ask all these Eastern governors, they say, no, we don't have any powers. We don't have any powers. Yes, you do. Why is it that in your state, in Ondo, how come that the army hasn't gone there to shoot people, to shoot Yoruba youths dead? Because the governors haven't actually invited them. That goes to show that it was you people that asked the army to come to National High School in Aba to kill us. It was you people that asked the army to come to Mpo to kill us. Well, of course, we know what Wike is up to in Iguacha. Now, do you understand it? Do you understand it very well? You are paying Fulani headsmen that are raping our mothers 100,000. Obiano is paying them 500,000. And you want respect. Of course, a few days ago, Ipob started to speak as if he's a human being. I don't know where he got the courage from. I don't know where. Maybe ESN, he has seen ESN working, so he knows he's protected. And he wants to talk like a human being. Very, very sad indeed. This is live and direct. The time now is 7 minutes to 8 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra, and the same number of minutes to the top of the hour, regardless of where you are. 7 minutes to the top of the hour. That tells that we are live and we are direct, and the whole world is listening. The Nigerian army executed our people. They said they gave them a reprieve. They didn't actually execute them. We want them to produce the 6 boys so they can say something to the world, so that we can know that they are alive. We need to know that they are alive. Please, very, very important, because nobody in their right senses, nobody in their right senses can believe anything that comes out of the mouth of the Zoological Republic, especially their army. There is one fool called MC Asuzu. He said he's a lecturer somewhere. He's a modern day version of Obabiasika, the same University of Ibadan. You know, that's where they groom proper Igbo saboteurs. Konkwan is University of Ibadan. That's where they groom them. There is this man at the University of Ibadan. His name is MC Asuzu. He wrote something about keeping Nigeria one. I don't want to go through all the nonsensical garbage the idiot was writing. He claims he's a lecturer, he's a librarian somewhere. He was, as usual, you go online, you copy, you paste, and then you join the grammar with is and by. And therefore, you jumble everything together. You're intellectual. He wrote absolute garbage here. And from the nonsense he's writing, he's trying to tell the world that I want to tell you, he's an Igbo man, Igbo, IGBO, Konkwan. He's in the University of Ibadan, the modern day Obabiasika. You know, I love when people write this disparagingly about me. I love it. I love to read it because it amuses me a lot, and it reminds me that I shouldn't fail. You know, that's why I read it. That's why I love it. It reminds me as to why we cannot fail. That is why you need opposition and criticism. It keeps you on your toes all the time. It makes you conscious and aware of how many people that want you to fail. And when you think about it, you become energized. Now listen. After this man must have finished writing his junk, he's an Igbo man, no? He's complete and useless Igbo man. After writing all his junk, he came, he said, unfortunately, one young man, I am 53 years old, but they call me a young man because my God loved me so much that he made me as handsome as I am. So of course some of them are jealous. So if we cannot say, give you your dues, because of the way you look, we are going to say you're a young boy, and I love it. May I continue to remain young. You see, I don't know what people actually bother themselves. When people say that young man, I claim it, I claim it. I say, oh, in the name of the Most High. When you say that small boy, I love it. That is why I look small every year. Despite the fact that I'm 53 years old, I look very, very young. Because you don't know, it's when people say you're small that you look small, you look young. Please don't let people say you're old. Though. Once they say you're old, you start looking like the hotelier. Unfortunately, this man wrote, Asuzu, one young man in the southeast whose section of the country has been considered by the present federal government as the primary and first target of their envisaged national military conquest allows himself to be fooled. The Igbo man writing, I allow myself to be fooled into the asshole of that thinking. He's speaking English. This is what a whole Guardian newspaper published. Guardian of all people allowed such words to be used on the publication. Do you know that this man is an intellectual, so to speak? Intellectual, the tongue one. These thinking ones, intellectual in Ibadan. He's writing. So this man is telling us that he doesn't see anything wrong with Fulani in our towns and villages, raping our mothers, building their settlements. He says nothing wrong. He's in Ibadan. And I don't know why bandits and kidnappers cannot go and catch such a person. And they killed that young prince that came back to his hometown all the way from Atlanta in Georgia, USA. When there are food. His name, find this man for me. MC Asuzu. One complete idiot. He said that we are fooled into thinking that the Fulani want to conquer us. He's an intellectual at Ibadan. Hey, Igbo, who did this to you people self? This your self-hate. You want your people to be conquered. Who did this thing to you? Who, I'm asking you? Who did this to you? You hate anyway people who can rise up one morning and decide to use their grandmother for ritual. I mean, what would they do? Very sad indeed. This man went on to say maybe he's working for Britain. So he's talking about me. In Guardian newspaper, this is their opinion column. So he organizes a guerrilla warfare outfit and talks a lot of rather very silly and militarily incoherent responses to these other Buhari military stratagems within a so-called. He has written like one idiot that I know. He's after messing up with words, you call him an intellectual. To us, he is an intellectual. Mad people everywhere. I am simply defending my villages and my towns. I'm defending the East. That's all. He says I'm fighting Buhari. Intellectual in the University of Ibadan, where they groom saboteurs from young. Anybody who went through University of Ibadan is a potential saboteur. Sabo, betrayer and the traitor. That's why they groom them. This one is there. I don't know. Maybe he's a librarian or he works in the zoology department. I don't know. He has written. And a security network that was formed to protect our mothers when they go to the farm. A security network formed to drive away illegal terror encampments in our land. Somebody is saying something completely different from our objectives. He's an Igbo man. Maybe he wants to be a minister or maybe a commissioner in your state by betraying your own, by writing rubbish. Now, what Britain will do is they will take it and say, oh, can you see what this man wrote? This MC Asuzu, find his picture, please. This MC Asuzu is an Igbo man. He doesn't believe in what Kano is doing. He doesn't believe. They are all for one Nigeria. That was why he wrote this junk. Does it bother us? Of course not. As I told you before, now Okwabawan will live to Kenya. If you keep frog or a toad, you are giving that toad a lift because it's going to jump anyway. All these things, they energize us. They infuse us with courage and determination. I never take these things as anything at all because we are determined and very resolute. Either Biafra comes or we all die. It's as simple as that. Some people speculate. They don't even know where I am. They are just speculating to dampen your spirit. They write all junks they know you're a black person. Once they write something into your spirit will go down. But I thank Elohim for IPOB. Very resolute and determined. These people, history shall remember you people forever and ever. The history of Africa will never be complete without IPOB being mentioned. You people single-handedly stopped the zoo from being swallowed up by Fulani Janjaweedism. You are immense. You know me, I like good news and bad news. In those days when you write a term paper, or when you write an essay, as it's called in the UK, if you write something, let's say they ask you to choose a topic to write about, and you submit your paper having either extolled the virtues or castigated that very subject that you're treating. When you give it to your lecturer, he or she will say to you, no, that you are not balanced. It means that you have to weigh the pros and the cons. You have to tell us the good and also the bad. And then in your conclusion, you tell us why you have fallen for either side of the argument. You can never come and say something is good, there must be something bad about it. So that is why it's always good to have balance. Always take the praises with the criticisms that comes along with it. It's a very beautiful blend. It's very good. And that is one thing that IPOB, this evening I'll talk about IPOB so much because they single-handedly saved every indigenous ethnic population in Nigeria from falling at the feet of Fulani Islamic Janjaweedism. That is why I honor IPOB. And there is something else that happened in Edo which is very, very critical. And also Bayelsa. Our mothers in Bayelsa are protesting. Those in Edo are protesting. Tomorrow now, when the history will be written as to how this revolution started, people will not remember that it was Bayelsa and the Edo women that started street protest against what the Fulanis are doing. So I want us to place it on record, please, that when the history of this new phase of revolution that is coming is written, we must acknowledge Igoromi women and also those in Bayelsa for their courage, their fortitude, and their determination. They came out on the streets to protest. And we must also encourage what ESN is doing. Protecting also is a very difficult task, but they're doing it very, very well. And as we have always known, they will come. The Janjaweed will come with everything. The police, the army, they will try to intimidate. The whole thing will last about 8 months. And then after that, they will give up. We know how they work. We know their psyche. We know their brain. They will try everything. They will use the traditional ruler. They will use the governor. They will use the politicians. They will use this slave. This MCS. Find the idiot's picture, please. We want to find him and ask him if he wants to take over from Opa Abiasika, because Opa Abiasika, the arch betrayer during the war, was also a lecturer at University of Ibadan. Surprise, surprise. Bayelsa women must continue what they are doing. They are raping them, they are killing them in the farms, and anybody against ESN is also against our mothers, is also against our farmers, and we don't want that to happen. And in order to fool everybody, they have said to people, return home, northern elders tell headsmen. And you think they're going home? Is that what you think? Is to lure you into a false sense of security, and then they strike. They're not going anywhere. That's the way they behave. If they leave today, I'll be the happiest man in the world. And as they are going, all of them in our bush, I said there will be no illegal settlement in our. It doesn't matter what you say. I don't give a damn what you're going to say. It doesn't matter what you say. If you are in the bush, we have how many days? Is it 9 days we have? Or is it 10 days? If you are living in the bush, we don't care where you live. You must come out into the township. If you don't do that, then anything that happens to you is your business. Every illegal settlement in the east will be dismantled. All of them. Nobody is ethnically cleansing anybody. We are asking them not to occupy our forests. Go to the townships, go to the cities, rent a house like every other human being and live there. It's as simple as that. Please, if you don't know what intellectual means, please try and Google it. There are idiots mainly from the east who join two words from the dictionary together and think that they're making sense when they are making an absolute mess of their own idiocy. They're everywhere, especially on Facebook. Return home, they are trying to trick you. If you fall for that trick, then you're finished. Allow every citizen to buy AK-47. There are some fools who are saying, oh, why are you armed? Why are you raising a militia? Not a security network, no. So even Mietiana that are doing the raping and the kidnapping, they have their own vigilante group. These intellectuals call them vigilante. But when we formed our own to defend our land, to stop our mothers from being raped, they call it militia. That's how you know a saboteur. Sabo Konkwa, that's how you know them. Sabon Tike, that's how you know them. They are working for the enemy. They are trying to use English language to deceive you. English that they cannot speak. Because do you know why I call Zoo people pseudo-intellectuals, as Ojukwu referred to them? Or half-baked intellectuals. You see all that grammar that they write, when you read it as, hey, Ziki, Kwoncha. If you want to know how daft they are, just simply thrust a microphone in their face and ask them to make a sentence or to make a speech. All that grammar that you're seeing they are writing will disappear overnight. That tells you that they are not the owners of what they claim that they have written. That's how you know fake people from the real ones. Allow every citizen to buy AK-47, according to Governor Ishaku. Which state is this man from? Taraba State Governor Darius Ishaku on Wednesday asked the zoo government of Nigeria, or should I say all of them, the zoo government of the zoo, to allow all citizens to own licensed guns and AK-47 for that matter. What does that tell you? The zoo has fallen. The zoo has fallen. Is that very clear to all of you now? A governor in the north, they are Fulani Lord. A governor in the Darius Ishaku, I don't know if he's Fulani, of course it could be, who knows where he's from. He could, for all I know, he could come from Cameroon. And after the place beside, he joined the zoo. Nobody, we don't know who is you anymore. Or maybe he came from Niger, from Chad. This man is called Darius Ishaku. He's the governor of Taraba State. He's asking government to allow everybody to bear arms. And people have the guts to question the reason why ESN is bearing arms. Do you see the foolishness of some people? Even those that sent their murderers to come down south is now appealing that everybody should have a gun. Why is he saying it? He said that 15 local government chairmen in Taraba State paid him a condolence visit following the death of one of his colleagues who was kidnapped and subsequently killed by gunmen. So Janjaweed in the north, they are begging and pleading for guns to be made available to people to defend themselves. And some idiots are questioning why ESN should be armed. I can't. Hey, you believe a warrior. Foolishness everywhere. That tells you that the zoo is finished. And there is one thing that I do not like about this. I'm not going to do that because it's local politics, but I think it's very, very terrible. There is a particular man, he said he's a pastor. He was talking about, anyway, I'm not going to go into it. Let's leave. It's about electioneering, and we don't want to go into it. But there's something that actually amazes me. People ask us, why do you agitate for Biafra? Why do you do what you do and all the rest of it? And I say to my people all across the board, those from the north and those from central part of Biafra and those from the coastal region, have you ever asked yourself this question before? Why is it that Warri Seaport is not working? Why is it that Iguacha Seaport is not working? Why is it that Calabar Seaport is not working? Why? And you all believe in one Nigeria. Why is it that only Lagos Port is working? Because that is why I have regard for this new generation of Yoruba agitators right now, wanting to be free. Because there is something that's been going on, and I want to ask my Yoruba brothers this, please. Yoruba, I want to ask you a simple question. If the roles were reversed and only Calabar Seaport is the only viable and functioning seaport in Nigeria and Lagos is there, how would you feel? It's a simple question. How would you feel to come from Lagos all the way to Calabar to clear your goods and then take it to Lagos when there is Atlantic Ocean also and a port in Lagos? How would you feel? It's a simple question. If you can answer that question honestly, then you now understand the way we feel, that there is something wrong with the zoo called Nigeria. There is port congestion. Apapa, you cannot go through it. Every time it's congested. But you know, we have a seaport in Warri, one in Iguacha, Port Harcourt, and one in Calabar. But because some of you want to consume everything, you see, that little alliance you went into with Fulani, you scratch my back, I scratch your back, the rest can go to hell. It's unraveling now, you see. Can't you see that it's unraveling? How can you be comfortable to sit in a country and talk about equity, talk about unity, talk about fairness, when you people are the ones allowed to have a seaport? Is that fair? Is there any country of this world, and maybe apart from Germany, that is almost landlocked, where you have, I think it's only Hamburg, that is a seaport, where you only have one seaport? Britain, that you got independence from, they have seaports dotted everywhere. Why this level of wickedness? Why do people love to collude and connive with Fulani to cheat other people? Is that a good thing to do? Now Lagos is congested. The port is congested. Why don't you move some of those ships to go to Warri to offload? For those who are in Edo, those who are in Delta, to proceed to Iguacha, to Port Harcourt, to offload for the southeast, to proceed all the way to Calabar, to offload for people who are in that part of the world. What is wrong? Why this level of greed? Why, I'm asking. Now the port is congested. Is that a good thing? Do you see why we want to be Biafra? Why we want to be on our own? Because there is a level of insincerity and wickedness in Nigeria which I can't tolerate personally. Why should Lagos be the only viable seaport? Why? Answer that question. And I'm sure you can't answer it. You cannot, can you? And when people from the coastal region of Biafra talk about nonsense about Nigeria and other rubbish, I pity them. Stupidity of the highest order. Stupidity of the highest order. Nigeria's unity is a joke, a pathetic, wretched joke. Britain, that is supporting you to keep Nigeria one. How many seaports do you have in Britain? Southampton, Liverpool, just name it. It's all, just Google it. It's all over the place. But in order to punish the East, in order to make us prime targets for conquest, everything must go through Lagos. Is that fair? The same ship will offload in Lagos, and the same ship will go to Gabon. Will even go to Cameroon to offload. We'll go to Gabon to offload. Why not stop in Calabar or Port Harcourt, Iguacha or Warri? What is wrong with you people? What type of wickedness is this? Is this the type of country that I asked you, if I'm asking my Yoruba brothers, all of them, everybody, will you be happy if the only viable seaport in the whole of Nigeria were to be in Port Harcourt, in Iguacha? Will you be happy? You now come from Lagos to Iguacha to clear your goods. Will you be happy? Supporting evil is not good, you know. It is not a good thing. I'm saying this thing because I love the Yoruba people. I love the Yoruba race. Those that I respect today, they're all Yoruba people. But there is a level of injustice you can't allow to continue. It is evil and it is not good. And that is why we want Biafra. I'm sure that you can understand and relate with that. And somebody said, in continuation of what I'm saying, the insecurity in Nigeria, you should blame the Yoruba people for the emergence of Buhari. It is called political expediency, and I'm very, very happy today that such nonsense will not happen again. That this revolution we are about to embark upon, or we have embarked upon, will continue and survive any effort by Tinubu to try to hijack it for his own purposes. Come 2023, that we stay very strong and very resolute. Remember the generations unborn and do the best we can to ensure that we leave a future for them that everybody will be proud of. A future of freedom, prosperity, progress, camaraderie, togetherness, and oneness, in truth and in every honesty. That's what we want. Nothing more, nothing less. Kazaure, who's he? He gave an interview. He said that the North knew that Buhari was a spent force. He was idiotic Senator Ibrahim Kazaure. The North knew Buhari lacked the capacity for leadership. They knew it. The North knew that he couldn't lead. This is from some people. Ibrahim Kazaure, who put Buhari there, and today they're killing us, today they're killing Yoruba people, was those who were foolish enough to follow Tinubu. Here we are now, and everybody is suffering. Everybody is in pain, and everybody is complaining. And that is why we must bring this whole nonsensical zoological republic to an end, because the more Nigeria lives, the more people are going to die. It is a country of not just wickedness and unbridled thievery. They have taken stealing to a whole new level altogether. None of they don't produce crude oil. They dig up crude oil from the ground. Instead of taking it to the nearby refinery, which is at One, they take it to the ones that I have built in Morocco and in England and in Equatorial Guinea. They refine it there, and the money they used to build all these refineries came from Nigeria, mind you. Let's call it Nigeria. They stole the money from Nigeria. They went out to go and build refineries with it. Now export the same crude oil outside, refine it, bring it back, and pay themselves what's it called again? What is that thing they call it? Oh my goodness, is it old age or what? Subsidy. But there are 4 refineries. 4 refineries. 4. And now let me shock you. Those 4 refineries, how much did they cost to maintain for last year? I'm just asking. The total value of output by the refineries for the period under review was 0. But they recorded operating deficit of 5.49 billion naira. The refineries are there, they're not doing anything. But you still paid the Janjaweed managing it 5.49 billion. Now, what happens to crude oil when it comes from Nigeria? They send it abroad to refineries, but meanwhile, they have their own. They refine it, and as the fuel, as the spirit is coming back, you now pay a subsidy on it. Tell me which country on this earth is more idiotic than Nigeria? There's absolutely none. And on that note, we make every assertion, every claim that the only alternative is freedom for all ethnic nationalities trapped in the damnable zoological republic. And for that very reason, there is no other option than freedom. I thank all of you for listening this very day. Next time we're going to get it right. Next time we're going to try as much as possible to also broadcast via Twitter and also Instagram. But I must thank you all for listening. And for those of you who are going to propagate this very message, I wish you all the very best. We are not going anywhere. ESN is not going anywhere. All the propaganda in this world they can bring to bear on our activities, we are not stopping. If they kill us, we are going to kill them. Many of them. I can assure you of that. Anything they want, we give to them. And with all the love in my heart, from me, from here, on this glorious evening, it is good evening. I must bring to the attention of the whole world, because we are saying all these things, not that the world will do anything, not that the UN themselves will do anything, not that anybody will do anything about coming to our rescue. We are saying it that they may bear us witness, that heaven and earth may bear us witness. This evening, for those of you in Biafra land, or this mid-afternoon before we came on air, we received a very disturbing news that the man, the zoo army and the police that Hope Uzodinma sent to go and destroy a synagogue, a house of prayer in Olo, that they have been able to find the man where he has been in hiding with the family and arrested him. The zoo army and the police just did that a few minutes ago. We are saying it so that the whole world will be able to know. The man who was arrested, the high priest, is Cletus Egole, and the wife, Reverend Rosalind Egole. Priest Cletus Egole, Reverend Rosalind Egole, Ngozi Chukwu Mbenwa, Elo Ikechukwu, Sandra Nwachukwu, Nwachukwu Confidence, Promise Nwachukwu, Solomon Nwachukwu, Peculiar Nwachukwu, all of them were abducted by the army of the zoo, and I'm sure they will add these ladies here to the list of those they are holding already, those they are raping every morning, noon, and night. They have just abducted them at the orders of Hope Uzodinma this very day. This was the man that his synagogue, his church was destroyed. The wife is a Reverend Rosalind Egole. They have taken them to maybe to Obinze, and from there they will move them to the north to commence the rape of these very women, as they have been doing to over 50 women already. We have their testimony. We have it on tape. A lot of things are happening. A lot of abominations are happening. The world has turned a blind eye. They will not come to our rescue. They will not listen. It has fallen upon us to try to defend ourselves, and that is exactly what we're going to do. Hope Uzodinma, if you know who he is, if you know who George Obiozo is, you must tell them that this reverend, this very priest must be released immediately, along with those who have been arrested. If they are not released, anything you see in Imo State, you will take from us. Anything they see in Imo State, they will take it from us. I am warning everybody, all you idiots, those who are fond of talking rubbish all the time. This family has been abducted. For those of you Efunefos, all these intellectuals, these idiots that cannot reason. Our people, do you know that Biafran women are in military barracks in the north? I have their names. They are being raped as we speak. 2, we managed to secure the release of 2 of them. If you listen to their testimony, believe you me, anywhere you see a Nigerian soldier or police, you cut off their heads. I'm telling you the truth. Those people are evil. They are raping our sisters and our mothers as I'm talking to you right now. And we have all their names. They are moving them from one barracks to the other. Now they have moved them to DSS headquarters in Abuja. These are Biafran women, Igbo women, that they are taking turns to rape. As I'm talking to you right now, that is what is happening. That is why we must be guarded in our approach. Everything we do, we must be very vigilant and very careful. Any traditional ruler, any PG of any community, anybody who is in support of what is happening in the damnable Zoological Republic is our enemy and enemy of God as well. In heaven. Anybody who is against what we are doing, you are against God Almighty in heaven. And you can never go scot-free. They have taken these families. If you know Hope Uzodinma, tell him, before you start writing your stupid grammar on Facebook, go and tell Hope Uzodinma and George Obiozo that nothing must happen to this family. They must be released. Their synagogue was demolished. It was demolished. And now you have gone and arrested them. I'll give you their names once again, so that when it starts, you will not say you were not warned. You must release High Priest Cletus Egole, Reverend Rosalind Egole, Ngozi Chukwu Mbenwa, Elo Ikechukwu, Sandra Wachuku, they took them because Fulani wants to start raping them from tonight. That's what I've been doing to our women. Those that we can give to them. People. People don't understand why we do what we do. They think we are doing this just for the sake of it. We are doing what we are doing because that is what we have been mandated to do by heaven itself. You must release Sandra Wachuku, Confidence Wachuku, Promise Wachuku, Solomon Wachuku, Peculiar Wachuku. We know you're holding them. I swear on my life, if you do not release them, Imo State will burn. Imo State will burn. It will burn and burn and burn. If you know Hope Usadimagan, tell him. If you know the idiot who is commanding the army somewhere in Obinze, cowards and kidnappers, go and tell those fools to release the women and children they have just abducted. In Olu, this evening, I am warning you, if you do not release them, Imo State will burn. It will burn. That army of the zoo you want to move down, you will move it down into Imo State and they will die there. We will sit and say, don't think you're Yoruba people with all this nonsense you're doing in Yoruba land. If you try us, you will die in our land. We will bury you there in our land. Go and ask them. They were running away yesterday night. They ran away yesterday night. They said they were patrolling around Olu. We came into Olu and they ran away. All they did was to come back this evening, to disguise, to come back this evening, to come and abduct innocent civilians. They cannot fight Boko Haram. They cannot fight ISIS. They cannot fight Fulani bandits. Nothing is to come and be displaying force against civilians. The same thing they did at Lekki Tollgate earlier today. The same thing they did at Lekki Tollgate. And for those of them who were making noise about the involvement of IPOB and Biafrans in the NSAS protest, have you now seen that we didn't issue any orders for Biafrans to go to Tollgate Lekki? Has it not crumbled? Has he not crumbled? I'm asking you. Has he not crumbled? You saw their police well kitted in full military regalia, displaying all their armaments. The same thing they cannot do in Sambisa Forest. The same thing they can never do anywhere else. But they are in Lekki Tollgate, displaying their, should I say, their power and their might against unarmed civilians. In Nigeria, if you want something done, if you want to defend your right, you must be armed. You need weapons to defend your right, or else they will trample upon it. Those people do not reason. They don't understand. And for some of you fools supporting what the zoo has done or is doing around Lekki, let me remind you, the same way this very generation is fighting for what Ojukwu saw over 50 years ago is how you and your children in years to come will be fighting against injustice because of your duplicitous complicity with what is happening right now in Lekki. All of you are there. When soldiers come to abduct civilians, you are just looking. When the police come, taking some of you one by one, your others will just be there watching. You are just watching. You are dealing with animals. Nigerian authority, these are wild, they are worse than animals. You cannot allow them. How many policemen were there? How can you allow them to be arresting people? I know that Macaroni, the comedian, was arrested as well and taken away. All they are doing is to frighten you. You don't understand these people. You don't understand their mentality, their psychology, the way they reason, the way they talk, the way they operate. You don't know. This is a zoo. The only thing they understand is force. In Nigeria, you fight force with force.
Being under attack, and finally we are back. As we are going to wait for our viewers to join back, we are going to go on commercial, which is very, very important. This commercial will take just 2 minutes before we start. We apologize because, when it comes to tech, anything can happen. When the enemies are angry and they are not happy with the progress that is being made on Biafra restoration, you see what is going on now will be going on. But we are very resolute. Giving up is never in our dictionary, and we are going to continue. And on this note, just 1 minute, 40-something second commercial, and we are back. Don't go away, please. Oyendu, again, again, we encounter it. I think we have to start without going any commercial.
Yes, please, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, the commercial is not coming. It's not coming up, so we just have to start.
Let's start. Yes, let's go.
And on this note, I am going to. We have actually done an introduction and all that, so we apologize, our viewers. We deeply apologize. This is nobody's fault at all. This is nobody's fault at all. On this note, we are going to start this program based on three principles. I'm still waiting for you to appear on the screen.
I'm here now, I believe.
Yes, so we are starting based on three principles. The first principle is the freedom of speech. We are going to visit, what the freedom of speech says, especially most of the international laws about the freedom of speech. And then after that, we go to the state formation, what is being recognized as state. What is the statehood when people, a group of indigenous people or people of same ethnic group are agitating or wanting the freedom or independent or sovereignty state. We are going to go very briefly on that, and then the third one will be on the international standard. The international standard of freedom of first, the international standard of freedom of expression. Two is what the IPOB has filed in 2016 to the International Criminal Court. This communication was done in 2016 by Professor Goran Slota and Andrew Lunazi. You are very, very conversant with that. And then after that, we start the program. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Why do we have to make references to these three issues I've mentioned here? Is because a lot of people will say that, okay, what you have to do it this way, you have to do it that way, wait for international community to intervene and all that. But we want to tell them this evening that all these things they are saying, IPOB under your leadership has done even more than expected, and there is nothing to show for it anywhere today. You have written to International Criminal Court. You have hired some of the best lobbyists all over the world. You have done all this, and today we are going to show it to the public for the very first time, the application filed to the ICC in 2016. I know you'll be very surprised that I'm talking. Are you hearing me?
Loud and clear, Simon. I'm hearing you. Please.
So I'm going to put the application IPOB under your leadership filed to the International Criminal Court in 2016.
Yes.
We are only going to read because it is about 93 pages. Mm-hmm. So when people are talking, they are saying something they know nothing about. They don't know how far you have gone with the IPOB, especially to get justice for what the Nigerian government has done to our people. So today I am going to release only one tip of the iceberg, and I'm doing it for the very first time on this program. It's going to be on the screen very shortly, because this program is going to be completely different than what normal what we have been doing all this while. Is going to be completely different. And then also, if the attack is too much, that they couldn't allow us to do something, or do it the way I wanted to do it, then what we have to do is that we may have to reschedule, and I will set up a Zoom, because I'll be getting a lot of messages from different media as I'm talking to you right now. I'll be getting a lot of messages from different media houses, and they are telling me what to do. They are telling me to do this and do that. So if this doesn't work out, we have to now.
We can have a discussion, and then we can present the evidence afterwards. We can have a discussion today, and then the evidence will be presented later.
Exactly.
But I do thank the viewers and listeners for their patience. They've been patiently waiting, and I can see that the numbers are back up again to where it was before we were rudely interrupted. But we must proceed. We must proceed. Yes.
So before we go forward, could you tell our viewers a little bit about this application I've just mentioned to you, filed in 2016?
In 2016, our lawyers, should I say our attorneys in Europe, approached the ICC to make or to present a very compelling case about the human rights abuses being perpetrated by the Nigerian government against the people of Biafra. As you well know, Gordon did a very wonderful work. That was in 2016. Also in 2017, additional work was done by our lawyers here in the United States of America. In 2018, additional work was done by our lawyers back home. In 2019, we hired one of the top human rights lawyers in the world to litigate this very matter before the ICC against the Nigerian government. In that same 2019, and as you said, I believe for the very first time, I'm providing clarity on this very matter, I went to the ICC myself. I was deposed. I told them exactly what was happening. They said we shouldn't discuss it when we go outside, and we've been waiting since 2019. We're in 2021. And instead of doing something about the very relentless pursuit of the Biafran people, the Nigerian government has been emboldened, the zoo has been emboldened into killing our people, not just killing us. We have now arrived at a situation where our women are being abducted and raped in the north because ICC failed to do something for how many years now? 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. We hired people in The Hague on a permanent basis, paying them tons of money to be collecting all this evidence against the Nigerian government for the sole purpose of bringing this matter before the ICC, at least for them to investigate. But due to the overwhelming political pressure on them, they have not been able to do anything about it. The only reason why they issued some kind of statement a few weeks ago, or should I say a couple of months ago, was because of the NSAS protest. If not, they would have mentioned it. I am in the United States of America, where we've hired a very top lobbying firm at Washington, D.C. at huge expense, I must tell you. You also know about the submissions we made to United Nations. Angela Calamar's report, everyone has read it. We went there, IPOB, she mentioned IPOB and Biafra. You can see that report on human rights abuses in the zoo. I have been to Geneva. I've sat down with United Nations officials in Geneva. I have been to the EU. Most of them have been to the House of Lords to make a presentation before Baroness Cox. I have been to Capitol Hill here in the United States of America, in Washington, to present our case. So where else do you want us to take our cases to before something is done about it? These are the things that people don't understand. Most of the contracts, most of the work we are doing, you cannot see them. You cannot write about them or talk about them. Even not for this very program, I won't be discussing this. But it's about time our people realize that we are doing all we can to present all this catalog of abuse and degradation before the conscience of the international community. But unfortunately, Britain is working for Nigeria. There is what I call a climate of neocolonialism still prevalent in Nigeria, and they still see Nigeria as a contraption they created. They still see Nigeria as a place they can come to Biafra and take our oil and gas without paying for it. Therefore, anything that can sustain the false unity of Nigeria is what they are going to encourage. They see Biafra agitation as an antithesis to that very plan which they have, which is to keep this contraption together for them to have unfettered and unrestricted access to our resources. And that is what has been happening. But unfortunately, our people are not intelligent enough to understand it. Every year we spend money. We have somebody in The Hague right now collecting all the evidence, the rape cases, everything, all the murders, all the unprovoked attacks and invasions, everything. But for ICC to call up that very case is another problem. When I say that Biafra is going to be the last miracle on earth, people don't quite understand what I mean by that. Biafrans don't know the number of people and forces against them. They don't understand it. Those of us at the cold face of this struggle, deep inside it, we know who our enemies are, and they are numerous. But I am very, very confident of victory, because the God we serve is the one that made this very universe, and his words must prevail. And on that very promise, we anchor our hope, we rest all that we are doing to restore Biafra. And we know that in the end that Biafra will come. We have a lot of enemies, you know. We've not done anything to them. It's Biafrans that built America. We built this very country that I'm in today. Biafrans built the United States of America. The majority of all the hard-working free men and women they took from the western coast of Africa, they shipped them to the USA. They are the ones that made this country great. So they see something in us that we cannot see. They know we are very productive. They know we are hardworking. But above all, Britain knows that we are blessed. It is that blessing from God that Britain doesn't want to see rise up in Africa. And that is why they're using very primitive Fulani people to try to suppress us. You saw yesterday that Britain, BBC was advertising army positions, asking you, even telling you what you can get the forms to join the Nigerian army. And I know that BBC functions on tax, or should I say license fee payers money in the UK. They don't accept any advert. So how come BBC Pidgin in Nigeria is advertising for people to join the army of Nigeria for free? Because they are, of course, agents of neocolonialism. They are working for Britain. They want Nigerian army ranks to swell up so they can suppress any measure of uprising against the very decaying, crumbling, damnable zoological republic. What our people need to realize is this. What we go through on a daily basis to ensure that our cases are heard all over the world is immense, everywhere, especially here in the USA. But if the world continues to turn a blind eye and they continue to kill, to rape, to murder, to slaughter people, to take our land, do you expect us to put our hands and do nothing? The answer is no, of course. We must fight because we have our backs now against the wall, and that's what we're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ohamadike, one of Biafra. Another thing I want to, this is just an introduction to what we are going to discuss this evening. Another thing I want to ask you is that, there is a man called Peter Smithers. Peter Smithers in 1998. In 1998, wrote a Nigerian lesson from Sasmitas. Sasmitas said the negotiation that the Nigeria as a state was a grave mistake. After 40 years, it is clear that this was a grave mistake which has cost many lives and will probably continue to do so. It would have been better to establish several smaller states in a free trade area. The exculpation, it must be said, that we did not then have the examples of the collapse of Yugoslavia and of the Soviet Union before our eyes. This was a man who was the parliamentary private secretary to the Minister of State and the Secretary of State in the colonial office 1952 to 1959. Can you tell us more about what you feel he is trying to do here?
What he's trying to do is to draw our attention to the incompatibility of the various ethnic nationalities you have that make up Nigeria, but more importantly, to draw our attention to the irreducibility of value system in determining who should belong with who in any nation. It's quite interesting that he used Yugoslavia as an example. The funniest thing that people don't understand about Yugoslavia is that they are all one Slavic people. They are all Slavic people, as you have with Russia and Bulgaria and all the rest of it. They are all Slavic people. They are one people, one race. They are predominantly Christians. Of course, you have in Bosnia and Herzegovina, during the march of Islam into Europe, that a few of them became Muslims, as you have in some parts of Kosovo and also in Albania. What I am trying to point out is this: these people who are one race, predominantly one religion, cannot live together in a country called Yugoslavia. How about people who are from Senegambia and goodness knows where else? Not the same language, not the same religion, not the same traditions, not the same culture, absolutely nothing. How can you make these people become one nation? Is not possible. That is something we've talked about before, that most Africans don't seem to pay much attention to. We are tribal animals by nature. Africans are tribal by nature. That is why every Christmas, every New Year festival, every August, we travel back to the village. Even if you live in Kaduna, somebody will ask you, where are you from? You say, I'm from Ihioma. Because that is where your ancestors come from. In Africa, we come from where our ancestors come from. But white Europeans can travel to Australia and they're comfortable. They're from Australia. They can travel to New Zealand, they're from New Zealand. They're okay with it. But even if you take us to New Zealand and we stay there for 1 million years, if you ask us where we come from, I will come from Ipob. That is something that is very unique to Africa, and nobody can take that away from us. And that is something that most people do not understand nor have an appreciation for. That is why in Africa, everywhere you go to, be it in Kenya, in Ethiopia, in South Africa, everywhere, people still talk about tribe till tomorrow morning because we are different. So rather than trying to experiment with us, this sort of very colonial, artificial construct, because mind you, all states in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, are all racist constructs. Those that developed or created Nigeria, that created Togo, that created Ghana, they had racism in mind, not your interest. And this is what we've been trying to explain to African people. If not, why would we go to Lagos during a revolution, or should I say a mini revolution, a protest? And people of Lagos, the people are saying, oh, that Igbos came here to destroy their buildings. But you are all one Nigeria, you claim. These are the things that people need to appreciate. We don't want Fulanis in our land. For the simple reason that we don't want to dilute.
Attention, attention. IPOB, one family. This and that.
Can you hear me?
Sorry about that.
It's okay. What I'm trying to point out, Simon, is this. Forget about all the one Africa. I'm a Pan-Africanist. But we need to start organically. We need to go back to where we come from and begin to build a consensus from the grassroots. If Biafra want to join Oduduwa in forming a nation, we look at all the pros and cons and then reconcile all these things, and then we move together as one. Look at Britain that gave Nigeria, so that colonized and still owns Nigeria till tomorrow morning. Scotland wants to be on their own. Wales will be on their own very soon. Northern Ireland will live to be on their own. That is human nature. You cannot take it away from us. The only reason why they have Nigeria together the way it is, and why we have been complaining, and why authors and great commentators like the man you alluded to has not gotten any traction in terms of people being able to understand and appreciate what we're saying, is because of the way we reason. I say this all the time. Professor Wole Soyinka, a great literary giant, I would say, came out the other day to say that he is fed up, there is war on his doorstep. He knows very well, as an intellectual, so to speak, that the reason why the war is on his doorstep is because Nigeria is flawed. If Oduduwa were to be on their own, do you think somebody will go to, any cow will go to Soyinka's farm to eat the cabbage or the carrot? It won't happen. These are things that we need to understand. That first and foremost, we are tribal animals because life as we know it started in Africa. We are attached to the land we come from. That is who we are. Because the white man can be born in England and come to America to settle for life and say he or she is an American, doesn't mean we have to follow them. Thank you.
Thank you, Onyendu. Now let us now go from the fundamental in the sense that, you know, when people are hearing that we are agitating for Biafra, we want Biafra, some of them in the West, we say the political elite are not shouting Biafra, that they are only those who are in diaspora, you know, like civilized ones are the ones shouting for Biafra. And this is a fact a lot of people don't know. When you look at it, you find out that 99% of people in Biafra are shouting Biafra. 99% of Biafrans in Nigeria are shouting for Biafra. Only 1%, not even up to 1% of this so-called elite. These are the politicians that have been benefited from Nigeria. Now, I want us to look at how will disintegrated Nigeria favor the region before we come into the crisis and the lives that have been lost as a result of trying to keep one Nigeria. Can you tell us, how do you think that a disintegrated Nigeria will favor the Fulani themselves, the Hausa themselves, the Middle Belt, the Oduduwas, the Biafrans, and any other nation that will want to come out of Nigeria? Explain to us. Let us hear.
Before I came on this your fantastic program today, I read a very brilliant piece, or should I say a comment by somebody. The person said that Nigeria is the only place he knows where yesterday is better than today. Ask yourself, at which point in Nigeria's history did they record the highest level of human development? It was when they were on their own, when they were semi-autonomous regions. So there is an already made example there for people to reference, should they wish to do so. It was when this unitary mindset came into existence that things started to fall apart. So if when you were on your own, the North was doing very well, or the West was doing very well, Opera had the fastest growing economy in the world at nearly 48% every year. Awolowo did his magic in the West. Now tell me, you have a simple example. When people were, should I say, semi-autonomous, or should I say autonomous, so to speak, they were doing very well. Now you are together in one Nigeria. Everything is falling apart to the extent that people are coming from Mali, from Senegambia, from Niger, from Chad, in your backyard, raping and killing you. It It's a no-brainer. It's simple common sense. As I said before, that is who we are. Because once you allow an element of stress, an infusion of competition, you get the best out of the people. Right now, we do not have that. Right now, there is no competition. Right now, this thing about one Nigeria, unity is stifling the creative potentials in us, all of us. Yoruba is not doing well. Biafra is not doing well. Middle Belt is not doing well. The North is not doing well. Nobody is doing well. Then you ask yourself, all these glorious reference to our past, what period was it? The only period was between 1960 to 1965. And then you had regions. Who can argue with that? So the more you separate, the more you look inwards, the more you look at yourself, the more you become self-reliant, the more do you know that in those days, all the regions that they had embassies abroad? Do you know that? Do you know Eastern region had their own embassies abroad with their flag? Are you aware of that? Most people don't know this. And that was the time that Nigeria witnessed a semblance of growth in terms of human development. Now you have a very, very, should I say, disgraceful contraption called one Nigeria. And everybody is struggling. Cows are making your lives a misery. If you don't know that going back to autonomy is the best way forward, then there is something wrong with that person.
Onyedu, thank you very much. Just because you know everything we do in Biafra, we stand by the truth. We do everything with evidence and fact. Just to back up what you have just said, I told you about 93 pages of application filed to the ICC. Barely few years of formation of IPOB, because this was in 2016. Barely 2 years, the foundation of Nigeria were shaken by the formation of IPOB and the activity of the IPOB in Nigeria. So on that ground, this application was filed in 2016 January. So I am bringing it to the screen now for people to see. For those who are asking, this is number one. The application has been filed 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and this is 2021. And there is nothing to show for it. And there is a place I'm going. I'm going somewhere with this statement I'm making now, which we are going to discuss, later on in this program. Now, when you read the introduction here, it says, one, this communication is hereby filed to the Office of the Prosecutor, the OTP of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, pursuant to Article 15 of the Rome Statute, the statute, by Professor Goran Slota and Andrew, on behalf of the indigenous people of Biafra, a movement dedicated to self-determination of a former Republic of Biafra in southeastern Nigeria, as well as on behalf of 17 individual citizens of Nigeria, the victims collectively, with the IPOB, the petitioner. Two, the petitioner submit that, based on the information set out herein, there is reason to believe that crimes against humanity within the jurisdiction of the ICC, in particular, murder, unlawful imprisonment, torture, enforcements, disappearance, other inhuman acts, and persecution have been committed in the context of politically and ethnically motivated state violence against primarily IPOB members and the Ipob people of southeastern Nigeria. Due to the absence of domestic criminal proceedings, with respect to those potentially bearing the greatest responsibility for these crimes, in particular, but not limited to Nigeria current President Muhammad Buhari, and that was then, and in the light of the gravity of the act committed. Now, this is 93 pages, 93 good pages. The list can go on and go on. Factual evidences, citations, references, up to 93 good pages. And of course, like you said in the beginning, that you do not want to discuss this thing because a lot have been done and people are not aware of it. So just to let the public understand, what the IPOB have done all this while. When people go on social media to say IPOB under leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is doing this or they are not doing that, so this is just one evidence of it, that as far back as 2016, you have started taking actions which are necessary, lawful, and legal actions against the Nigeria terrorist state. But up to now, nothing is happening. But I'm still going to come back to why I am showing this thing, because the actions of today is as a result of the failure of the international community to heed to the call of the Biafra people, of which you have done honorably well in that aspect. So this is just a side comment on what you have said before. Now, going to what you've just said about how Nigeria, how it will benefit the other region and the component that makes up Nigeria, how it will benefit them when Nigeria is disintegrated. And you made mention of what you read, that Nigeria of yesterday, that yesterday is better than today. And that is very awkward fact. Very, very awkward fact that every president that comes to Nigeria, the last one will always be better than the new one. It's not only in the economic sector and all that. But the second question, or the third question I want to ask you is this. Now, looking at what is happening now, a lot of people don't understand what is going on in Nigeria. A lot of people still believe of course, they still believe somehow in Nigeria. They believe that the political structure of Nigeria is the major problem. And we, people following you, have a different view and a different opinion to this. And I think this is where the interest is clashing. Anybody that is shouting for Nigeria today believe that the problem is in the political structure. We are believing that the problem is not about political structure, but rather there is a motivated, or there is a premeditated act to take our land and turn it into Islamic State or Fulanize us. So we are not looking at the aspect of the political structure anymore. It is a struggle for survival of our people. I want you to shed more light on this, because those supporting one Nigeria must have risen. And the reason what we have seen is that they are thinking that the political structure of Nigeria is the problem of Nigeria. So can you tell us more about, that it is not the political structure, rather something they should know about?
Thank you, somebody. Something they know about, but pretend not to know about it. Everybody knows about the hegemonic tendencies of the Fulani Caliphate. We are well versed in the, should I call it, shenanigans of those people who are always expanding. There was a lecture that I gave that the Fulanis are the only people that continues to expand. Not expand in terms of population, but in terms of territorial influence and supplanting existing cultures and traditions with their own. When we say this, people say, "Oh, you're warmongering, you're profiling, and it is hate and all the rest of it." And I say it is pure nonsense. Look at the history of the Hausa people. Those of you that want one Nigeria, look at what is happening today in Kandem Borno, the place we call Borno State. Look at the fate of those of them in the Middle Belt. Look at the fate of those of them, our brothers and sisters in Yoruba land, Yoruba. Even the Caliphate left their footprints there many, many years ago in Kwara State. Many years ago, they overran Nupe people of Niger State. Many years ago, some of you don't know this, they forcibly tried to convert the Atta of a Gala to Islam. These things are there in our history books. They are everywhere. If one Nigeria means that our land should be surrendered to people from Senegambia, then death is a better option because it's not going to happen. We are the Biafran people, and within that Biafra, it contains a very unique race in the world called the Igbo race. They are very difficult, don't get me wrong, but they are very unique. Very, very unique. I don't think anybody is more stubborn than we are. I don't think anybody is more generous than we are. I do not believe that any race on this earth is more affluent in terms of natural blessing than we are. Anybody thinking they can use the guise of one Nigeria to take the land of our ancestors, that person is dreaming. Them and their cohorts, they are dreaming. And I will tell you why they're dreaming. They have tried before, over 300 years ago, to take that very land. They failed. Islam made it to the sea across West Africa. Islam made it to the Atlantic Ocean. The only place that Islam did not succeed in penetrating is the East. And when they came for that very jihad, we had no army at all. God Almighty in heaven fought for us. All their armies died. That thing they tried in Kwara State and succeeded, they tried it in Lower Benue, in Idoma and Igere lands, and they failed. All their armies died. The few that survived, they trekked back to Zaria from whence they came. I must warn anybody. All of these people agitating or saying, oh, we want one Nigeria, you are setting up yourselves to fail. You are as foolish as Hausa peasants. Hausa peasants did the same thing you're doing. Oh, allow them, give them land, give them cattle. By the time they woke up, all their kings were dead. Hausa kingdoms became Fulani Emirates. If you have Hausa governors, you have Fulani governors. Telling you we are Hausa Fulani, we are Hausa Fulani. And I keep asking myself, why is it that people don't see all these things? Is it because, of course, that is why we call them a zoo, because they are very foolish. Without apologies to anyone. Because if you are not foolish, history is there for you to reference. These people asking you for land, asking you for Ruga, maintain peace, let's stay in one Nigeria. What are their antecedents? What have they done in the past? Because where we come from, from their behavior in the past, you now know if you can trust them or not. But it's Britain that is behind the scenes, remoting everything that's happening in this room. I am a British citizen. I hold a British passport. I know there are good men and women in England. It is a land of conscience. It was English people that left Southampton to come to America to build America, the land of the free. English people, yes. They traveled on a ship called Mary Rose. They landed at a place called New England. Conscientious, honorable, God-fearing people. They were the ones that helped slaves to escape from the south to the north. English people. But there is a breed we have now. Blood-sucking demons. Their job is to hold Africa down. To hold a black person down. And how are they doing it? They don't want you to tamper with any of their creations in Africa, all these idiotic states, all these artificial boundaries they gave us in Africa. No, because that is the beginning of the chain that is holding us down, and they know it. And the question is, who is a Nigerian? And I will ask you a simple, I want you to contemplate something, Simon, for me. If I ask you now to go and prepare a Nigerian dish for me, what are you going to present? Because if you bring a Wedu soup, somebody from the East will tell you that is not their food. They're not even eat it. If you bring Afan or a big guy from, somebody from Kano State will tell you that is not our food. If you bring Tuwo, is it Tuwo Shinkafi or whatever they call it, somebody from the Middle Belt will say that is not our food. Ordinary food, there is no commonality. Is it the way they dress? So I keep asking myself every blessed day when I wake up, what is it that unites Nigeria together? And then I discovered it is two things. An innate desire to be corrupt, and secondly, stupidity. Those two things are very, very pivotal. They are the things driving the zoo. People talk about their founding fathers. When the Fulanis are talking, they say our founding fathers, and I keep asking them, Nigeria, your president, so-called, the dead Buhari, is older than the country. Where else in the world do you have a head of state that is actually older than the country in the 21st century? So tell me one place. Only in Africa. Because they came to Africa and they built all these contraptions, and now in our idiocy and stupidity as black people, we accepted it. As I keep asking all the time, can you go to Europe to build a country for them? They will hang you that same day. If you cannot do the same thing in Europe that Europeans did in Africa, then why are you accepting it? Why are you accepting it? The key thing here is the way we reason. That is the problem with the black man, how we reason. People talk about Nigeria as their country, talk about Nigeria as their nation, as if Nigeria has any legs to stand on in the first place. Nigeria it has no meaning. It is a very derisory meaning. It means something very terrible and very awful. If I ask in Yoruba language, tell me the meaning of Nigeria, you cannot tell me. If I go to Igbo language, tell me the meaning of Nigeria, you cannot tell me. But I know the meaning of England. It's the land of the English people. I know the meaning of France, or is the land of the French people. It's only in Africa they have all this garbage. And we are, after our university, after our so-called PhD, FFD, SSD, common to reason like a human being, we cannot. Those are the things we are fighting. And those are the things that our detractors are very, very uncomfortable with. And that is why today you must pat yourself on the back, and every IPOB member for that matter, for the very simple reason. At last, people are beginning to reason with this. All thanks to what we are doing. So don't mind them. When they go back into the privacy of their homes, they consider what we are saying is right. But outwardly, due to economic, political, or whatever thing that it is, they wish to toe the line of let's keep Nigeria warm. We are not fighting with anybody. All we are asking them to do is to reason for once in their useless lives to be able to. They say insult them. If an idiot, why won't I insult you? I'm asking you, go to a white man's land and tell them you want to create a country in Europe. That day they will roast you alive. In fact, they will first of all inject you. They will say you are not well in the brain. They came to our land, they divided Yoruba into three. Some Yoruba is in Togo, some Yoruba is in Benin Republic, some are in the zoo. You're telling me that a Yoruba man who is in Nigeria is more related to a Kennedy man who is in Borno, more than his own brother in the other side of Paraguay, in Porto Novo, in Benin Republic. They speak the same language, wear the same clothes, do eat the same food, everything is the same. But a white man, now we have French Yoruba, those who are in Benin Republic and in Togo. We now have English Yoruba who are in Nigeria. What type of God made us? And let me give you an example before I conclude on this very point. Simon, is this. Do you know that Togo used to belong to Germany before? Togo, they were Germans before. After the Second World War, they used Togo to compensate France because Germany lost the war. And these are human beings in Africa, for Christ's sake. I can't understand this type of nonsense. I can't understand it. And that is why I keep saying that the one of the greatest disasters to befall me in life is to come from Africa. We are people who do not reason. How can you have the same people? One part is French, the other part is English. Is English and is Yoruba and the French, are they the same people? The answer is no. And you're telling me that a Yoruba man inside Nigeria should be related with somebody in Borno State. Lord have mercy. Thank you very much, please.
Thank you very much, Onyendu. You have explained this thing very broadly. The point you have made very clear is that they knew that the problem of Nigeria is not based on political structure. They know it very well. The problem of Nigeria is that people are conquering our land and they are trying to take our land and convert convert us into Fulani nation and caliphate, and that will be resisted with everything we have. Now, the next thing I want to talk about or ask you about is, of course, like I said, we are going to get tough, this evening. We are going to say things that will provoke a lot of people. And on that note, I'm going to bring to the screen the international acceptable, or should I say, the Declaration of Human Rights on freedom of expression and freedom of speech. Now, when you look at what is going on in the zoo, they circulated some kind of threat letter to the medias in Nigeria, threatening them that you must not mention Fulani. When the Fulani have attacked and killed people, you must not mention them. So I'm going to read just very briefly a couple of these international laws. Like here, you see the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 19. Everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. Now, the same, another international covenant on human political rights, Article 19, everyone shall have right to hold opinion without interference. Everyone shall have the right to freedom of expression. The right shall include freedom to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas of all kinds, regardless of frontiers, either orally or written, or in print and in form of art, or through any other media of his choice. The exercise of the right provide for in paragraph 3 of this article carries with its special duties and responsibilities. It may therefore be subject to certain restriction, but these shall only be such as are provided by law and are necessary. For respect of right or reputations of others, of national security or of public order or of public health or morals. Now, in this particular B, when the state becomes the sponsor of terrorism, of course, there is always exceptional clauses. Now, the African Charter on Human Rights and People's Rights, Article 9, every individual shall have the right to receive information. Every individual shall have the right to express and disseminate his opinion within the law. The resolution 169 on repealing criminal defamation law in Africa by the Africa Commission on Human Rights and People's Rights, 24 December 2010, underlined that criminal defamation laws constitute a serious interference with freedom of expression and impinge on the role of the media as a watchdog, preventing journalists and media practitioners to practice their profession without fear and in good faith. Automatically, this failed in the Zoo Republic of Nigeria, commending state parties to the African Charter parties that do not have or have completely repealed insult and criminal defamation laws. Call on state parties to repeal criminal defamation. Of course, this is directly talking to Nigeria. Now, while I'm reading this, let us go to the European Convention as well, of Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Rights. If something is saying everyone has the right of freedom of expression, this right shall include freedom to hold opinions and receive and impart information and ideas without interference and all that. Then the American Convention of Human Rights, Article 13, is saying the same thing. I don't need to go further. The Asian Human Rights is saying the same thing. Now, I am not going to ask you a question for this, what I've just read now. I am not. It is not to ask you a question, but rather it is about what we are going to discuss from here. Now, looking at the Nigeria state today, you see that when it comes to international law, we have what we call the state-sponsored terrorism. We have state actor, non-state actors. Now you have in Nigeria who have been internationally recognized by different nations, by many nations, as aiding, abetting, and supporting ethnic cleansing, supporting terrorism by their action, inaction, body language, policies, and name them. Now it lies in the hand of the citizen of this country. When you have a state sponsoring terrorists against its citizen, it lies in the hand of the citizen to rise up and protect themselves. On this note, you set up the Eastern Security Network against the non-state actors, and we know that the state actors are also there, aiding and supporting the non-state actors. When we are talking about non-state actors, we are talking about the Fulani herdsmen terrorists, we are talking about the bandits, we are talking about whatever name you can name them, they are all the same thing. Now, how do we combat the state actors in the presence of what is going on in Nigeria now, that everybody knew that the state actors are very visible in the field? The Army General called T.Y. Danjuma said, Nigeria Army collude with bandits. You have to rise up, otherwise you will all be killed one by one. Do you want me to play the video so you can, recall your memory on it?
I'm aware of what T.Y. Danjuma said.
All right.
And he said we should all go and buy guns as well. He said
exactly.
Go and buy guns to defend yourself.
And not only him, almost everybody is advocating for everybody to buy gun. But that is not the point. What I'm trying to say is that when you have in a country where you have a state-sponsored terrorist, how do you now, make sure that your people are safe against a state-sponsored terrorism, like we see in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Before I answer that question, before you started, you read out some conventions and some laws guiding people by the UN, by EU, by Africa, and all these people. All these very fanciful, beautiful words. They are meant for human beings in Europe and in America, in Australia. That is where these things work. It was not designed for animals in Africa, where people do not reason very well, where people do not think very well. You have a country called Nigeria that domesticated into its laws the rights of indigenous people. Africa Charter on Human Rights, that gives you, Simon, the right to agitate for Tokonese Republic if you want. It is in the laws of Nigeria. You go to the court in Nigeria, a judge will be looking at this convention that is actually a law, domesticated into law, and he will charge you, or she will charge you, with terrorism. People don't understand the mess that we are in. In a short while, I will answer your question. But until people realize that what we've been saying from day one is correct, their lives won't be any better.
Before you go further, Amadike, before you go further in addressing that, you just made a point now about the self-determination. So let me also bring in the self-determination and read it a little bit for people who don't understand. Not for you, of course, but for people who don't understand.
So they know it's Nigerian law. It's in the laws of Nigeria. When you do, they say you're a terrorist. You are being treasonable. But it's in their law. Nigerian law says you can agitate for anything you like. It's there in their laws. Please go ahead.
Now, apart from that, Nigeria being signatory to all these international laws, because automatically becomes also they are compelled to respect that law. Here you have the right of a people to self-determination is a cardinal principle in modern international law and commonly regarded as a jus cogens rules. Now, these jus cogens rules we are going to go into now to tell you what actually, as you can see it, a peremptory norms is a fundamental principle of international law that is accepted by the international community of states as a norms from which no derogation is permitted. And when you look at this particular law or the treaty, I would say it is binding as such on the United Nations as authoritative interpretation of the charter, of the charter's norm. It states that people, based on respect for the principle of equal right and fair equity of opportunity, have the right to freely choose their sovereignty and international political status with no interference. Now, everybody knows why United Nations was formed in the first place in 1945. Is to maintain peace. Peace, you know, amongst nation and state. Now, before going into, you know, commenting on this, how do United Nations comes in? It is us that have to now educate them about their own laws. That the reason United Nations was formed is to maintain peace. Now, how do you maintain this peace in Nigeria? In Nigeria, in Sahel region, in West Africa, considering the status, considering the situation at the moment, what do you think that the United Nations should do to maintain peace in this region? Because that is exactly what they set them up after the World War.
Yes, what they're going to do to maintain peace is to allow people that want to go via their own UN supervised referendum, or referenda, which is the plural of referendum, to allow people to determine where they wish to belong to. We are in a world today where you can no longer shackle people to a dogma that is outdated. We live in a world where you can no longer compel people to do something against their will. That is called slavery. I do not see the reason why some people will still attempt to justify, you know, the clamping down or the demonization of freedom fighters in Africa. One thing you must bear in mind is this. There is a grand conspiracy going on. This is something that Africans must understand. You know the issue of CFA in West Africa, the French franc. France uses euros. But in Africa, the parts of Africa they control, they use French francs. The money that these people use, the currency, the paper currency itself, they mint it in Paris somewhere, and they bring it to Africa. France is a country that I love very much. They supported Biafra, as a matter of fact. I care about them. The problem in Africa, unfortunately, are we Africans. You don't expect these people to come down to solve anything for you. It's for you to solve it yourself. I remember I went to a very influential diplomat's office in Brussels, at the EU. I went to his office, and we presented our case about how they're killing us and everything, and that we are peaceful and everything. The man said, any day you people are serious, we will know. Do you understand the meaning of this? Any day you are serious, we will know. How can somebody come to your backyard, rape your mother, kill your sister? You're going to UN to go and complain to them. UN will say you're stupid. Don't you know what to do? It's only by repelling these demonic forces that the world cannot come in and say what is happening. If there is no war in Nigeria, UN will not talk. If there is no war in Nigeria, CNN will not cover it. If there is no war in Nigeria, there will be no emergency debate at the House of Commons. Never. At a time in your life, you have to say enough is enough. What we are asking for is defined in the law, and the law protects it. It's called jus cogens, which means in Latin, nobody can deviate from this. Nobody can. It is a fundamental right to agitate for your freedom. It's your fundamental right to do what IPOB is doing. No court, nobody can derogate from it. That is international law. which the zoo signed up to. But we are there every day deceiving ourselves. Let's go to court. We caught terrorists in what's their crime? Oh, they belong to IPOB. And you have a journalist, a Yoruba journalist that went to university condoning such evil. We are in Africa. We are conscientious, or people who should be conscientious, condone evil because of one consideration or the other. And I give it to white. Sometimes I say they say I am promoting white supremacy. No, I'm not. I am just being very factual. That is one thing that white people have that we Africans do not have. When you make a law, you keep that law. That is why that statue of woman you see all the time that is black, people don't know the meaning of it. You go to court, you see a woman with sword. On the left hand is maybe Holy Bible, I don't know, or Holy Quran. And you see that they covered her eyes. Go and check every law court. Do you know what it means? That the law is blind. So even you, as a judge or magistrate interpreting the law, you don't look at the ethnicity of those who are involved. You don't consider if they are rich or poor. You just interpret the law the way you see it. The law says that what IPOB is doing is correct. But somebody will go to police station and write and say, oh, they are terrorists. It's treasonable felon. Therefore, what is happening to us is coming from us, not from white people, not from anybody else. After all, the way that Britain is meddling into the zoo today called Nigeria is because we allowed it to happen. They're allowing it because Fulani is benefiting from it. Typical black people. And I must remind you that white people came to Africa. The Portuguese, the Spanish, the French, the British, the Germans, the Belgians, they came to Africa. The conquering army, the European conquering army that took over the whole of Africa, were not Europeans, they were Africans. They come into Africa and they use Africans to conquer Africans. It hasn't left us till today. And these are the things that we are fighting. That is why I keep saying that the best thing that IPOB could do for black people is to change the way they reason. Once you change the way they reason, you will see all the difference in this. Remember when we used to tell our Yoruba friends and brothers that the Fulanis are coming? Nobody believed us. They mocked us, they ridiculed us. They said, even today, if you watch channel television, mostly Yoruba journalists in channel television, they are making the exact same mistakes that allowed the Fulanis to come this far. They never rose up to condemn them. They never interrogated this Janjaweedism, this march of the Fulani. And as you were saying this, Simon, something occurred to me. Do you know that the Attorney General of the Federation of Nigeria is now advocating that the Fulanis must have a ministry for cows, a commission for cows? Are you aware of it? It's in Vanguard, Mr. And you're all in one Nigeria. 21st century, and we're discussing the movement of cows. There is no justification whatsoever. We are in the mess we are in today because we allowed it to happen. Any day we rise up and say enough is enough, the world will take notice. That's what we are doing. You asked about ESN. Why won't ESN come? The first rule in nature is self-defense. It is so common. It is called tort law. T-O-R-T, tort law. Which means that even a mad person knows about it. You don't need to go to court to justify yourself. You come to my land, you kill my mother, you rape my sister, you cut them into pieces, and then you go. When I confront you, you tell me you want Ruga. You want Fulani in every state in Nigeria. Who told you that? If you're going to give this preferential treatment to cattle raiders, then why not motor spare parts dealers all over the country? Why don't you give them land and give them loans? People say the truth in the zoo and they keep meandering, they keep hiding from it. After all these years, look at the likes of Modo. After messing up for years, now his eyes have suddenly opened. They now know that what IPOB has been saying is right. That's the thing with our people. No single apology to any idiots, wherever they may be in the world. I'm in America. I don't give a damn. No apology to any idiot anywhere they are. ESN has come to stay. We are going to die there, all of us. Let them bring that their nonsense to our land and we'll teach them a lesson. They can do that always in Yoruba land. They take their land and talk, bring it, we'll die there immediately. So they can see with their 2 eyes. Hausa may have fallen for them very cheaply and easily. Wagi or Gwari people may have fallen for them. Nupe may have fallen for them. Egala, some parts of it may have fallen for them. But you see the land of Biafra. We will not surrender Biafra, never, ever, ever. There will be no Ruga, no cattle movement of any sort, none whatsoever. They can bring all the families they like, they cannot settle in Biafra land. They can settle elsewhere, but not in our land. ESN has come to stay. Without apologies to any idiot, to any fool. We don't apologize to any idiot. For the, did you see the lady that was caught up in? They raped her and they cut her into pieces. Did you see it? Did you see our mothers being raped in Enugu? It's all over the place. They came to me, but they massacred our people. All we did was to cry, to write on Facebook, to, oh, please sign here. We want to petition the House of Commons. They told us to sign here. After signing, what happened? Our cases are there everywhere in the world. If you ask them, they say, no, we don't want Nigeria to break. No, we don't want. But America broke from British Empire. Canada is a free nation. Is that not correct? Under British influence before. Now you're telling me to do the same thing that you did to make America great. You're saying that I'm not doing it because you're white and I'm black. God punish the idiot. God punish the bastard. I'm saying it openly. What you did in America to make America great, what you did in Australia to make Australia great, what the French people did, because I'm a black man, you are telling me I have to give my land to a bunch of reprobates from the Sahel to rear their cattle in my village because I'm a Nigerian. God punish the idiot.
Oyendu, that is why we are backing every of your action and every of your decision. You know, we are going to make sure that we take a decisive measures and action, whether it is going to bring the international community or whether they will still write our story like they are, like we are writing their own story. It is something that we have to see. And because of what you just said now, there is, if you permit me, I will play just one video that is very, very important of our brother, you know, that also shed more light on what you just said now, making America great again, or making your people great, and you don't allow us to do our own. You know, that is something that we have to talk about often. You know, you cannot come and tell us not to do anything on our own, but in your own country, you want to do everything and make it the way you want. So let us play this video for our viewers to see. Very, very important. Very, very important. One moment. Oyendo, are you hearing this video?
I'm loud and clear. Yes, I can hear you very well. I'm here.
Because they don't want me to put it online. I've tried to pull it, so let me play the audio. So
yes,
at least.
Right. Sam, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you hearing the audio?
No, I can't hear it. No, I can't.
Oh, you can't hear it? Oh,
no, I cannot hear it. Maybe you can paraphrase it for me. Perhaps you can tell me what the audio is saying, or tell the listening public what the audio is saying.
So the audio, of course, the audio is saying that, you know, for those who are making commentary on Biafra, you know, it is not, they are not in the position to, you know, to tell Biafrans not to talk about Biafra.
Yes.
That especially the issue of the war and the experience and all that, that they are not in the position to talk or to tell Biafrans not to talk about Biafra. Rather, it is you know, the responsibility of Biafra people, either if they choose to forgive. That it is not, you are not in position as somebody in America, you are not in position, somebody in Europe, you are not in position, somebody elsewhere in Nigeria, you are not in position to come and say, do not talk about Biafra, because you are not at the receiving end. You did not, you know, you did not participate or feel, you know, the pain of Biafra. You are not a victim. So allow the victim of Biafra to talk. If they decide not to talk again, it is them that should decide not to talk about it. Not somebody who did not feel the pain or who did not fall a victim of the killings by the terrorist government of Nigeria to come to say, okay, let us forget about this Biafra, let us try to heal and move forward. That's what the person is trying to say. I think the video I'm going to post it later on. I'm going to post the video later on. And then, so now, let us go to the next question. You know that Nigeria has been killing people, Biafra people, since 1940 something.
Yes.
Since 1940 up till 2021. Yes. And if we begin to count, apart from the over 5 million people that died between 1967 to 1970, after that, every killings that happened in northern Nigeria, the Biafra people has always been target.
Yes.
A lot of people are telling us now that, oh, Biafra, you are endangering the life of the people. You are endangering the life of the people. So, you know, and when they are saying this, endangering the life of the people, we don't understand. What do they mean by endangering the life of the people when actually the life of every person in Nigeria is already in danger? So can you tell us, how do you explain to them how endangered are the life of people in Nigeria? Not even talk about Biafra now.
One Nigeria is what is endangering your life. If you stay in one Nigeria, you will die. It's a very simple fact. Why people dying today? It's not because of one Nigeria. Let's say miraculously they had agreed to what our great leader, our eternal leader Juku said in 1967 and opted for a confederacy or a confederation. Do you think Fulani will come and kill you today? Is that not common sense? These people, they know the truth, they keep pretending. Let me tell you one thing, Simon. Those living in Kanu and Kaduna, they're endangering my life in the village. If because of you, the Fulanis have the temerity to come to kill us, that means you in Sokoto, you in Meduguri, with your 2x2 hotel, because of that, you want to endanger my entire village. You are the danger to me, not me to you. Let me tell you one thing. Have you ever wondered why each time the Fulanis, they kill people, they take over your land, and there is this who had this, you know, trouble now bubbling, they always talk about unity of the country. Unity of the country. What is it after each and every atrocity? The next thing we talk about is the unity of the country, because they know that within the so-called fake unity of Nigeria, they can perpetrate any evil and get away with it. Don't you know that? If Ojukwu went to Aburi and agreed a confederation with Goa, came back, Britain said no to it, because that will not allow them to use the Fulani to do Satan's work that they are doing, to the work that is the work of Lucifer. Everyone knows that very well. It's the work of darkness. Getting all these savages from across the Sahel to come in a country where we were before Koro, here, before our eyes. The government of Nigeria said, those killing people are foreigners. You know, when I go to it makes me very, very upset, to be honest. And I hate Nigeria the more, and anybody who calls him or herself a Nigerian. As I've told you, I don't see you as a human being. Once you say you're a Nigerian, I see you as something lower than you. I don't. God in heaven knows. I don't have any regard for you. Before our eyes, they asked them, people are killing us, so come to rescue us. So they said, no, they are foreign, they are foreigners. Now the same foreigners, you want us to give them land to do agriculture. And another people. You know, honestly, I don't know the God that made black people. I'm being honest with you. I don't know who made it. I don't know where we came from. Because no human being can reason the way we do. I tell you, it's not possible anywhere in the world. Who are those killing us? You said, oh, they are foreigners. Before our eyes, during COVID, the height of COVID, they closed southern borders, but opened northern borders. Nobody said anything. Even today, I was yesterday, they appointed a new EFCC chairman. That man is a foreign man. Nobody saying anything. So that means that Nigeria belongs to them. That means if you support one Nigeria, you support what the foreigners are doing. It means you want me, my village, to be taken and handed over to foreigners. Anybody canvassing for one Nigeria, you are a threat to me and to the way of life of our people. There is a reason why when you're going to the village, you buy a bottle of hot drink to give to an elder to pour libation on the ground of your ancestors. That was the same reason why when Joseph died in Egypt, they dug his body up, his bones, and took him back to the land of his fathers to go and bury him in Israel. That is who we are. Nobody can take our land from us. Anybody, if we are in the north, you are endangering us. Mind what you say, not to endanger us. But you living in the north, you are endangering me living in the village. I knew that when this problem started, they would say, oh, you have Igbos everywhere doing their business. Nobody's driving them away. Why are you driving? I know they will come to that. That is their method. Because you're living in Bagwalade. I should give Obakala to you. Fulani will take over Obaka. Did they come for business? Is it today the threat to kill you? From 1945, they have been killing you. I remember when George Bush went, I think 2005 or whatever, and bombed Al Qaeda in, bombed, what are they called again? Taliban in Afghanistan. In Kano, they were killing us. In Kano State, they were killing us. When somebody drew a cartoon of the Mohammed in Denmark, they kill us in the zoo. Have you all forgotten? Are we that foolish that we have all forgotten all of this? During election before your eyes, they destroyed polling stations. They said, oh, Biafrans are going there to go and vote. Let's destroy it. EU was that they observed it, they saw everything. After seeing all of these things you're telling me about, I'm endangering your life. You are the one endangering me. And before you endanger me, I will endanger you first. Thank you very much.
Oyendu, this is a very strong one. And I think every Biafran agitators, including media and those writing in national media, should take this up. This is a very strong one. Those who say we are endangering their life or life of Igbos, the people in northern Nigeria, the people supporting one Nigeria are endangering our own life. I think this should be the message from now on, so that because a lot of people never understood, from this perspective you are coming from now. Because when you continue to push for one Nigeria, you continue to endanger the life of others, especially those who do not want to be part of Nigeria. And those people who do not want to be part of Nigeria are much in number than those who want to stay in Nigeria, which is just 1% of, if not up to 1% of them. So this message should be spread. We have to continue. Now, another thing is that when you listen to the Inspector General of Police, you just mentioned about the EFCC, the Fulani, and nobody is talking about it. When you look at the Inspector General of Police declaring what they call a POF, whatever, they have all these fine names they give to the operation and all that. He came to declare one operation POF, or what he called it, that they are going to, deploy people to northern Nigeria where the trouble zone and all that. And you know that the people going there are our own people from the south. And you know that we have just 3 months left. And in these 3 months, we know that this 3 months is going to be the most deadliest 3 months in Nigeria. Now they are sending our men and women to the northern part of Nigeria where Boko Haram and bandits are on rampage. And the idea is to go and slaughter them there. Because the thing that the military could not do is not somebody that went to police training that will go and quench the fire. Now, what do you have, even though we have been advising our people to quit? I don't know whether you have watched that video. One thing the man mentioned in that video that interests me, I apologize to our viewers because this thing is not allowing me to play even any video. I've tried and tried to play video, it is not working. So, the thing this IG of police mentioned is that he after making a speech, he said something in Arabic or in Hausa language or something like Allah something. So I don't know what he said, but that thing he said interests me. I do not know why he is addressing Nigerians in English language. He ended up concluding it with Hausa and Arabic prayer, mentioning Allah. First of all, a lot of people will not pay attention to that, but it means a lot. As a state person, in a public office, addressing people, agency who are supposed to be serving in a secular state, it is not just a sacrilege, but something that should worry everybody, that a police IG addressing the police people, all of a sudden, at the end of the speech, he ended up speaking Arabic and mentioning Allah. Even a president, even though the one parading himself as a president cannot do it, because it is completely against the constitution of Nigeria, if there is anything like that. So what do you have to advise our people?
They don't give a damn. It doesn't. Nigeria belongs to them. With the help of the British, belongs to them. Are you telling me that BBC hasn't seen what has been going on? Can't BBC do a documentary on Fulani killer headsmen to bring out all the facts? They know what is happening. They know Nigeria. If you don't know that Nigeria belongs to the Fulani, to the Janjaweed, then you are mistaken. The only thing that is still worrying me is how the Hausa peasants, even after all these years, have not grown any common sense to understand that they're being used. Nigeria belongs to them. They can do whatever they like. You've not seen them performing military drills in Hausa language, in their own native tongue. You have not seen the motto of the Nigerian army, that it is still the same banner that Otman Danfodio went into war with to take Gobert from the Hausa people. You don't know that? You have not seen Arabic on Nigerian army flag. I'm even surprised that we're not no longer even learning Arabic. I think the deposed emir of Kano, Sanusi, went and took some money from Saudi Arabian government to introduce Arabic as a second language. So you people don't know the mess people don't know the mess they're in. You remember that time we used to say that the war is coming? They said we are warmongers, we are miscreants, we are touts. We have very beautiful names, and I love it. I'm the #1 miscreant anyway. All these names they keep calling us. The same words I used before is what Wole Soyinka is using today. They brought war to our doorstep. He told BBC. The work of BBC is to make sure that, regardless of how horrible the behavior of Fulani is to moderate it. That is why they can. What would you do if they speak Arabic? If they decide, after all, everybody in every major position is almost Arabic, is Muslim, is Fulani. You've done nothing. They closed all the 7 ports in our land and only left 1 open. They closed 6, only 1 open in Lagos. So when a Yoruba person wants to speak, they say, remember, if you talk too much, or we move our seaport from Lagos to Warri, that one will close his mouth. That's the life. I mean, when you look, don't even go, you're intellectualizing this whole discourse. They won't understand it. In a country with 7 seaports, 7, One, One, 2, Calabar, Warre. There is one again. You remember that place? I don't know, maybe you are too young. Where they dumped toxic waste when I was in secondary school. Some people in Italy brought in hazardous waste and dumped it there. That port is still existing. You cannot see one cargo ship there. Only in Lagos, and it's congested. You come in there, a ship will be waiting for his turn for her turn, because it's a ship, so it's a her, for her turn for nearly 6-7 months to offload. And you're telling me about one Nigeria. People are in one night. Why wouldn't they speak? Who is the head of customs? A retired military colonel, or is it major? He doesn't wear customs uniform as required by law. He doesn't wear it. The Fulani have messed everybody up. Everybody is useless in the zoo. I don't know. I think it was Ohagi who was writing that whoever is advising the Fulani is doing a very good job, because they know us very well. They know we are black people. They know nobody is going to come to rescue us. You can do whatever you like. The BBC is there. All they care about is to make sure that the Fulani continues their march to the sea. That is the work of the British and the BBC, and it's never going to stop until we rise up and say, enough is enough. This is what we are doing. So you're worried about people speaking Arabic when the army is Arabic. Go and look at the Biafra. It's not Arabic already. That is the mess we are in. It's unfortunate that people do not see this mess. I had one idiot, as I mentioned the other day, talking about my wife is from Hausa, my baby mother is from Yoruba, the senior brother is from Jiku, and I'm Igbo. Because of that, let's have Nigeria. People look at that. People talk as if they injected them in there, as if there's something wrong with their brain. Haven't you seen that our dear sister Chimamanda? Because if you do good, we pardon you. If you mess up, you know, as IPOB, we are too strong. We shred it to pieces. Today she has come back to her senses, saying she has nothing. What we are saying is correct. You may not like it because I am saying it. You may not like it because someone is saying it. You may not like it because family writers are writing about it. You may not like it because a person is saying it, but it is the truth. You can hide and run and speak all your grammar and all that. It is the truth. Fulani will kill you. They will take your land. They will take it. And the BBC will cover up for them. So you don't know. I feel sorry for the animals in the zoo. Zoological Republic.
Thank you very much. Are you there?
I'm here. I can hear you very well.
Right. Very good. Very good. So, you know, these people, the attack is still going on, and they are battling with the thing at the same time.
They are removing people. They remove people. That's what they do. We have over 10,000, 9,000 plus. They have removed nearly 2,000 people. That's what they do. They ignore them and continue.
Yes, they are throwing me off balance, but we have to continue. Now, when you look at the some of the international laws on statehood, like you mentioned about that UN have all these laws and all that. Of course, they are not paying attention. So I just want to read some of the things that to simplify the actions of the United Nations that must shape the international laws of statehood. Man, those things that shape the international law for statehood, for example, the Biafra state. If at a point, as this thing is going now, Biafra declared state, is this. There are the resolution passed by the General Assembly, the decision of the International Court of Justice, the law recording codification effort of International Law Commission, and the decision by the members of by the member to enter treaty, recognized or not recognized purported state. Now, there are, in addition to this, there are 3 traditional criteria that could make people, indigenous people, to be regarded or to have a statehood. Because all these things I'm saying now is something that Biafra overqualified, like Biafra people overqualified. Now, the three traditional criteria is population, territory, and government. And then in defining or giving more meaning to all this, the three most basic and least controversial criteria of statehood come from Article 1. Article 1 of the Montevideo Convention of 1933. Now, although the treaty itself has never been officially adopted outside of the Americas, of course, we know what when it comes to international politics and international laws, Article 1 remains highly influential and is generally considered a reflection of most fundamental criteria of statehood. We're talking about Biafra now. If what is going on, who knows anytime this year, who knows anytime next year, who knows anytime before 2023, if something happened that every nation in Nigeria begin to declare the statehood. Just for clarity. Now, the population. The first fundamental criterion is a permanent population. Simply put, the population of a potential state cannot be entirely composed of nomad or travelers based elsewhere. And now we are talking about the Fulanese. So you cannot, Fulani cannot have a statehood because they fall under the nomad. And or they are regarded as the travelers or they're based elsewhere. They cannot be regarded as population. And that is happening in Nigeria. This is in law. That is happening in Nigeria. Fulani is claiming Nigeria where other people understood what international law says and chased them away. They come to Nigeria where Gari and the Apu and the Ewedu and the Gusi has declared the sense of reasoning of the people who call themselves politicians. And they cannot know their left and right. And now Fulani has come to understand that the people that are in the front line of politics from the southern Nigeria are all Mumu, and they are using that Mumuness against every other Nigeria, which goes to what you have said, that these people are endangering your life and the life of other people while they continue to remain in Nigeria and nomads are controlled. Now, that is for population. Number two, the territory. The second is defined territory. The borders do not need to be fully defined or undisputed. They just need to be an identifiable location. And this is where I give it to you and I doff my cap, because a lot of people have come to attack you about bring your map. Bring your map. In international law, like I said, the Montevideo Convention, anybody can go and check it out. You have what is defined as territory. You don't need to have a map, before as you are agitating for your freedom. You do not need to present your map to anybody. At the point where we are now, the question shouldn't be where is your map. So some people are actually misleading a lot of people into putting more effort and emphasis on what is map. But rather, the law says there just needs to be an identifiable location. And you have done this in several of your broadcasts, mentioning where you think Biafra should start from and where it should end. That's exactly in conformity with what this law says. Then another thing is, number three is government. I'm not asking you a question, I'm just backing up with what you've said. The third is an effective independent government with the capacity to enter into relation with other states. This is the trickiest of the three elaborated. Of course, this you have also done very perfectly and excellently well. For those who are looking for what is, how the Biafra government is going to be and all that, you have actually set an example, you have actually set a pace, and actually form two parts in this Montevideo Convention, but essentially require states to have structured, legally independent administration that control at least some of its claimed territory and population. Some additional points to note are A state does not have to have actual diplomatic relation. It could be under diplomatic boycott. It just needs to have capacity to have them. I believe, with what is going on now in Nigeria, we are going to come to this point of this Montevideo Convention. It may be invoked as time goes on, because when you anoba joso abaya jebe. So, and I believe that other part of Nigeria will also, without even knowing it, adopt this Montevideo Convention. Now, having said this, the Nigeria we see today, and the way the federal government of the Nigeria are backing terrorists openly, without even hiding it. They are backing the terrorists openly, supporting them, romancing with them, having meeting with them, and not only that, they are supporting them. The Sultan of Sokoto, who they regard as the traditional ruler of Nigeria, he is the chairman of board of trustee of Mayete Allah.
Of course.
Mayete Allah has come publicly to take responsibility of the terrorist attack against southern Nigeria. Now, in addition to this, the person that is parading himself as a president in Nigeria is a board member of this terrorist group that have been ranked number 4 deadliest terrorist group in the world. People are not paying attention to this. And when they are killing people, the Minister of Information, who happened to fall into the territory that was conquered in a Kwara state, now come to say, we are not going to treat terrorists the same way we will treat those who want to get their freedom from Nigeria. That is the most absurd thing I have ever had in my life. I know you have addressed this particular comment coming from the liar Mohammed, from Kwara State. But please, can you, in a different, from a different perspective, can you tell us how would somebody who say he's a Nigerian, especially from the eastern part of Nigeria, and you call yourself a politician, you go to Abuja, you call yourself a governor, you go to Abuja, you call yourself a House of Assembly member, you go to your state and all this, and then you hear somebody saying that those who has made you not to travel by road to Abuja, those who made you not to travel by road to Enugu, those who made you not to travel by road to Owerri, with all your fine vehicle and all your cars, they are not to be proscribed. Rather, the people who say you should have your freedom are being proscribed. In Nigeria, where you actually have state judiciary, that you can actually go and approach the state judiciary and order them to deproscribe IPOB. For the statement coming from that Minister of Information requires opposite reaction. Now, what do you have to tell our people who think this way, that after that statement, nobody has actually come out to say anything? At least I have not read. I have not read anybody.
They will not come because they've been conquered. We are all slaves of the Fulani without knowing it. Not us anyway, no, maybe not IPOB, but the rest of the zoo. And I must thank you very much for the depth and for the depth of your research in terms of the Montevideo Convention. Montevideo is in Uruguay, for those who do not know. The reason why I never responded to those half-baked intellectuals that keeps talking rubbish about roadmaps, because they don't know anything. I'm a student of contemporary politics. I actually read politics at the university in London. So when I hear some fools who are not educated talk about things that are above their station, I feel sorry for them. All of the indices you mentioned are very relevant. But I think the last one you alluded to is the most important. The United States of America, where I am today, went ahead to unilaterally recognize Kosovo as an independent nation. And today, Kosovo stands as an independent nation. It is your willpower, your determination to fight for what you believe in. Had our war gone on for 6 more months, at the time it ended in January of 1970, we would have been a free people today, because the world was waiting to see how determined we are. The reason why sometimes our people tend to not to understand the dynamics of international politics is because they are not well read. They are not well traveled. When we say it, they say we are arrogant. No, we're not being arrogant. It's just that we happen to be educated. And we know what we're doing. We know what we're talking about. We know what we're pursuing, and we know how to get it. You're having taken into consideration all the mitigating factors against the emergence of Biafra. Our approach has therefore to be unorthodox. If you adopt the orthodox approach to state creation, you are bound to fail. They will ask you, oh, but you are in a democracy. Why don't you go through your senators and go through, that's, I call it a checkpoint, where the Janja weed is waiting for you to come. Once you come there, they swallow you up. That is the zoo called Nigeria for you. There is something that our people will need to understand. How many people are there in Liechtenstein? I think there are about 150,000 people or less. And Liechtenstein is a separate nation state today in Europe. Nobody is complaining. Nobody is saying that they are too small, they cannot participate in what is happening within that very place. Our people need to understand this and understand it very well. That our march towards freedom is multifaceted. The approach we adopted is multifaceted. We approach it from different angles and dimensions to deliver one result, which is freedom. And in so doing, since the world has come and basically washed their hands off Africa to say, do whatever you can to survive, we are going to do what we can to make sure that we survive. If I understand our situation very, very clearly, is that our people need to remain very, very strong and resolute. Very strong and resolute. A white man have always defeated black people with one thing: mental strength and resilience. When they were trying to go to the moon, the rockets blew up. The scientists at NASA, most people died in the process of trying to place a man in orbit. They didn't stop them. They were not deterred. They continued. Where you have superstition, you replace it with practical faith. And that is what we have done and will continue to do until we arrive. We understand all the internal dynamics of how a zoo functions. In the case of Nigeria, we know it very well. But one thing our enemies did was to underestimate us, which is a very good thing. I love the way they underestimated our resolve, our resilience, our determination, our intellect, our knowledge, our know-how. I love it. That is why we are where we are today. If you're thinking or hoping that one day you would wake up and things will be better in Nigeria, then you're the worst fool alive. Things can never be better. They have structured the system in such a way that if you were having 12 hours of electricity last year, this year you only get about 6. Despite all the so-called investments, despite all the money they have pumped into each and every supposedly viable sector that is not viable. When I talk about the issues concerning Nigeria as a whole, what I'm doing now is to approach your question from a very holistic perspective. When you look at the issue of Nigeria and how hopeless it is, you don't need to look any further than the only thing that they produce naturally without any sweat or effort, which is crude oil and gas. Even that crude oil and gas, they cannot refine into petrol despite the presence of 4 state-of-the-art refineries. Instead, they gave license to a Fulani man to go and build his own special refinery. That means that all of us are slaves already, without knowing it. Until we realize, until the Oduduwa wake up one morning to say that the best way we can defeat these people is by the East and the West being together. The Yoruba and the Igbo, so to speak, Biafra and Oduduwa, must be together in order to defeat this. Because Fulani people, they have one thing that we do not have. They have a godfather who is a member, who is one of the 5 permanent members at the United Nations Security Council, in this case, the United Kingdom. UK will never love you. They may respect you, but they will never love you. The only people they are interested in are the Fulani Janjaweed in the north. So Fulani has an advantage already. Therefore, the only way for us to counter them is through our resilience, our stubbornness, our determination, our never say die attitude, and our ability to work with our closest neighbors, in this case, the Oduduwa, to stand strong and to say enough is enough. If we allow what is happening today to continue to happen, I'm afraid we'll be having these discussions, and what we'll be saying is the number of people who have been killed, where the burials are taking place, because only us will talk about it. No major media in the world will. You don't have $30 billion. That's what the Fulanis have. Over $30 billion to lobby, to make sure that CNN doesn't do anything about your plight, to make sure that the BBC doesn't. And on top of this $30 billion war chest is their own girl who is at the UN lobbying on their behalf. And on top of that, you have Britain. Our work is cut out. But I do believe very strongly, and without any provocation, that we are going to triumph and prevail in the end. Because the God we serve is the Almighty God in heaven and not man. And if his words are to come true, which has done across the ages, then Biafra is coming and nothing is going to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hamadike. A lot of people are saying that my question is too long, and they don't know that most of the things I'm just, backing up what you have said already with evidence, with the international law.
I like what you did with Montevideo Convention. Anybody now asking you about roadmap, simply give them the link of Montevideo Convention in 1933. Go there and see it. That is the
exactly.
Exactly.
Some of them call themselves lawyers and all that, deceiving people everywhere. Anyway, now the next thing I want to ask you is that when you look at the ESN, the Eastern Security Network, a lot of people are saying that, oh, now you have 4 militant. Now after this, now the militant is going to turn this and turn that. Of course, I want you to explain this in a different perspective, from a different perspective, looking at the difference. What we have in the ESN is completely different from anything you can see from anywhere in Africa.
Yes, the ESN is there to make sure that our land is not taken over by the Fulani Janjaweed. That's all. In the process, if you happen, because for Fulani to get land in your village, they must have an agent. They must have an Igwe or PG that will show them the land or sign contracts with them. Or in most cases, you have a political errand boy in Abuja, probably making his master very happy. Some of these people that forgot their boxer shorts in one hotel or the other over there after meeting an Alhaji, one of these people may bring them back into your village. Those people are also our enemies. So we are not only pursuing the Fulani Janjaweed, we are also pursuing those who are giving land to them, so that they understand that what they are doing is intolerable and cannot be condoned. That's exactly what we are doing. And we cannot go outside that very limit. Never, ever, ever. But if you connive with the police, connive with the army to attack any formation of ESN or any IPOB member undertaking the work of state, then you are inviting our wrath upon your head, because we will not forgive nor forget. It's as simple as that. If we put up a poster to say no grazing, we bring it down, you're asking for trouble. If people are going about putting up posters and you attack them, you're asking for trouble. Because, of course, we understand that some people were fathered by the Fulani Janjaweed during the war. We understand all of that. They gave birth to rubbish. We know that. But what we are saying is that what ESN is doing is to protect our land and to serve the people. It is not there to do anything else. That is why we are not in the townships. We are not going to do police for them. But where our lives are threatened, ESN is there. We are here to protect the lives of our people and to make sure that Biafra is restored. Nothing more, nothing less. We are not going to build that with brutality and senseless thuggery. It's not going to happen. Because we are also, and don't mind you, all of these people, they have sworn to defend Biafra. That is what they are there for. It's not going to change.
Now, Hamadike, looking at what is going on in Nigeria now, we know that the government of Nigeria, the zoo, is accomplished in this whole jihad attack, in this whole terrorist attack. They are accomplished. Now, what assurance will you give the people of Biafra who have become helpless, if not for the emergence of IPOB, if not for the emergence of the ESN just last year? You can imagine what could have been happening now if we are experiencing what the people are experiencing in Yoruba land, where the Fulani, they gave Fulani ultimatum, and then after the ultimatum, the Fulani come to say they own the forest in Yoruba land. Now, what assurance are you giving our people of Biafra that any attack coming from Fulani will be resisted and won?
They should know that, because we know that the Nigerian state is an accomplice to what is going on, because there is no president. Nigeria has no president. Buhari is dead. Everybody knows that. Even a fool knows that very well. That is why Garabashev can come out and tell you that anything I say or Femi Adesina says, you should regard it as if the president is the one speaking. In the height of this mayhem, slaughter, insecurity, the person you say is your president is nowhere to be found. The first lady is nowhere to be found. Because I think she took my advice and went with the young man to Dubai, where they're having fun. Who knows? I think she's over 50 now. I don't think she can get pregnant again or not. Having fun. If not, in the next 9 months, you hear that Aisha has given birth to a bouncing baby boy, baby girl. But she's having fun in Dubai with her boyfriend, wearing Buhari masks, deceiving people, those that claim they went to school. Where is your first lady? I'm saying this in line with I want people to understand that not only is the government of the zoo, the Janjaweed government, complicit in what is going on in the terrorism. They brought in terrorism into Nigeria. Fulani, deliberately. Not by a few individuals, not like Mike Asine. This is the government themselves, Answer Rock, brought in terrorism into Nigeria. Where is Aisha? First lady, where is she? I feel sorry for black people. Let me tell you one thing. What is happening in Yoruba land cannot. They know who we are now. Britain must have told them. So these people that are not cases, though, don't try them anyhow. And as I've said, they want to do two things: subdue the Yoruba with the force of terrorists, and then come against us with the might of their army. That is the reason why BBC is rooting for them. That is why a whole BBC left their jobs to be advertising where you can get application form to join the Nigerian army. I tweeted it a few hours ago. What other proof do you need that Britain is the ones running the show? BBC advertising where you can get form to join army, because they know they do not have the population to fight us. Let me tell you one thing people don't know. They do not have the population to fight us. They know that very well. If we do the war rises up at the same time as well as Biafra, they cannot defeat us. They know that. Now they're asking for people to join the army. That army is going to be populated by Janjaweed terrorists. They will try us. They will come. They came to all 4 times and we beat them. They went to the air, disturbing women, disturbing birds of the air. They are cowards. We say, come down on the ground. You know where we are in the forest. Come and look for us, so we can give you a quick exit from this air, so you can die very quickly. How did this end? The townships killing people. What is happening in Yoruba land cannot happen in the East. It cannot happen. Britain killed us with one thing: air, land, and sea blockade. Now we manufacture what we use. So how can you defeat us? Are you waiting for telling the world, don't sell arms to them like before? You think we are stupid? No, of course not. What we use, we manufacture. If you want to know how effective it is, ask the zoo army, they will tell you. So they understand. Very soon we will switch into a suicide mode. We have not come to that yet, but they keep pushing us. Very soon. I told them before, for one suicide bomber you have in Boko Haram, I will give you 10 in Biafra land when the time comes if you provoke us. We are getting there very soon. And what I'm saying, I say it openly. Openly, so that the world can hear. Because we have written to them. We have complained to them. We have petitioned them. Everybody, are you telling me the world doesn't know that Fulani brought in terrorism? Are you telling me that the CIA doesn't know? Are you telling me that Mossad doesn't know? Are you telling me that MI5 doesn't know? That it was the Fulani brought in terrorism? Is that what you're telling me? Are you telling me that they do not know what is going on? They know, but their consideration is oil. Because let me give you an example. When you want to rise up from the USA to complain about Nigeria and what is happening there, Halliburton, I'm here in Texas, they are here. That's the headquarters. They'll pick up the phone and they will call you and say, leave those monkeys. Remember, President Trump said it, that his friends are making ridiculous money out of Africa. What he meant is that they're making that money because Africans are stupid. He said it when he got it, that his friends are making so much out of our stupidity. The world knows that Fulani wants to take over Nigeria. They know that very well. They know about all the massacres happening. Al Jazeera interviewed the late Buhari, that was in 2016, and asked him, and said to him, look at National High School, Aba. People were being shot. In fact, they removed that woman from Al Jazeera after the interview. She was removed from Al Jazeera. Look at people being shot dead by army and police at National High School, Aba. Nothing happened. And because nothing happened, that in fact, it doesn't with the share. Before our eyes, the world saw the clip of army people kneeling down and firing at civilians. Had the same thing happened in China, you will hear them, all America will be writing the Tiananmen massacre. What happened with the Shia was worse than what happened in Tiananmen massacre in Beijing. Not one single news outlet in the world carried it because Britain asked them not to. That gave them the impetus to go to Aba National High School to kill, to go to war, they kill. And you know how life is. Once they are killing other people and you're quiet, and Yoruba media was there supporting them. Our army, our boys, today they're in their forest. That thing they say, what goes around comes around. If you support evil today, evil will consume you tomorrow. You tell my Yoruba friends, this evil you're supporting, this your one Nigeria will consume you. They said, no, one Nigeria, you are there today. In answer to your question, if they come to our land, they will die there. We'll kill them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. You know, Onyendo, when you are saying British, you know, this British, a lot of people don't understand why you are always hammering on British. On this note, let me make it very public. Of course, this is not also a question for those who think that the question is going to be long. This is not a question, but you can make comment after this. Let me make it a public that in 2015, December 3rd, 2015, a motion was filed at the British Parliament for the independence of Biafra.
Of course.
A lot of people don't know about this.
They don't know about it. They want to see roadmap.
Now, the text of this motion reads that this House recognizes the call for the independence of the territory that constituted the Biafran Republic acknowledges that Biafra issue could be improved with the cooperation of the Nigerian government by offering a referendum, and urges the Foreign and Commonwealth Office to use its diplomatic strength to assist in the resolution of this matter.
I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it. No, I didn't know you were going to ask me about it. I wanted to bring it up much later in this our struggle for Biafra. But since you've mentioned it, I will comment on it. Remember what I told you before, that in England you have good people. In Britain there are good people. It was Britain that was at the forefront of slavery, and yet it was Britain through their courts that banned, or should I say that abolished slavery. The same British people. So it is my hope and prayer that one day good people will rise up again in British politics to recognize that freedom for Biafra is also freedom for Britain. I give you a very simple example. What is the volume of your trade with the USA or with Japan, for instance? If you give, right now, Britain is struggling because they are pleading with Joe Biden to give them favorable status in terms of, trade negotiations and the rest of it. If you ask an average British person, they prefer trade with a developed America than with a primitive Nigeria, regardless of the fact that they're getting oil and gas for free. The same thing I said to Britain. Having a free Biafra that is economically viable is your gateway in that thing you've always wanted in Africa. Is only Biafra that can give it to you. Because the economic strength and might of Biafra will allow all your companies that invested in Biafra land to be able to expand exponentially. I will give you a very simple, one very tiny example. Do you think that people eat enough balanced diet? The answer is no, because there is no milk. The milk these are condensed milk. These are processed milk, not fresh milk. That is one thing that stupid Mietiala cannot get into their useless call. They can have viable animal husbandry industry that provides fresh milk for people. Look at all the products that require milk in it. Why do you think that Nigeria cannot produce chocolate? Because they don't have any milk. But the cocoa to produce chocolate is in Yoruba land. And part of it also in Bende, where I come from. I just want to give you a very simple example. Very simple. Look at the world market for chocolate. Especially during Easter, during Valentine, during whatever, Christmas. We can make chocolate where we come from, with the milk that we produce, employing people meaningfully, exporting all that product. So Britain should, they have this problem. Their problem is that they need somebody to subjugate. They need somebody to, when Lugard came, they called him Lord Lugard. And they brought the Bible with them. In the same Bible you also have Lord. Yeshua, and in most cases, God Almighty in heaven. And you're looking at this Beture, and they call him Lord. So that means he's close to God now, or he's related to Jesus. You respect him. Do you see how daft and foolish we are? They don't know that when you call somebody a Lord, that is temporal and that is spiritual. God is spiritual Lord. Those in the house of laws, they are temporal. But you have to go to school to understand all these things. And it's not our fault that we're educated. That is where we are. It's not our, it's education, sound education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that reminds me, when some people call Lord Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a lot of people get upset.
But they go to England. If you ask them who created that, they say Lord Lugard, very proudly. They won't say yes. They say Lord Lugard. Because that Lord is a white man. Nnamdi Kanu is a black man. How can I call a fellow animal from Africa Lord? When there are white people there?
Sorry about this. Yes.
Black people.
Yes. Now, when you look at, from what you have just said now, you explained something very, very important. And that reminds me, when you look at what is going on globally, you find out that people of the southern Nigeria, and then we bring it down to Biafra people. Like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala today, you see that she is being celebrated, and a lot of people are doing things all over the world. Now, I want you to tell us, how would Biafra, if Biafra become a nation today, how would these people, the experiences, from what you have gathered, from the information you have all over the world, when you have traveled to where Biafrans are doing great, how do you think that Biafra will do things differently from Nigeria? Not just from Nigeria, but from other countries of the world. Are we going to, are you assuring people that Biafra will harness all the experiences of Biafrans scattered all over the world? And that, how do you intend doing that?
They may actually contaminate what we have, because in Biafra land, as I told you before, what we are using to defend our land, we manufacture ourselves in Biafra land. And some of them didn't go to school. In Biafra land, economists are born. Engineers are born. From your mother's womb, you're an engineer, because we are a blessed race. From your mother's womb, you can perform miracles and wonders. Have you not seen people building power plants? Little children building toys, remotely controlled? Have you not seen them doing marvelously well and doing wonderful things? Are we not the ones that manufactured the first indigenous car in Africa? We don't even need to go abroad. Those abroad will be begging to come back home to participate, because we have it in abundance. It's about harnessing the potentials of these people and bringing to the fore. We are not going to suffer what other black people suffer from in Africa. If you are better than me at doing something, I will concede to you. I will step down and you will take over, because you do it better than I can. That is the mentality we're going to go into Biafra with. Everybody will be accommodated. But those who are excellent, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to say, oh, because Onyemeka, my child, is not as brilliant as your own. Because of that, your child will not climb. It has to be my own. God forbid. Excellence. We are going to celebrate excellence. We are going to reward those that serve their nation. Not noisemakers, not empty barrels, not criminals and vandals, no, heaven forbid. And above all, there will be no police carrying guns on the street, so you can think properly. People don't understand this. In Biafra land, you can live your life. Unless we are at war, you cannot see a soldier on the streets. So you can think properly. Because we've been traumatized by this. They have dealt with us. So we are going to build a novel country. Britain knows this. Listen, Britain, they know this. They don't want Biafra to come because they know that Biafra will put every other person to shame. That's why they don't want it. If not, give us Biafra now. Give it to us. Okay, say it to us. Give us Biafra for 5 years. If it's not viable, you go back to Nigeria. They know what we can do. That's what I want to say. We have abundance of time. Did you train as a journalist? No. Then that answers the question. We don't need anybody. We welcome those from outside, though. No problem. Some of them said if Biafra were to come today, some of them will leave their things here and follow me, and they will go back home. They will come. We are going to accommodate them. But because you speak English in a particular way, it doesn't mean you're intelligent. Doesn't mean you're. We have seen all this nonsense now. Those that spoil Nigeria, they are those speaking wrong grammar, isn't it? Those speaking too much grammar. They're the ones that ruin life for everybody else. So if they can come, we can accommodate them. But in Biafra land, everything is complete. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know that you are very, very tired, because they are, first of all, the attack on this whole thing before we start almost threw me off balance. I never expected it, honestly. But thank God we managed to have come this far. One thing I'm going to ask you, I think it's going to be the last question before I will allow you to rest, because you have been on this journey for a very long time, and every day on the phone and all that. So I'm going to ask you one last question. The question is this. If, from what I've just read now about the motion for Biafra independence at the UK Parliament,
yes,
the wording is that the Office of the Commonwealth must make sure they use their diplomatic power and ties to compel, but they did not use the word compel, but to, you know, compel Nigeria government to organize referendum for a possible freedom of Biafra. And this is exactly what we are all asking. Now, if this did not happen, are you ready to lead us to do anything to get the freedom of Biafra? Which
yes.
I am going to be number one to follow you.
Yes. You think we're going to live like this, like a bunch of animals forever? Of course not. Of course not. It can't, they know it very well that we are coming. And I will come and I'll bring hell with me. They understand it very well. You better give me Biafra now. If they do not give me Biafra now, the zoo, I am making it very clear to the whole world so they understand what I'm saying very clearly. So that by the time that we are gone, history they will remember the deeds of God upon our lives. We have not come for anything else. I don't exist for anything else. It's only for Biafra to come. If you're not going to give me that Biafra, I will destroy everything that I see on my path. I'm being honest with you. There is no other outcome. Forget about all those speaking grammar and that's rubbish. Give us a referendum, as those British MPs tried to do, in keeping with the fact that in England you have people that have soul and conscience. If you have a referendum today and people say foolishly vote to remain in one Nigeria, I will give up. But that's where we're going to, and nothing. You know, you know where we are now. Do you think we are going to drop our guns now? Is that what you think? Are we going to drop it now? No,
no way.
You must negotiate, and that is going to be a referendum. They understand it, or else we give them hell, and they know it. If Boko Haram, a bunch of idiots that didn't go to school, can give you a tough time, imagine people who are educated and all over the world. But as you know, with Pharaoh, their ears will be blocked. They'll be doing their janja with some. They will think, oh, we have a Hanese, we have George Obianzo, we have the likes of Hope, we shall prevail. But you'll hear their stories soon as well. We are not going back. Oh. We have come to die for what we believe. Thank you very much for having me, Simon. And continue your good work. And don't allow Satan to get into you. Don't.
Never. Never. Thank you very much, Ohamadike. DK Anabogunanya. Greetings from people from Canada. Greetings from people from Australia. Greetings from people from almost all European countries. As I am talking with you, you notice that my face has been on the, you know, these people are sending messages. Yes. Everybody from different parts of the world telling me to greet you. Particularly people from Canada are asking, when are you coming to Canada?
Let them find a cure for COVID and I'll be there. COVID is everywhere.
Okay, they're listening to you. They're listening to you. Thank you very much, our leader. And for those of us who are, you know, in the media, we are promising that we are not going to fail the Biafra people. We will work tirelessly until Biafra comes. We will follow you. Any decision you make on Biafra, we are going to follow, because we are not the one who advised you until we joined. So any decision you feel that you make for Biafra, we are going to follow, because we know it is going to yield fruit and it's going to lead us somewhere. We have come a long way, no going back.
At all.
Nobody is going to die. Nobody is going to die. We will all see Biafra.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And enjoy yourself. Have a very nice week. And see you again.
Yeah, there is snow in Houston. I think it's for the first time in 5 or 6 years. They said I brought snow into Houston. Our people are living large here. No wonder some of them don't want to come back home. They are living a very good life here. Some of them are very, very fabulously well off. But of course, we know that Biafra will come and will be a better country, even more than the USA. Thank you very much, Sam.
Exactly. We have minus 25 degrees here.
Are you serious? Minus 25?
I'm telling you.
Yes,
minus 25.
I think the temperature here is minus. I was minus 10 earlier today. Now it's just 0. Only 0. Come on, 0. Now it is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And this is the beginning. This is the beginning. This is the beginning of annual command.
Of course, of course. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for being part of this program. As you can see, we were under very heavy attack. As I'm talking to you now, I cannot even play any video on this my wonderful gadget that has actually turned to Buhari system. So thank you all for being part of this program. We're gonna go now, but by tomorrow we are going to start our normal broadcast where we may be touching some of the issues we discussed today, and I'm going to be bringing all the evidences that some of the things we have talked. I'm going to bring them to you to see, because now I cannot I cannot even show anything on the screen. Everything is frozen. Everything is frozen. Everything is completely frozen. So tomorrow I'm going to bring the evidences, and we are going to talk more on this. This is the beginning. Remember, we are going to our destination, which is Biafra. No going back. The game has just begun. God bless Biafra. May God bless Oduduwa. May God bless the Middle Belt. May God bless RAY. They are going to accept my prayer. May God bless IPOB worldwide. May God bless Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. May God bless all the people that are agitating for Biafra. May God bless our Oduduwa brothers. May God bless Sunday Igboho, who have taken it upon himself to liberate Yoruba people. May God bless anybody coming out from Yoruba land to support the struggle. God bless you who will always watch, share our videos to make sure that people are liberated and the Biafra struggle is going very, very far. Thank you very much. May God bless you. Good night.
This very program today. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, the largest mass movement on the face of this planet Earth. The director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. I know that some of you, this may be new, those who are listening via our social media platforms, but I can say to you that we are on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu page, the official one. It has official to it. We are also on my profile, which is my private page on Facebook, which is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and also on University of Radio Biafra on Facebook, University of Radio Biafra on YouTube, and I am also sure that some of you are listening either via IPOB Community Radio, or you're listening to us via Radio Biafra app. Some are on satellite, some are on FM on the ground. Wherever you are, however you're listening to us, we welcome you. Without further hesitation, I am going to pray a very brief prayer. After this very prayer, I will give you a telephone number to call when our lines open for you to participate in this very program today, especially for those of you who are in the United States of America, where I am currently, should I say, broadcasting from. Let us pray. Ezi onye nwanyị na Chineke na nke pụrụ ihe niile, Chukwu okike abịa ma onye anyị na-efewe na-agọzi aha nsọ ya mgbe niile. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya kere ihe niile kere eke, mana onweghị onye kere ya eze ndị nsọ. mma mmadụ gị Chineke nna n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị ka anyị na-efe anyị enweghị chi ọzọ ewezụga gị anyị anaghị efe arụsị anaghị m akpụ isi ala wee nye ihe ọbụla ka mmadụ kpụrụ nna nke ebere anyị wee na-arịọ gị na-asị site n'okwu nsọ nke gị kwere n'ihi ebere gị ịma mma gị amara gị na ọmịiko gị ebe ndị gị nọ bịakwa ka iwe leta anyị ma nye anyị Biafra ya ọsọ ọsọ na mgbe nke anyị n'ihi na mkpagbu karịrị akarị ndị iro karịrị akarị ekworo karịrị akarị iro karịrị akarị ndị anya ụfụ juru ebe niile eze ebere ngozi anyị wee na-ekele gị na-arịọ gị na-asị na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke nna bụ onye anyị na-efe ka amara gị wepụta ihe n'ime ndụ anyị kiri gị wee chaa n'ebe anyị nọ ka ngọzi gị wepụta ihe ka ụwa niile wee gba aka ebe wee si n'ezie n'ezie n'ụmụ IPOB bụ ụmụ Chineke na ala nsọ gị bụ nke Biafra nna nke dị nsọ bụ ala nke a gọziri agọzi n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị pụrụ inye anyị Biafra ọ bụghị mmadụ dị ndụ kama na anyị onwe anyị ga-eme nke anyị ji wee bụrụ mmadụ gị onwe gị ga-eme nke iji wee bụrụ Chineke nna mkpọkụ ka anyị na-akpọkọ aha nsọ gị dịka isi wee gọzie ndị Igbo ka anyị si wee narị ka iwee gọzie anyị n'ụbọchị nke taa ka iwee nye anyị ezi echiche na amamihe nye anyị ezi nghọta nye anyị amamihe dị omimi nna nke igwe n'ihi na ndị iro gbara anyị okirikiri aka nri aka ekpe ihu na azụ mana ọ bụ site na amara gị eze ebube dị ngọzi ka anyị ji wee nọ ndụ were ụbọchị nke taa anyị wee na-asị na enweghị chi ọzọ ewezụga gị onweghị onye ọzọ anyị na-efe ma ọ bụghị naanị anyị wee na-arịọ gị wee na-arịọsi ike na-asị onye kere ihe niile kere eke ma nwere ike Chineke nna ndị nsọ biko arịọ ka anyị na-arịọ gị bịa ka iwee gbaghara anyị mmehie n'ihi na anyị bụ anọkpa ahụ ụzọ ọbụla si wee mejọ gị ọ bụ site n'echiche bụrụ n'okwu ọnụ bụrụ akparamagwa eze ebere ngozi biko na gbaghara anyị mmehie ejikwa mmehie wee kwụọ anyị ụgwọ ọrụ ma were amara gị ezi nna na n'ihi na ndị iro abatawa anyị n'ime obodo ekwensu bụ Zoological Republic abatawa anyị n'ime ha akpatawa ndị Fulani ndị Janjaweed ndị na-egbu mmadụ wee na-arụ ọbara wee bata anyị n'ime wee jide ụmụ gị wee na-ala anyị n'iyi kama iwe kpọlite Eastern Security Network nna nke ebere dị ngozi wee na-asị ihe na-eme n'ala Yoruba n'ụbọchị nke taa na agaghị eme n'ala nsọ gị agbanyeghị atụmatụ ọjọọ niile nke ndị sekpọrọ onwe ha ndị gọvanọ na ndị si na-ahapụ ndị na-achị obodo na-agabiga ha na ndị Fulani ihu na-eme n'ala nsọ gị Chineke nna nke igwe na agaghị adị etu a na mgbe nke anyị wee na-ekele gị wee na-aja gị mma wee na-eto gị na-asị gị eze ebube dị ngọzi biko mgbe ka iweta onye kwu nsọ nke gị n'ọnụ ụwa anyị na-ewe gba aka ebe na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke nna nke pụrụ m ihe niile ka otuto na nsọpụrụ wedara aha nsọ gị site n'ebighị ebi mara n'ebighị na-arịọ gị ise I have just prayed in the language of heaven and I am going to issue a telephone number and please I will encourage you not to call. Allow those in the United States of America to call first, please. The number is 346. I repeat, +1, which is United States code 346-399-0188. I repeat, +1 346-399-0188. Very, very shortly the line will open, and when it does, I will invite you to please place your call and tell us whatever you have in mind today, but especially for those of you who are in the United States of America. This broadcast, as you say, is going out to the rest of the world. But this evening, before we commence, I must bring to the attention of the whole world, because we are saying all these things, not that the world will do anything, not that the UN themselves will do anything, not that anybody will do anything about coming to our rescue. We are saying it that they may bear us witness, that heaven and earth may bear us witness. This evening, for those of you in Biafra land, or this mid-afternoon before we came on air, we received a very disturbing news that the man, the zoo army and the police that Hope Uzodinma sent to go and destroy a synagogue, a house of prayer in Olo, that they have been able to find the man where he has been in hiding with the family and arrested him. The zoo army and the police just did that a few minutes ago. We are saying it so that the whole world will be able to know. The man who was arrested, the high priest, is Cletus Egole, and the wife, Reverend Rosalind Egole. Priest Cletus Egole, Reverend Rosalind Egole, Ngozi Chukwu Mbenwa, Elo Ikechukwu, Sandra Nwachukwu, Nwachukwu Confidence, Promise Nwachukwu, Solomon Nwachukwu, Peculiar Nwachukwu, all of them were abducted by the army of the zoo, and I'm sure they will add these ladies here to the list of those they are holding already, those they are raping every morning, noon, and night. They have just abducted them at the orders of Hope Uzodinma this very day. This was the man that his synagogue, his church was destroyed. The wife is a Reverend Rosalyn Egole. They have taken them to maybe to Obinze, and from there they will move them to the north to commence the rape of these very women, as they have been doing to over 50 women already. We have their testimony. We have it on tape. A lot of things are happening. A lot of abominations are happening. The world has turned a blind eye. They will not come to our rescue. They will not listen. It has fallen upon us to try to defend ourselves, and that is exactly what we're going to do. Hope Uzodinma, if you know who he is, if you know who George Obiozo is, you must tell them that this reverend, this very priest must be released immediately, along with those who have been arrested. If they are not released, anything you see in Imo State, you will take from us. Anything they see in Imo State, they will take it from us. I am warning everybody, all you idiots, those who are fond of talking rubbish all the time. This family has been abducted. For those of you Efulefus, all these intellectuals, these idiots that cannot reason. Our people, do you know that Biafran women are in military barracks in the north? I have their names. They are being raped as we speak. 2, we managed to secure the release of 2 of them. If you listen to their testimony, believe you me, anywhere you see a Nigerian soldier or police, you cut off their heads. I'm telling you the truth. Those people are evil. They are raping our sisters and our mothers as I'm talking to you right now. And we have all their names. They are moving them from one barracks to the other. Now they have moved them to DSS headquarters in Abuja. These are Biafran women, Igbo women, that they are taking turns to rape. As I'm talking to you right now, that is what is happening. That is why we must be guarded in our approach. Everything we do, we must be very vigilant and very careful. Any traditional ruler, any PG of any community, anybody who is in support of what is happening in the damnable Zoological Republic is our enemy and enemy of God as well. In heaven. Anybody who is against what we are doing, you are against God Almighty in heaven. And you can never go scot-free. They have taken these families. If you know Hope Uzodinma, tell him, before you start writing your stupid grammar on Facebook, go and tell Hope Uzodinma and George Obiozo that nothing must happen to this family. They must be released. Their synagogue was demolished. It was demolished. And now you have gone and arrested them. I'll give you their names once again, so that when it starts, you will not say you were not warned. You must release High Priest Cletus Egole, Reverend Rosalyn Egole, Ngozi Chukwu Mbemwa, Elo Ikechukwu, Sandra Nwachukwu. They took them because Fulani wants to start raping them from tonight. That's what I've been doing to our women. Those that we gave to them. You know, people don't understand why we do what we do. They think we are doing this just for the sake of it. We are doing what we are doing because that is what we have been mandated to do by heaven itself. You must release Sandra Nwachukwu, Confidence Nwachukwu, Promise Nwachukwu, Solomon Nwachukwu, Peculiar Nwachukwu. We know you're holding them. I swear on my life, if you do not release them, Imo State will burn. Imo State will burn. It will burn and burn and burn. If you know Hope Uzodinma, go and tell him. If you know the idiot who is commanding the army somewhere in Obinze, cowards and kidnappers, go and tell those fools to release the women and children they have just abducted in Olu this evening. I am warning you, if you do not release them, Imo State will burn. It will burn. That army of the zoo you want to move down, you will move it down into Imo State and they will die there. We will sit and say, don't think you're Yoruba people, you know this nonsense you're doing in Yoruba land. If you try us, you will die in our land. We will bury you there in our land. Go and ask them. They were running away yesterday night. They ran away yesterday night. They said they were patrolling around Olu. We came into order and they ran away. All they did was to come back this evening, to disguise, to come back this evening, to come and abduct innocent civilians. They cannot fight Boko Haram. They cannot fight ISIS. They cannot fight Fulani bandits. Nothing is to come and be displaying force against civilians. The same thing they did at Lekki Tollgate earlier today. The same thing they did at Lekki Tollgate. And for those of them who were making noise about the involvement of IPOB and Biafrans in the NSAS protest, have you now seen that we didn't issue any orders for Biafrans to go to Tollgate Lekki? Has it not crumbled? Has he not crumbled? I'm asking you. Has he not crumbled? You saw their police well kitted in full military regalia, displaying all their armaments. The same thing they cannot do in Sambisa Forest. The same thing they can never do anywhere else. But they are in Lekki Tollgate, displaying their, should I say, their power and their might against unarmed civilians. In Nigeria, if you want something done, if you want to defend your rights, you must be armed. You need weapons to defend your right, or else they will trample upon it. Those people do not reason. They don't understand. And for some of you fools supporting what the zoo has done or is doing around Lekki, let me remind you, the same way this very generation is fighting for what Ojukwu saw over 50 years ago is how you and your children in years to come will be fighting against injustice because of your duplicitous complicity with what is happening right now in Lekki. All of you are there. When soldiers come to abduct civilians, you are just looking. When the police come, taking some of you one by one, your others will just be there watching. You are just watching. You are dealing with animals. Nigerian authority, these are wild, they are worse than animals. You cannot allow them. How many policemen were there? How can you allow them to be arresting people? I know that Macaroni, the comedian, was arrested as well and taken away. All they are doing is to frighten you. You don't understand these people. You don't understand their mentality, their psychology, the way they reason, the way they talk, the way they operate. You don't know. This is a zoo. The only thing they understand is force. In Nigeria, you fight force with force. If you try to speak your grammar from now till the kingdom come, nothing will happen. Ask Ule Soyinka. They have been speaking grammar for years. Grammar for years. Yet he did not stop Fulani cow from entering his farm and eating up his cassava and his maize. Grammar does not work in Nigeria. Speaking too much grammar doesn't work. The only thing they understand is force. That is why they are negotiating with bandits. Why are they negotiating with bandits? Because bandits are armed. They have AK-47. That is the only language Nigeria understands. They don't understand anything else. Look at Lekki. Has it not collapsed? The protest, I'm asking you, because there were no Biafrans. I did not give the order for IPOB to go, because they will say, oh, they've come to destroy Lagos. Look at them, go back. We told you, if you allow them to divide you, you are finished. What happened at Lekki today is a farce. And I want to hold Yoruba media responsible. Sometimes people ask me, but why? I said they are the ones responsible. Over the years, they have been feeding garbage upon garbage to people. Feeding people nonsense. Why don't you ask yourself today, all this nonsense they are now doing around Lekki, police show of force, why can't they do it in the East? Let them come to our land and do it. They will die there. They understand. Because we are prepared. Because we live in a world run by hypocrites. We live in a world run by hypocrites and Luciferians. So there is no need being alive. What for? Because they will always side with the devil. They will always side with evil. The Nigerian government is evil and they know it. Everything about the zoo is awful. They know that Buhari is dead. There is no Buhari. Every Fulani idiot can now come out and set a policy agenda. And we follow it, including the Bauchi state governor. All of you, didn't you hear what the Bauchi, that Fulanis have the right to carry arms, AK-47? Did you not see all of those things? Did you not see them? What Yoruba media succeeded in doing over the years is to groom a generation of lily-livered cowards. Can you imagine if we had been listening to these people? By now, the Fulanis would have overrun us. By now, our farms, our forests, our bushes have been gone. The same way it has gone in Yoruba land. As they were busy telling you about Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, Fulani, we are busy taking over Yoruba land. Now that the Yorubas have said enough is enough, you have to leave, they have said no. Can you imagine that Amoteku is under attack from Fulani headsmen, from Fulani terrorists? Can you imagine that? Why is that happening? Because over the years, as I have always said to Nigerians who cannot reason properly like human beings, go and look at yourselves. Anytime somebody is telling you that another person is your problem, that person is your problem. They want to do to us what they did to Hausa people. They want to do to us what they did to Bachama people. They want to do to us what they did to Bari people, what they did to Nupe, even what they did to Yoruba in the past. And after all these years, you have allowed yourselves to go through the same process of not just colonization or emasculation, but total annihilation. They will kill all of you. They will kill all of you in the zoo. Next time, don't protest. No, don't protest next time. The best time to protest in Nigeria is at night. The best time for you to protest, to occupy Lekki, is at night. So as they are coming, you hit them. If you don't hit them, they will keep coming to kill civilians. They will arrest you. Nigeria is ripe for a revolution. Not all these stupid, nonsensical, useless protests. If the time for protest has come and gone, it's now time to go into full-phased revolution. The zoo is dying. I don't know if some of you saw the helogs that are bringing in through Cotonou for Fulani headsmen in Yoruba land. I warned my Yoruba brothers and sisters, all these things that people are doing, every time, instead of you to focus on the common enemy, you look towards the east. It's Biafra, it's Ipob, it's Nnamdi all the time. These people, they will enter into you and they will ravage you, and they're doing it today. Now they are fighting, Fulani is now fighting Yoruba for Yoruba forests. Have you not seen it? That is what some traditional rulers want to bring to the east. And I'm giving an order today because I am very, very impressed with the work done so far, flushing out these bandits and criminals and rapists and murderers from our forests. The next phase will be any traditional ruler from today onwards. I saw one now on a video talking rubbish. Any traditional ruler from today, this evening in Biafra and this night, that comes up again to talk rubbish about peaceful coexistence, we will show him how prepared we are. That nonsense that this rubbish now happening in Yoruba land cannot happen in Biafra land, where a group of vandals, criminals, will lay claim to our forest, and when we ask them to leave, they attack us. It can anyway, we're waiting for them to try it. They are now packing and moving out very quietly and very lovingly, relocating to Kanu and to Kaduna. That's where they belong. They should go there. And as I have said, if you are an Easterner, you are an Igbo man or woman, because of that brothel you build in Jalingo, Jalingo, face me, I face you, so that the people can come from Cameroon to patronize them. Because of the hotel you built, the brothel you built in Jalingo, because of that, I need to surrender Biafra land to Fulani Janjaweed. If you are living in the north, you are on your own. If you don't want to come back and they decide to kill you there, you are on your own. The only reason why they have not started killing some of you is because the Hausa people said no. Do you know that Fulani went to Hausa people and asked them to rise up against people living in Kanu and in Kaduna? Do you know what happened? Hausa said no to them. You know that Hausa people have their foot soldiers. Hausa said no, they will not do it. Hausa said we cannot do it. Hausa said we are not doing it. You can kill them yourself if you want to. Because now, even today, as a direct result of the gospel we have been preaching on this very platform, the Hausas have now developed some sense. They know the same thing, the same way they were deceived into surrendering their land to the Janjaweed. They have now seen it very clearly that that is what we are fighting. Nobody hates anybody. I don't hate Hausa people. I don't hate law-abiding Fulani people. No, not it's those hiding under one Nigeria. Unity. To be taking my forest, and I'm saying no to it. It cannot happen. Obasanjo the other day said there is now time to have a national meeting, the same national conference, the same thing that Shoyinka believed in before many years ago. And he saw Buhari and said, no, the same Buhari that Soyinka campaigned for, Professor Wole Soyinka, the same Buhari he campaigned for, the same Buhari that the Yorubas campaigned for, they are the ones today in their forest, taking their land from them and saying they're not going anywhere. And I'm telling them today in the open, before the hearing of the entirety of humanity, unless they come back very quickly to make sure that the South, the alliance in the South is very strong, Fulani will eat them alive. That is their game plan. They must understand it. The same thing they do all the time. I remember when they went to, after the war, they said, oh, you are a minority. Your Ipob is not Igbo. And Yoma is not Igbo. You are a minority. It's only the central state. Where is the oil coming from to develop the zoo? It's not from Biafra land. Is there no oil in Anambra State? I'm asking you, Orient Oil Fields. Don't you have oil in Uguta? Is that not where Shell is? How about our gas fields? Is that not where Shell is? And that Jeep taking our oil and our gas? This is the heartland of Biafra, and I'm telling you, not the coastal region. Now go to Akwa Ibom. They have ExxonMobil, everybody's having a field there, they're making so much money. That's why they want the zoo to remain as corrupt as it is and as warm as it is. Now let me ask you, the told you Igbo man is your problem. Is that not correct? Those of you from the coastal region of Biafra, or should I say those of us from the coastal region of Biafra, they never told you that Ibidi or Igbo are one people. Nobody told you that. But I'm telling you today. And they confused you. They brainwashed you into believing that the man who is capable of saving your life is your enemy. Today they are building a railway line from Janjaweed, northern Nigeria, to Janjaweed, Niger. Is there any railway line in Akwa Ibom State? It's simple common sense. Any railway line? Anyway, I put it down to should I say, the mentality developed by those who were conquered. Most of the people you see writing and talking rubbish against what we are doing is because they have developed that mentality of a defeated people. It's called defeatism. They have been defeated psychologically and mentally. So all they need to do is to serve Fulani for the rest of their lives. But thankfully, Elohim, the Most High God, sent IPOB to stop the rot. And luckily for us, everybody is now waking up. Everybody is now waking up. That is why Yoruba media must take the blame. They must. They are hoping on Tinubu coming. And they know that Tinubu can never ever be president of Nigeria. They know that very well. Everybody knows that Tinubu can never ever be the president of the zoo. They understand that very clearly. But they are deceiving themselves. And they will continue to do so until their head. In fact, Tinubu is the modern day Afonja. Fulani will always promise you something. The same thing they promised me. The same thing they promised to Mahi. Every idiot, they give him a promise. And as you're looking at the promise they made you, presidency, meanwhile your forest is going. Meanwhile, the Bauchi state governor, a serving governor in Nigeria, is inviting people from the Sahel to come to conquer our land, to take it over. Autumn rose up and spoke, governor of Benue State, and they decided on him. And the stupid zoo newspapers, the editors of Punch, of Tribune, all these Yoruba papers, you people, you are digging your own grave. You people, by your style of journalism, you are digging the grave that will swallow Yoruba land. Because you don't want to speak the truth. You must, sometimes in life, you must speak the truth and damn the consequences. Some of you do not understand this, but we are here to tell you today. All the years, all the lies against the Igbo, Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu has caught up with everybody. It has caught up with everybody. Now you know that they were lying to you because they knew that it's only IPOB that can save everybody. I say it without any apologies. Only IPOB can save the downtrodden in Nigeria. They know it. So the best thing for them to do is to get you to align with them, to demonize IPOB, to make it impossible for IPOB to fight for your own freedom. Who told you before that IPOB is only fighting for Biafra? We are fighting for the freedom of everybody, every single human being in the zoo called Nigeria. We are fighting for everybody. Why is it difficult for you to understand that? Why is it very difficult for you to understand? They deceived you. Now they're taking your land. All those newspapers can do is say, I'm attacking officers who are killed. They have taken our land. Fulani have come back, their headsmen. They have taken over Ogun State. They have taken Oyo State. But when you were encouraging Fulani, When you went to demonize IPOB, the only people that could have fought for you. You didn't know that? Fulani think they're very clever with those advising them. They knew that IPOB did nothing wrong. Everybody knows. But when they said IPOB should be proscribed, all of you were jumping up like antelope, jumping up and down like a bunch of idiots. Where are you today? After soliciting your help to demonize IPOB, to blacklist IPOB, and say it has been proscribed, where are you today? They asked Lai Mohammed, why is it that you don't want to proscribe Fulani headsmen? Lai Mohammed said that the only in fact, I have told our lawyers, we are going, we've been in court all these years. To hear our case is a problem. They are the ones that proscribed IPOB, tagged us a terrorist group. We are in their own court in Abuja, asking them to look at their own idiocy and foolishness. Do you know they don't want to hear the case? And I've told our lawyers, all we need to do is to take the tape, that clip from Lai Mohammed, and take it to court. So Lai Mohammed did not say that IPOB committed any crime. No, not at all. Because IPOB is agitating to break up Nigeria. That is the reason why they were tagged the terrorist group. And I have written and have said, is it not the same thing that Nicola Sturgeon is doing in Scotland? Nicola Sturgeon wants to break United Kingdom so that Scotland can be on their own. Is she a terrorist? It's a very simple question. Is Nicola Sturgeon a terrorist? The French people of Canada, Bloc Québécois, I'm sure they call them, they are championing a cause of self-determination to carve out French Canadians from the rest of Canada. Have they been labeled a terrorist? So terrorism is no longer if you kill people, if you bomb people, if you take, if you destroy lives and properties. Now it is if you want your own self-determination, which the Yoruba newspapers call secessionists or whatever rubbish they call it, to tell you how evil they are. Evil. Because I call a spade a spade. Because of them, instead of Yoruba newspapers to come out and say that the proscription of IPOB is wrong, they did nothing wrong, they joined them. Because their man, Tinubu, is his turn in 2023. And they got you to fix your eyes on 2023 and they're taking over your land. Because you're not affected, black people, because you're not affected yet, you think it won't come to you, but it's coming to you. And that time when you're shouting, nobody will listen. Look at what happened at Lekki today. It is a clear case of people shouting and nobody's listening anymore. Because if you want to do good in life, you must be consistent in what you're doing. Not today you blow hot, next day you blow cold. They were proscribing IPOB. None of these newspapers got up to say what you are doing is wrong. IPOB, Lai Mohammed opened his mouth and said, we are proscribing, or we proscribed IPOB because, not because they have guns, no, not because they killed anybody, but because they want to break Nigeria. And some of you that claim you went to school, you're just there watching and looking as a bunch of idiots that some of you are. Fools. I have never seen a more useless, idiotic people than some of you that graduated from zoo universities. I'm telling you the truth. Your education is a waste, complete waste. And the journalists just left Lai Mohammed. They left him alone. They left him. After talking all this nonsense, the idiot left. You are not telling me that anybody agitating for freedom or asking for self-determination is a terrorist group. But the same Nigerian government is supporting the Western Sahara people who are agitating to break away from Morocco. Are they terrorists? I don't know the type of brain that God created some black people with. I don't understand it. Heaven knows I don't understand. This Yogi, I have no idea where people came from. Lai Mohammed, did IPOB kill anybody? No. Did they bomb anywhere? No. Why did you proscribe them? Because they want to break Nigeria up. How about those who are killing people and maiming and raping? Oh, no, it's not the same thing. It's not the same. They're different. And you want me to rise up in the morning and say, I am a proud Nigerian. Then you are sick in the brain. It is this level of idiocy that we are fighting. It is this level of depraved reasoning that we are fighting. When I say that an average black man is demented, people don't understand. When I say that an average African man is useless, people don't understand me. They don't understand me. An information minister, he claims he's an academic, he's well read, sat in a television studio and said, we proscribed IPOB, we tagged IPOB a terrorist group, not because they killed anybody, but because they want to divide Nigeria. And some of you are listening to this garbage. The same thing, oh my God in heaven. They have arrested people at Lekki. You saw their police, they came as if you didn't know they were going to come. Do you think, what do you think would have made those police people to stand back or to go back? Fire for fire, that's the only thing they can understand. Anything else is garbage. They have promised that we will promote you. Some of them being owed 10 months salary. Oh, don't worry, we'll pay you. After Lekki, we're going to pay you. Nobody will pay them. The same idiot will mount roadblock and collect money from people. The same fool that is at Lekki. The children cannot go to school. The same idiots you see today, they're displaying their might and their power. When they see bandits, they run. When they see Boko Haram, they run. When they see ISIS, they run. When they see Al Qaeda in the Maghreb, they run. But when they see civilians, you see them, they puff their chest. They are now very strong. We can want to defend one Nigeria. I have told you people, if you are not prepared for a violent revolution, just stop disturbing us. Stop disturbing people, for goodness sake. You have seen over the years, IPOB will come out, they will kill them. The same Nigerian journalists in Nigeria, they will write, it's our fault. Oh, why did you come out? And I keep saying to them, does it mean we cannot defend our rights? Is that what you're telling us? Oh no, but there's another way to do it. Which other way? Now you are in Lagos, you're protesting in Lagos. After killing people during the last NSAS protest, after freezing accounts, and you think that by coming out to protest, you change anything? No. It's just like speaking grammar in Africa. If you're in Africa, you can speak grammar from now till the kingdom come. There'll be no light. There'll be no running water. You can speak all the grammar you like, or nothing will change. Because it is an attitudinal problem. Not a man, it is something that you have to do consciously to bring about change. And that is to fight fire with fire. That is the only thing that is. Are you telling me that if Yoruba were to stand up today and Biafra to stand up, say enough is enough, do you think Fulani will stand it? Do you think they will stand it? You and I know that the answer is no, they cannot stand the heat. They cannot stand it. But they are counting on your cowardice. They know that some of you can start writing. Remember 1967? Well, what happened? We were eating cassava then. We were doing this. We were struggling. And I keep asking these idiots. How many wars has Israel fought? From day one, since God gave the land of Israel to Israelites when they left Egypt, they've been fighting war till today. Is Israel not at war today? You know, they read the Bible, they don't know what to do with it. That is one thing. That is one thing that every time I pray to God and I say, can you just show me how you made black people? How did you create them? Where did you get the brain you put in black people in their skull? Where did you get the brain from? Because I don't know. The same Bible that I have here in front of me, the Torah, I have the Torah in front of me. The same thing I have read over and over again. I have read this Bible over and over again. For the kingdom of God suffered violence, and it can only be taken by those that prefer violence. Israel has been fighting a war. Israel fought a war and lost, and by the Babylonians came and took them into slavery, scattered them all over the world for 2,000 years. After that, they came back in 1948. Before Israel could be established, they fought a war. 3 wars, 3. Till today, Israel is still fighting. Till this very minute. You fought 1 war since 70, and because of that, we will not hear again. Oh, we are in the war. Did you fight war? Nonsense. I am in America, the most advanced country in the world. I am in Texas, in the city of Houston. Beautiful houses. I am staying in a mansion. People are having fun here. They're enjoying. Is America today not at war in Afghanistan? Is America not at war today in Afghanistan? There is war everywhere. The same America that they're enjoying, America is fighting a war. I have said this thing to our people about this war rubbish they keep talking about. Let me make it very clear to you. Do you know that as a living being, as a human being, you're fighting a war every day? There are many microbes that want to kill you. They number in their billions in your body, of which coronavirus, COVID-19 is one of them. Malaria parasite is another one. Typhoid, one of them. All they want to do is to kill you. But do you know that God is miraculous? Don't take what I'm telling you. Look at yourself. Go to your doctor now and ask your doctor, is my body at war? Your doctor will tell you, yes, your body is at war. But I can't feel anything because you cannot see it. There is something called your white blood cells, the antibodies in your body. They are swimming all over your body, looking for foreigners, like Fulani headsmen in your forest, looking for foreigners to devour them. Anytime they cannot overwhelm that microbe, a virus or a bacteria, that's when you get sick. Then you notice it. For some of us, by then it's too late. Something is happening today in real life. Because there's a saying when we are young, what you have in the spiritual world is also in the living. What you have in the temporal world is also in the spiritual. Do you know that your body is at war? Why don't you say to yourself, oh, because I suffered from malaria and typhoid in 2019 and I survived it. When typhoid and malaria attacks me again in 2021, I will not take any medication. Do you say that? Now, let me ask you again. When you were fighting malaria and typhoid in 2019, you went to the chemist, you took you took all this medication to help your immune system to fight it. You survived. Are you then saying because my body fought malaria parasite and typhoid in 2019, when those parasites attack me again, I should say, oh, I'm tired of fighting this war? Then you will die. Maybe now you will understand what I'm saying. The body of a human being is in a constant state of war. And that is why a community or a nation is a body. Even the United Nations is a body. Anything that comes to attack it, you must fight that very thing and defeat it. Don't say, oh, because I fought a war before in 1967, you were not there, you were not born. So that when the same conditions occurs again, I should keep quiet so they can take my forest, rape my mothers and kill me, then you must be insane. Next time when you're sick, don't take any medication. Say, oh no, before I had this illness in 2018 and I survived it. When it comes again, I will do nothing. Your body is at war. You need to fight for self-preservation. Therefore, you need to fight a war in order to preserve your land and your people. That was the mistake that Yoruba media made. And that is why today they are contesting their land with Fulani headsmen in Yoruba land. But because they are black people, they can never say it. Because of short-termism, they can never say it. Because they are thinking and hoping, oh, it's only 2023. Tinubu will be there and everything will be okay. Before 2023, you'll be taken over. In 2022, the Fulanis will unleash the final phase of their assault and attack against our people. You cannot see 2023. You'll be dead by then. These are the things that they don't understand, and these are the things that we have to make them to understand. We need to make them to understand. It is only now that an Abia monarch is getting up to say they are raping our women. You want us to allow rapists. You want us to allow those who are only interested in humiliating us to be in our forest. Is that what you're saying to us? And you want us to allow it to happen? Is that what you're telling us we must allow to happen? Of course, it can never ever happen. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. You must understand it. You must understand it. Please, very, very. And now, Abia monarchies, Fulani headsmen started raping our women and destroying our farms since 2015. Abia monarch. Since 2015. And I was telling them then, they said, no. You want my son want to take us to another war. We fought a war before. But now the war has come to you. No longer war. They take your mothers and they rape them in the forest. Before your own two eyes. You can't do anything. Because you're thinking, oh, we fought a war before. Because we fought a war before, anybody can now come and rape your mother. Is that what you're telling me? These are the demons that we are fighting. And we must continue to fight them. Why bandits have not been proscribed? Lai Mohammed told you, why they have not proscribed bandits. That is Nigeria for you. That is Nigeria for you, a land of evil. Why have you not banned or proscribed bandits? We have not proscribed them because we are, how can I put it? Because I can remember. I want to just bear with me for a second. I want to tell you precisely what the buffoon said, Lai Mohammed said, why they have not banned killers and murderers. Killers, and when I say to newspapers in the zoo, these are the things you're supposed to be reporting, investigating. These are the things you're supposed to be. No, they will not do it. They can never ever do it. They won't do it because they know, they understand that they are all in it together. All of them are in it together. Oh, don't worry. As long as Tinubu is the president, that is the only thing that matters to us in 2023. That 2023, you will not see it. You will not be alive to see it. Because by then, Fulani would have taken over the whole of your land. Fulani would have taken over the whole of your land. That is why this very day, I'm asking for reports everywhere. Our people, those who are working hard to make sure that the janjaweed, that they are cleared from our forest. I want to know precisely what is going on. And you're going to come back to me to tell me exactly what is happening. You will tell me what is happening because I need to know. I need to know. Why have you not banned bandits? Lai Mohammed, this is according to Punch News. You know the way they report things very flippantly. Very, very flippantly. Very, very sad indeed. Why bandits have not been proscribed, according to Lai Mohammed. Lai Mohammed, he said, this is according to one Shegun Adewale that writes for Punch newspaper. The Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, has said bandits cannot be proscribed in Nigeria because they don't go by any name. I want people this evening, morning, noon, or night, regardless of where you are. You must listen to what I have to say next very, very carefully, please. Look at the contradictions. That is why I keep saying all the time that the worst thing to ever happen to black people, including black Americans who are in America, is the creation of Nigeria. It's the worst thing that ever happened to the black race all over the whole world. And I'm about to prove it to you. I want you to listen very carefully. I want you to understand how all these people are playing ping pong with our listening. I want you to understand the grand plan of the Fulani Janjaweed to eradicate all of you from the face of this very earth. Listen very carefully, please, to their contradictions. Listen carefully to what I have to say, please. They asked Lai Mohammed, tell us why you cannot proscribe Fulani killers. He said, because they don't go by any name. We don't know their name. Listen carefully. Please note that down. They don't have any name. That is why we cannot proscribe them. He said this during an interview on AIT's Kakaki program, which was monitored by Punch newspaper. He said, it is not proscribing these killers and murderers that matters. What matters is how they are treated. Are you listening? They have no name. They should not be proscribed. Then they asked him. No, he continued to say, we proscribe known groups with names. You can't just proscribe an unknown group legally. Unless you have a name, nobody can proscribe you. But their name is Miyet Yala, Fulani headsmen. The whole world knows. He's saying they have no name because the same Yoruba journalists prefer to call them bandits than Fulani headsmen. The same people, even Governor El Rufai, the midget of Kaduna, came out openly to say that these are Fulani people committing this crime. We know it's Miyet Yala. They cannot say it because everybody is afraid. Now, I will continue. Secondly, he said, it is not whether they are proscribed or not. It doesn't matter. These are killers. It doesn't matter if they are prescribed or not. It is the way that they are treated. Does the government actually treat them with kid gloves? The answer is no. This is a response to a raging insecurity in a country of supposedly over 200 million people. This is a response from a minister of state responding to a question about insecurity in the country. Is that you cannot prescribe them because they have no name. And then Lai Mohammed went on to say, when a group is championing a cause for the disintegration of Nigeria, a group like Ipob, everybody's Ipob because we are formidable. Both Satan knows our name. Angels in heaven know everybody If not for IPOB, all of you would have been slaves answering Musa today. I don't care who you are. From Middle Belt all the way to the Atlantic Ocean. If not for IPOB, that is why I don't play with IPOB. That I said you are not in the same class with IPOB. You can never be. Not now, not tomorrow. You can never ever be. One single person in IPOB is responsible that today if you're still answering Jonathan or John or whatever your name is, and not Musa or Idris, is because of IPOB. That was the reason why Lai Mohammed said a group like IPOB that does not even recognize Nigeria as a state sets up its own army. Why won't we have an army? Who born you? And think it's the sovereign state, that we are different from bandits. Why did we set up Eastern Security Network? Why? Do you see the way they lie? Do you see how Nigeria is a place where the devil resides? We set up ESN to tackle Fulani terrorism and the menace of Mieti Allah. Everybody knows that. But now they are touring all over the world, telling the world, Nnamdi Kanu formed an army. He formed a militia. He formed a militia. Because they have the money. And they think that we don't. To pay every frontline lobbying firm around the world to go about preaching this blatant falsehood that we formed an army. Will your army defend our mothers when they're being raped in the farms? I keep asking. I'm here. And I'll ask the UN. If you say I shouldn't form an army to defend the land of Biafra, when my mothers are being raped in the farm, are you going to send a UN special force to come and protect them? I think we all know the answer to that, and the answer is no. Then you allow me to defend my land the best way I know fit, and that's what we are doing. And no Jupiter, I say no Jupiter can stop us. No Jupiter can, nobody. Eastern Security Network has come to stay forever and ever. No going back. They're about to see something they have not seen. And in Imo State, I will set an example with Imo State so that others will know. You see, because of this priest, the wife and the children they kidnapped today, I will set an example. I'm saying I'm in America. Because there were some idiots who are saying, we are going to stop him from coming to America. These are idiots who are power drunk, sacked from IPOB. I'm in America. And I said, after doing what I will do in that zoo called Nigeria, I will be the one to hand myself over. I will go to Hague. I will be in Hague, ICC. They don't have to look for me. I'll hand myself over to ICC. Let them not release this priest and the wife. Then when you're hearing about Imo State, what is happening there? Because if you leave them, you don't know if you are the next person they will take. That is the way the zoo works. You need to understand the psyche of the Fulani. That is how they behave. Some of you are foolish, you cannot see because you're blind. Out of your envy. You cannot be like me. I'm Nnamdi Kanu. You can never, not in a trillion years, you cannot be like me. This is what we are born to do. To set the captives free. That is our mission on this earth. Nothing more, nothing less. For your information. Lai Mohammed, why did you proscribe IPOB? We proscribe them because they don't recognize Nigeria as a state. Please don't compare apples and oranges. So IPOB is apple, and those killing people are oranges from a minister of state. And you have journalists that went to school with conscience. Oh my God in heaven. Journalists with conscience writing rubbish against IPOB. When asked if the bandits are not also threatening the sovereignty of Nigeria by taking up arms against the city, these are bandits that took up arms. These arms were supplied by Fulani governors in the north. It's a grand plan to take over Nigeria and give to Fulani Janjaweed all over West Africa. When they ask them, but why is it you have not proscribed those that took up arms against the citizens of the country, as opposed to IPOB that took up no arms against Nigeria? He said, listen, Lai Mohammed, security challenges are one thing. Challenging the sovereignty of Nigeria is a completely different thing. So challenging the sovereignty of Nigeria by asking for a referendum is more dangerous than people slaughtering and raping all of you. That's what he said. And who created Nigeria? A white man and a white woman. So all of you will be sacrificed at the altar of one Nigeria that was created by a white man and a white woman. And you claim you are black Africans. I don't know the God. I've said to God, though, in my next life, any attempt to take me to Africa, any attempt, children want to take me to Africa, I will start fighting heaven. I'm telling you the truth. I have never seen a people that steadfastly refuses to reason. What lie Muhammad? If you hear him, you will think he loves Nigeria. Yes? No, he's saying it because of the money he's making. How he's going to be. You know, now they are now having empires. After being the governor, your child can be the speaker. After that, you know, that dynasty thing, like the Sarakis of Kwara. Their people are not building, they are now marrying each other. Their son is now marrying their daughter. They are building a dynasty. Because of oil and gas coming from Biafra land. Now, listen very carefully, please. He said, don't armed robbers threaten the security of lives in the country? It's everywhere in the world. People can... He failed to say that people are also agitating everywhere else in the world. Nicola Sturgeon, the first minister of Scotland, is agitating. They will not say to us, oh, why don't you join politics? You play politics with monkeys. Can you go into Serengeti Forest, Serengeti Game Reserve, and you call lion, and you call antelope, and you call zebra, and say, come, there's some political party. Is that possible? Nigeria is a zoo. Some call it a jungle. There are no rules. The only thing that Britain wants is that let us just say there is a government in power so it can be taking oil and gas. That's the only thing that concerns them. You can kill yourselves there. The more you die, anyway, it's even better because they have said that they want to reduce Africa's population by 3 billion. No, world population by 3 billion. And most of them will come from Africa. So if you kill yourselves there, nobody gives a damn. Why do you think that when fighting is going on in Africa, as is now going on in Ethiopia, in the Tigray region, nobody's talking all over the world? Africans, you can kill yourselves. You don't matter in the scheme of things. You people are irrelevant. You can succeed and come abroad and become our cleaner and our bus driver and do all these menial jobs. If you're lucky, one or two of you can make it and become a known figure all over the world. But apart from that, collectively, you're not. But we don't feel any shame, do we? We have in this UG, we have no shame. We have no class. We have no decency. Now, this same lie, Muhammad, I want to bring you to something about how duplicitous these people are. This same man that is saying that you cannot dialogue with bandits, they have no name. The same man. Note this thing down, please. The same man that said you cannot, they have no name. Listen to what he had to say. He went further to say, when that dirty sheikh, not that idiot that wears a dirty rag, he looks very filthy. How that person can be an Islamic scholar is beyond me. Islamic scholars are very, very intelligent. Islamic scholars are very, very intelligent. How somebody can say that Islamic scholars are, they look so dirty. Very, very dirty. Very, very dirty. Did you see it? The so-called Islamic scholar. Very dirty, Sheikh Gumi. They said he went about talking to what's it called? He went about talking to bandits inside the forest. Listen, a man that said we cannot prescribe them because they have no name. I wanted to pay attention. How do I describe it in this UG? How do I get them? This thing that I have to say now, how do I get people to be able to be reasonable enough to understand what I'm saying? That's the problem I have now in this UG. I want to listen very carefully. A while ago, Lai Mohammed said we cannot prescribe Fulani bandits because they have no name. Is that correct? Now, the same man said he is in support of Sheikh Gumi's, they call him Sheikh Gumi's dialogue with the same people that has no name. Most of us, people don't understand in IPOB, we are engineers, we are doctors. I'm in America. You need to come and see the mansion I'm staying in America. It belongs to an IPOB family member who is a coordinator in Texas. My goodness, people are daft, you know. We have doctors, we have engineers, we have nurses, we have everything. And those whose job is to rear cattle is trying to dictate our lives for us. Can you believe such nonsense? I want you to know that Nigeria is a den of liars and deceivers. The sooner you know it, the better. We support Sheikh Gumi's peace initiative with bandits. And we respect him. From who? From some Lai Mohammed. Do you see how they roll? When it suits them, IPOB is a monster. It's evil. Destroy it. On the other hand, they're negotiating with bandits, the same people that have no name. Why is it easier for you to negotiate with people that have no name than those that has a name? Now you see, it's called contradictions. But because they have so much money, their worth is nearly 30 billion to deceive the world. The world is more corrupt now than it's ever been in the history of mankind. They come to America here, they spray some money around, they give money to consultants, they go to Capitol Hill, they speak grammar, they wear suits based on proceeds of blood from the zoo to try to defend what is in essence indefensible. I wish the USA can have conscientious people, as in years gone by, people who are not swayed or persuaded by money. Even today in America, even in their politics, they are becoming as corrupt as the third world. If you don't have money to buy your way through, nothing happens. Evil is happening all over the world, and the whole US is keeping quiet. And evil is happening. What is that evil? Speaking on TVC morning show, the same Lai Mohammed, after AIT went to, before his AIT rubbish, went to TVC and said that the government, their government, is using the back channels to address the security challenges in the country. Adding that bandits might be ready to listen to the cleric than they would to the government. So let there be peace. This is from Lai Mohammed, the same man that said to you that they have no name, we cannot prescribe them. But when it comes to amnesty, giving hard-earned money gotten from the south to the north to armed killers and robbers, it doesn't matter that they don't have a name. So when it comes to pampering murderers and killers, it doesn't matter if they have a name or not. Now you understand the type of country you're in. So when some of you wake up in the morning and say that you are a proud Nigerian, you can now understand the reason why I say that a wild beast in the forest is better than you, because you're a complete fool and an idiot. This is what they have reduced governance to. This is what Lai Mohammed has reduced governance to. This is how sad and terrible things are in the damnable zoological republic. They don't have a name. We can't prescribe them. Oh, but by the way, we can negotiate with them to give them more money, give them cars, give them arms, give them everything. In the name of amnesty. The same people that you claim have no name. They have turned logic on its head, upside down. Upside down. Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me. No matter how sensible you are in Nigeria, no matter the type of education you have, if you fail to see what the Fulanis are planning for you, then you're a fool. Have you ever heard any Fulani person before come out to openly condemn even the bandits? That dirty looking pig called a sheikh. That's the thing about Yoruba media. They say he's a respected sheikh, respected Islamic scholar. And I want you to go through all their newspaper publications. The same words they will never use for anybody from the East. Even if you're an avid supporter of one Nigeria. Never. Never. They can never say the renowned lawyer, the renowned judge. Never. That has led a lot of people to think that maybe there is a symbiotic relationship between the Yoruba and the Fulani. Maybe they are benefiting from one another. I don't know what it is. I have no idea what it is. But something very horrible is happening in the zoo. And it is our duty and responsibility to bring it to the attention of the world. A governor, the Bauchi State governor said, Governor Bala Mohammed said, headsmen Fulani will continue to carry AK-47, which means they will continue to rape our mothers, a sitting governor in Nigeria. And somebody will have the temerity to rise up to ask us, why ESN? Why are you armed? You are telling a governor is saying that people who are rapists and murderers, that they have the right to carry AK-47. A sitting governor. Bala Mohammed is his name. A governor. he explained, according to a news report in the zoo, according to Vanguard, that herdsmen would continue to carry weapons because they need protection. How about my mother who is being raped? And don't take my word for it. I want you to simply go to your Google and you type in women raped. Type it in Google, women raped in Ebonyi State. Now listen, in Ebonyi State by Fulani headsmen. When we say these things, people don't understand. When we say it, they keep complaining. But they must understand. They must understand. Just Google it. I said, go to your Google now. I want you to follow. It's a simple. What do you have there? Have you found it? Go to Google and you will see it. Just Google women raped in Ebonyi State by Fulani headsmen inside Google. You will see reports everywhere. July 1st, 2020. Woman raped by headsmen in Anambra dies in Ebonyi. These are the people that a sitting governor in Nigeria is saying we should give arms to. And when you, is there, isn't it? When you come out and say, in fact, let me read one for you here. It's awful, but it sounds hilarious. They caught this December. This news was published by some newspaper. Go and Google this one. Fulani headsman. Google it, please. I will speak very slowly. Fulani headsman who raped a Ebonyi woman to death says, I only did one round. Is here. And Dave Umahi, the governor of Ebonyi State, is aware of all these things. Now, my question to them is this. My question to zoo people is this. All you zoo animals calling yourselves Nigerians, my question to you is this. When this Fulani man armed with AK-47 comes to rape my mother, what should I do? What am I supposed to do? Because here, it is very clear that their governor have said to them, we need to allow them to continue to carry AK-47 assault rifles. And I'm asking you a very simple question. A very, very simple question. When they come with the assault rifles to rape our mothers, what are we supposed to do? Be clapping for them or reciting the Quran? So as they're raping our mothers in the farm, we'll be reading the Quran. Or Hadith. We'll be reciting it for them. And our mother was raped to death. One in Anambra, one in, not one, just one I'm able to see right now, if you Google it. And they say you have governors. They want to do their own security. Do you see how foolish? Sometimes in Nigeria, everybody's foolish. Everybody is hopeless. Nobody can reason very well. And you want to compare yourself to the great IPOB that heaven itself created. Who are you? Are you more intelligent than us? Are you more educated than we are? Do you want us to start speaking English? I ask you speaking grammar all the time. Wole Soyinka was speaking grammar for very many years. He didn't stop the Fulani cow from eating his corn. He didn't stop them. English cannot stop a marauding headsman. English language cannot stop them. You are speaking English to people in Abuja who don't understand English language. Like Lai Mohammed and the zoo. And these are the sort of country that people are saying, he's my country, and I'm a Nigerian. You should be ashamed of yourself for opening up your stinking mouth to say, I'm a Nigerian, I'm a product. You are a fool, a complete idiot, now and forevermore. You're a fool. They're playing with your brain. By the time you realize it'll be too late. They are raping our mothers all over the place. You want me to fold my arms and behave like Umahi or like one of these idiotic governors in the East? Is that what you want? Or be like we even supply more women for them to be raping in the North? Is that what you want? I think that some people are demented. I am preaching this very gospel this very day. The time now is 19 minutes past 1 p.m. here in Houston, in Texas, United States of America, where they fought a war, series of wars before they became free. I remember there's a man called General Houston in this part of the world, isn't it? It was General Houston that took this very place from the Mexicans. Is that not correct? The Mexican general was called Santa Anna. If some of you can remember, because in American history, that is before General Houston came to fight Santa Anna here, where I am right now. They fought against the British. They fought against the Native Indians. They fought against the French. They fought against everybody. They even fought against the Spanish and the Mexicans. How many wars? Today, they are the leading light in the whole world, not minding the efforts of Satan to bring darkness into America, but they will not succeed. Because this is a land that belongs to God Almighty in heaven. America is God's own country, without a shadow of a doubt. Without, if you come and you even feel it. There is something about this, when you come into USA, there is something you feel. You feel that everything is possible. United States, when you come into America, the sky is very close to you. You feel like the sky is very close to you. In other countries, the sky feels like it's billions of miles away. There is something very unique about this very place. Very, very unique about it. And that is why they are preeminent. No matter what anybody does, no country can overtake the USA. No country can. Mind it is the longest running empire in the history of mankind. That is what I mean by that is a very powerful state. Because every other empire, what I mean by empire is not a colonizing empire, a conquering empire, but an empire in terms of influence and reach. And I pray today that God will maintain, because Americans, they used to have conscience. I don't know where their conscience have just gone to, but in America before, they used to have conscience, and we are praying for that to return. We are praying for that to return. And that is why we must do all we can to defend Biafra land with the last drop of our blood. Zamfara governor, Bauchi governor, every governor in the north, we will dialogue with them. Nobody has condemned them. No governor in the north has come out, not even nobody has come out to condemn what the bandits are doing, what Fulani people are doing with AK-47. But they want to stop those defending their land with AK-47. Can you believe such nonsense? Can you believe such nonsense? These are the things, and Yoruba people, Yoruba, my friends and my brothers, my sisters in Yoruba land, go and take down today's date, 13th day of February 2021. Tomorrow is the anniversary of the burial of my parents, killed by the same Nigerian government. Killed by Nigerian government. I am telling you today, Saturday, 13/02/2021. If you people continue this way, if you continue this thing, this dance you're dancing with Tinubu, hey, I will come back live on air and tell you, I told you so. Remember my warning? I am warning you today. You people should abandon Tinubu and his so-called useless 2023 ambition, or else you will die with him. Yoruba land will be gone. Write it down. Saturday, 13/02/20. Ask yourself, why is it that these criminals, these criminal headers and killers are not in Biafra land, dragging our land with us? Because they know that we are prepared to die with them. When they see you as in the middle belt, they value life, they like begging. Oh, please, we are sorry now. It's one Nigeria. Let us keep this country going. The more you stay in one Nigeria, the more you will die. Because Fulani needs that fake unity to conquer you. Before they conquered the Hausa, they were telling them we are Hausa Fulani, Hausa unity between Hausa and Fulani. By the time the Hausas woke up, Fulani is already in middle belt. They have come again. One Nigeria. Let's put Nigeria together. Let Nigeria be one. And in it, you're going to die. You will perish. Because everything that is artificial on this earth comes to an end. Nigeria is an artificially created product. It must come. It has an expiry date. It has expired and it must come to an end. But before it comes to an end, it's punishment from God, for information, for all people who did against Biafra. People are suffering today. Who are the ones suffering today? All those that ganged up against Biafra, they're the ones suffering. You know, we sinned against God, and God allowed, Britain to use Nigeria to punish us. We know that very well because we did a lot of very horrible things. Very horrible things. Human sacrifices, all these stupid rituals that we're doing. Worshipping idol. Bowing down before a graven image, an image carved by the hands of man. Rubbish. Today, that's the one thing about Almighty God that we worship. Anytime you go against Israel, God will use you to punish Israel, no doubt. But after that, his anger will turn against you. That's what is happening now. All those that fought against Biafra, all the lies, all the deceits against Biafra is now in the open. Do you know, I keep reading journals and articles all over the world saying that when they kill us Biafrans or they arrest us, they say it's purported, it's alleged. Even if you show them where the army is shooting people, killing them live, the thing is alleged. Purported, alleged. Because liars have taken over the whole world. We no longer have people of truth. But we are here, and we'll keep ramming it down their throat until they understand and get some sense. They understand and come to the realization that as long as we are alive, we cannot be silenced. We cannot be gagged. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how you do it. We continue to strive on every blessed day, relentlessly and consistently, until Biafra is restored, or we all die. One of the two must happen. Governor Bello Matawale said that the government won't abandon ongoing dialogue with bandits, people that have no name. They have no name. There is no name. They have no name, but you can dialogue with them. But those that have names, you claim you can kill them. Does that make any sense to any living being? And all of you are clapping. Lai Mohammed, there is no Buhari in Nasarok. Only an idiot believes that is Buhari. There is no Buhari. People out of shame, out of envy, out of jealousy, don't want to concede. Have you heard from him? In all this rating debate, you hear from Garba Shehu, you hear from Lai Mohammed, you hear from the great harlot herself, Loretta Noche. Do you hear from a president who is sitting in a country that is boiling at the precipice? And I'm pleading with my Yoruba people. My Yoruba people, please, please, please. Now is the time to end Nigeria. Look at what happened at Lekki. Now is the time to end Nigeria. End it completely. Or else you'll be there thinking of, you know, it's like corn. Let me tell you one thing about oil and gas in Biafra land. It's like corn that we give to chicken. When you want to trap chicken, you'll be dropping corn, small, and the chicken will fall into the house. You close the door and you kill it. That is what is happening. Anytime you want to reason, they will tell you, oh, remember how you're going to pay your workers? Oil and gas in the east, oil and gas. You idiotically agree. In one Nigeria. And by the time your mother goes to the farm, she's raped and cut into pieces. By the time you realize it's too late. I'm asking you today a very simple question. How many governors from the north has ever condemned what Fulani bandits are doing? Or should I say Mileti Allah? None of them. Which goes to show you that they are all in it together. They know what they are doing. But because people from the south are so stupid, and I keep asking myself, is it that those from this when I mean the north, I mean the core north, Janjaweed north, the Sharia north. Does it mean they're more intelligent than we are in the south? How did they succeed in dividing us so much? They come to the east and they divide us. They say, oh, you're not Igbo. No, you don't do anything with them. They go to the west and say, oh, Igbo man is your worst enemy. Biafra is our enemy. And you agree. How did they manage to convince all of you? And I keep asking this question all the time. It's time to wake up and smell the coffee, because I'm in America. They love coffee here a lot. You will not hear any Janjaweed governor condemn what is happening in the north. But anytime we try to resist them, you see them shouting all the time. That tells you something about these people. That tells you something about their mindset. That tells you something about what they have in store for you. If you do not wake up now, tomorrow may be too late. Not just for you, but for your children, even those who are unborn. As the Yorubas are now fighting and struggling to retain their own forests. That the Fulani had the audacity to kill Amotekun operatives. Even police are arresting Amotekun. That was the reason why I tweeted yesterday calling for OPC, and I wrote about it again on Facebook today, calling on OPC to take over. OPC needs to take over because they have the pedigree. They need to take over. They must take over. They must take over. We will support amnesty. I want to Google something, please, because I want evidence, because the whole world is listening. Go to Google and you Google, I will support amnesty for bandits, says Lai Mohammed. Google it. The same Lai Mohammed that said, we banned IPOB, we proscribed IPOB and tagged them a terrorist group, not because they stole anything or they killed anybody, but because they are asking for freedom. The same man that said we cannot proscribe bandits because they have no name, the same man is now telling you we will support amnesty for bandits. What does that tell about Nigeria? It tells you that you have no president to start with, and that gangsters are now in charge. A band of blood-sucking demons, criminals all over the place. All over the place. Unless you know their game, you can't understand. Sometimes they come on social media, they change their name to a southern-sounding name or middle belt to attack you. If you're foolish, you will think a human is attacking you, but no. These are the games they're playing. But anytime they come against IPOB, they know they have met a brick wall. They understand that very well. We cannot ban them, we cannot prescribe them because they have no name. But we can negotiate with them and give them money to go and buy even more arms. Even more arms. Headsmen with AK-47 is for self-defense. But Eastern Security Network with AK-47 is not for self-defense. Do you understand? And as I'm saying this, let me also remind, if you know who opposed Adema very well, please go and tell him that those people that they abducted today, the reverend, the rabbi they abducted today, they must release him. I'm warning everybody to go and warn Hope Uzodinma and George Ubiozo. They must release them. They must release them. Or else that thing they're looking for in Imo State, they are going to get it. They are going to get it. They are going to get it. Absolutely, they are going to get it. Have they stopped us? Of course, they cannot stop us. For 1 second there, we lost our transmission, but we are live and direct. After all, we are in the USA. And the banditry in the zoo will continue, even according to the midget who brought in bandits himself, El Rufai. He said it is going to continue. And I told people before, forget about the zoo, they make noise so much. You see them today with their police showing off. When the trouble starts now, they will go and call the army. When the army will come and fail, they will go and start begging Cameroon and Chad to help them. I was telling you, I have been telling you for years now, that the zoo called Nigeria, they have never won any war before. They have never fought any war. They have never won any war in their lives before. Some of them thought I was joking. Even this Atahiru was the one that presided over Operation Python Dance, in case you've forgotten. When he's done, I'm sure they will give him ambassadorial position. I'm sure that's what they will do. Isn't it? This same man Atahiru from 82 Division in Enugu that was busy killing civilians. The idiot that failed to command any sector successfully in the fight against Boko Haram is the one that appointed to go and be their new chief of army staff. Let me tell you what he said. He said army to involve Cameroon forces in insurgency fight. I told you before, Nigeria has never won any war before in their lives. Biafran war was fought by Britain, Russia, Egypt, and Islamic countries. If God is my witness, if ordinary ESN with Nigerian army will defeat them anytime, any day, anytime. That is why they keep abducting civilians. They know where we are. They can come to the forest where we are. They know where we are, but because of the cowardly nature of Nigerian army, they only go after soft targets. Common Boko Haram that they created, they cannot defeat. They are begging Chad. Chad is one of the poorest countries in the world. The poorest in the world, they are begging Chad. They are begging another poor country, Cameroon, to come and help them to fight the war. But they are the giant of Africa. Giant for only by mouth. They cannot do anything. If you think that we will fight a war and that Nigeria will defeat Biafra, then you are insane. You are insane. If you cannot defeat a ragtag army of a zealots in Sambisa forest, how can you defeat Biafra? How? I'm asking you. Oh, sorry. Britain will help you. Britain will tell all the lies. Will lie to America, lie to everybody, try to deceive everybody on behalf of the zoo. Come on to fight insurgency that the Fulanis created to remove Jonathan from power. They cannot defeat them. They are going to beg Cameroon. Are these the people that you think will defeat us? Are these the idiots that will defeat Biafra? These idiots that are going to beg Cameroon and Chad to help them to fight a war? But they claim they are strong. They are only strong when it comes to killing unarmed civilians. Wretched cowards. Atahiru that came to my house, commanded the army that came to my house, that led to the death of my parents. This idiot, you think he will go free? You people are doing. You don't know what happened. We are going to show the world madness. Our own madness will soon start. When it starts, we show them what is real. You think that Boko Haram is madness? We show you pure madness. And we'll show you madness. Continue what you're doing. Don't release this. Keep the rabbi. Because I want an excuse. When I do what I'll do in Imo State, they will ask me why. I'll say they must release the rabbi. They must release him, and I will release him by force. Because people don't. I want to tell my Yoruba brothers, no army can fight a war on two fronts, purpose of three fronts. It's not possible. Now they want to use Fulani terrorists to intimidate the Yoruba race, to grab your land. That is why OPC must come out and replace Amoteku. OPC must come out to replace Amoteku, or else your land is gone. Write it down, 13th of February 2021, what I'm telling you today. Write it down somewhere. Because if you don't show Fulani madness, you're gone. You are gone, you are finished. You must show Fulani that you are more insane than they are. They are going to beg Cameroon to fight for them. They are going to beg Chad. But they claim that the giant of Africa, all the money being given to them by United States of America, by EU, everybody to fight insurgency, they buy weapons, they give it to Fulani terrorists. Have you not seen the video? Have you not seen the video? Have you not seen? People should post it on my wall on the comment section of this broadcast. Have you not seen the video? They give them money to fight insurgency. Fulani will use some money to go and buy weapons from Russia. Those things are Russian-made ordnance. They buy it and they give it to all manner of vagabonds from the Sahel to come and rape our mothers in our land. Don't you know that? You don't think that all this is a plan and a plot and a ploy by them? They come when you complain. Oh, remember 2023? Build alliances. Every idiot will now start running around trying to see the fellow idiots to convince. Do you understand what I'm saying now? Nigeria cannot fight a war. Their army is not trained. It's not a volunteer army. Ours is a volunteer army. Theirs is not. If you don't pay them salary, they go home. Ours will bring our money from our own pocket to support what we believe in. Because we are fighting for something far more superior than oil and gas. We are fighting for freedom. And freedom for everybody. If you choose to misunderstand our intentions, that is your business. If you convince yourself otherwise that what we are doing is not for the good of all, that is entirely up to you. But remember that you have Fulani in your bush and in your forest to contend with. If not for what we are doing, do you think anybody will have the courage to rise up and to say no to Fulani? Of course not. It's because of what IPOB is doing. So I know some of you go back in your bedrooms to give us credit. I know some of you do. You hide and you give us credit. We don't need it. It doesn't matter what you say. What we know for certain is that we are in these very efforts to liberate the land of Biafra, and there is nothing any idiot can do about it. Atahiru Jega or what? No, sorry, was something Atahiru, not Jega. Jega is another idiot from former INEC chairman. He is their chief of army staff. He cannot fight a war. He has not been in a war. He's a quota general. All they know how to do is to kill protesters. That is all they can do. That is the only thing they know how to do. And unless we are prepared for a revolution, don't come out to protest, please. There's no need for it. There's no need for it. You must come out in a revolution. Yoruba, take care of Yoruba land. Biafrans, take care of the East. Middle Belt, rise up in the Middle Belt. Then we'll overwhelm them. How many are there? How many police people came there to make you to drive all of you away? Because you don't understand the zoo very well. You want to play democracy with animals. It doesn't work that way. Before you know, the lion will rise up and eat the zebra. That's what happened here. That is what is happening in the Zoological Republic. That's what happening there. Do you know that these people without conscience, Lagos State Governor, with his cronies, they demolished the houses of the people that witnessed the massacre during NSAS, and everybody's quiet. All of you are quiet, just looking. I don't know who did this to you people. I have no idea. Is it your hatred for Biafra, or your enviousness towards the accomplishments of IPOB? What is stopping people from rising up and saying enough is enough? Members of the communities that witnessed the October 20 shooting of peaceful protesters by Nigerian soldiers has been basically had their homes demolished. the only army that kills civilians, that is meant to protect. All of you, in that 1999 constitution, they wrote it there, that the army can come to help the police. Fulani, they know what they were doing. That is why everywhere you go is Fulani head, Fulani everywhere. They know, they understand, they know that some of us are very foolish. We cannot reason. That is the reason why now army no longer defend the country. They now specialize in killing civilians and propping up a regime. That is now their job, only in Africa. And Africans are sheepish. Hey, I don't want to go close to Africa again. No. God knows. I don't want to go close to Africa. God is my witness. Instead of me to come again as an African, let me come as a tree in the forest. Come on, in the forest. At least if you cut me down, you can use me as firewood, charcoal, or center table. I'm telling you the truth. I don't know how Africans reason. I have never seen, even monkeys cannot reason this way. The way black people reason in Africa. Even monkeys cannot reason that way. God have mercy on you people. Have mercy on you people. The same, so nobody is asking these soldiers why is it when it comes to killing civilians you have bullets, you have armaments, but anytime you're asked to go and fight terrorists in Sambisa forest, you say we have no arms, we've run out. But you never run out of arms to kill civilians. Never ever. When it comes to killing civilians, you have arms in abundance. But when it comes to fighting terrorism, no, you don't have any. You don't have any. They have gone to they've demolished it, and everybody will just go home and do nothing. And their media, this person said that, that person said that, and at the end of the day, nothing happens. Nothing happens. Once again, I'm going to open the lines in a very short while. Remember when the Fulani said they were going to ban open grazing? It's a lie. Fulani can never, they want to take your land from you. It's a lie. If you like, fall for the lies, that is your business. We're not falling for it. Fulani will take your land from you. You can't do nothing. Go to Middle Belt and see it. They bring out one of your sons or your daughters. They promise the idiot something. Oh, don't worry, we'll make you president of the Senate. You will be the Speaker of the House of Representatives. That's all. The idiot was that rubbish. Let's keep Nigeria one. Did you create Nigeria? Only create Nigeria. Did you create Nigeria? I'm asking you. The person that created Nigeria is dead. Dead. Without shame, black people. We have so much to get through today. So much. I'm preaching the gospel of heaven. I told them, they thought it was a joke. A time will come, we will match force with force. Anything they want, we give them. Anything they want, we give them. Let them not release this priest. Can we take him? Let them not release him now. They will see what he will start to become. Go, all of you intellectuals, prepare what you're going to write. Prepare it now. All that useless grammar you're speaking, prepare it very, very well, because you will need it in Imo State. Let them not release the chief priest, and then they'll see what will happen to them. There are mad people everywhere. Your own daughters are being raped. Right now, they are in DSS custody. In DSS custody. I have complained to every agency in the world. Our daughters are being raped in Abuja right now. They are being raped. They are doing nothing about it. And you want me to put my arms and be watching them and telling you this world is beautiful? Mad people everywhere. Mad people everywhere. They have beauty their way. And all of you are there. That Ipob is challenging the sovereignty of Nigeria. Sovereignty created by who? You're not ashamed of yourself? You useless black monkeys. Sovereignty of Nigeria created by a white person. And you're not even ashamed of yourselves. You are defending the sovereignty in Africa created by a European. Can an African go to Europe to create sovereignty? You shameless fools. Can an African go to Europe or to Asia? You know, this UG people are disgrace to humanity. Disgrace to humanity. But of course, we know I am comforted by the word of God, that when Elohim wanted to set the Israelites free, he hardened the heart of Pharaoh. That's what is happening in the zoo. They cannot see it coming. But my God, it is coming. No more, no Biafran should join any street protest anywhere. No street protest. If they want a revolution, We go for full steam ahead. What Nigeria needs is a revolution. Or else the Fulanis will swallow you alive. If you don't know, let me tell you. Give me the number again, let me call it. I want to talk to children of light, especially those in America. Pick up the phone, and if they call, please take the call from that very phone, please. Take the call and let us hear what they have to say. I am in the United States of America. That's what I am, in Houston, Texas, to be precise. The time here now is approximately 1:45 p.m. in the afternoon. 1:45 p.m. in the afternoon, we are spreading the gospel. Discipline is key. For us to prevail, we must be disciplined. Somebody wrote me a letter, an open letter from Aba about POS. If you are in any cult in Aba, I don't believe it is people. The people attacking POS agents are policemen in Mufti and Army. They are no longer collecting enough money at checkpoints, so they are coming into Aba to kill people. We are going to catch one of you. And I want everybody doing POS business. You people must meet. You must have a street or a place where we know that you will be in all the time. Go and rent shops there so we can protect you better. We will catch one of them. If we catch one of you coming to kill people again, POS, people doing their business in their homes, oh dear me, pray we don't catch you. Because from now I am asking every Eastern Security Network operative in Aba to make sure that nobody, even the vehicles that come with their escape route, nobody attacks any POS merchant again and gets away with it. We must apprehend them. If you are in a cult and you are the people attacking POS agents, I'm asking you, I am telling you today that you shouldn't continue that way. If we catch you, any cult I hear in Aba, any cult I hear in Aba involved in this POS nonsense, you will be obliterated, all of you. Bar none. Our job, we are not like the zoo. We have come to save lives, the lives of Biafran people, not to take it. That is our job. The lives of Biafran people is what we are not like zoo soldiers that kill civilians. You don't do that. You don't do that. We are not savages. For your information, I have received your letter. The person that wrote this very letter to me about what is happening in Aba, these POS people who are under attack. Let me see. Your name is Emeka Tony Chuku. I have gotten your letter, and I'm telling the whole of Aba, both those who are in volunteer, those who are in ESN, ordinary family members, anywhere POS is attacked again, block their exit route and catch one of them alive for us. That's all. So that idiot will tell us who sent him, and then we can set an example with them. No attack in Aba whatsoever on POS merchants. People are doing their legitimate business. Leave them alone, for goodness sake. We are not criminals. The Fulani Janjaweeds are. We are not. And don't forget that. We are the children of light. And when Biafra comes, everybody will have a stake in it. It's not going to be like the zoo. Everybody will have a stake in Biafra. Everybody will live a very good life in Biafra. So there is no need involving yourself in any form of criminality. Go and join ESN and fight for the liberation of your land. No criminality will be condoned. This, if it is a soldier or police, once we catch you in Aba, and in a soldier or your police, okay, you will see what will happen. Do we have somebody on the line, please? Do we have anybody on the line? Who is that very person? Who is that very person? Somebody from Houston, Texas. Yes, the person can call, please. The person can call. We have somebody on the line, please. Your name and where you're calling from. We are live and we are direct from Houston, Texas, and the world is listening.
Amaka from Houston, Texas.
Amaka from Houston in Texas. Please go ahead. We're listening.
First of all, I've been taking notes this whole time. I've been listening to you. Thank you so much for answering the call of God, Mazi Namdi Kanu. I'm born in America in the diaspora, but I have family in the East and I visit very frequently. And it has always been on my heart, Nigeria and the things going on in Nigeria. It's just that in America, it's that people don't care. Our brethren are more interested in the flashy life and, nice cars and everything, as opposed to truly freeing our people in order for all of us to take part in a wonderful life.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I've been taking notes, so I have and to everybody listening, I know those in Nigeria may not be able to hear my accent so well, but please bear with us. I am a child of Biafra. Okay.
Yes,
so number two, I've been searching for information for the official IPOB particularly in Houston. So I'm very happy to be getting through to you. I've been looking for probably the past 4 months. And I saw an interview where you did a meeting in Houston, and there weren't so many people at the meeting. I think that's because it's not it's not well known to the community, IPOB, or especially the past generation. I'm in my late 20s, so people like my parents and things like that, they didn't I think that they've been traumatized from the war, and so people are scared to speak of Biafra and to really stand, because Igbos are warriors of peace. We don't allow these kinds of bad behaviors, raping of our grandmothers in the farm. My grandma goes to farm, and I've gone to farm with her since I was a child. And so I think that it's an abomination for those types of things to happen. Number three, indigenous people are like Native Americans in America. Mazinamdi Kanu. I don't know if you know of how Native Americans in America, they're given a stipend every month to live, because they are the indigenous people of this country. At a certain point in history, America was even going to kill all of the Native Americans, and that's how you have them in their reservations now, where they live and they continue their indigenous cultures, and the country doesn't touch them, and even gives them money to live their life in peace because of what they did to them. Even though we know that that is not enough, for indigenous people. Indigenous people should be able to have their own country and live their life the way that God told them from the beginning of time to live their life. So I know that I'm very late to the IPOB party, but I think that there's some things that maybe can help the fight or the determination of Biafra. I think one of those things is for Igbos in particular, and the indigenous tribes of the East should be able to have those kinds of I don't know the word, those rights, internationally. Igbos need to be respected as indigenous people, number one. They are the original people of the land, and that is something that is already internationally is respected. We see in the rainforest in Brazil, they have those indigenous peoples that live there, and you can't touch them. If you touch them, it's all hell. It can break loose. You leave those people to live their life in peace.
Yes.
So okay, I'm sorry. So number four, let me see. People at home make this. Okay, so in regards to Fulani herdsmen, so in my place in Isukwato, I know that in the past 2 months, the escalation of kidnapping and rapings and all kinds of things that these insurgents are doing in our lands have increased, especially in the past 2 months. I don't really want to put too much of, my information. I don't want to I don't want to get my people in Nigeria, in trouble or something, It's just that I just can't allow this thing to be continuing. So particularly in Isukwato, there's I guess they're boys. They're maybe called like Afara boys or something.
We are dealing with them. The same thing we didn't know about, we shall do to them. Anywhere we find a group of people, if you are doing cultism or you're in a cult, go and join the volunteers in your locality. If you continue this nonsense of cultism and we catch you, I thought, I'm sorry, will be better for you as a name. It's not going to happen. We went to Isikwata and we did some work in Isikwata, isn't it? A lot of work was done there last week or 2 weeks ago, and we shall continue to monitor the situation. But I can tell you that things are returning back to normal in Isikwata, not just there, but across the land. A lot of very, very distressing events are taking place, and we cannot allow it to continue. Absolutely not. Amaka, I have your number here, and my secretary, Uchenna, will contact you in the next few minutes to make sure that you become part and parcel of this very effort to liberate our land from the rather insurgent Fulani army intent on colonizing and killing us. Thank you very much for calling. Thank you very, very much. Chief Aloy Chukwu is from where? He wants to talk to me. Chief Aloy Chukwu says he wants to talk to me. Can you please get his number and then transfer? I'm in America. Those of us in America, you are more than welcome to call. You are more than welcome to call. We have somebody else on the line. Is that correct, if I'm not mistaken? They call on the line. Can you hear me?
Hello, my leader.
My dear brother.
Hello. Hi, welcome to USA.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey, so in the
I'm here, yes.
very good, very good. God bless you.
And you too.
I've been trying to contact you. We brokers, but I have difficulty to get you.
And where are you based? So, where are you based?
I'm based in Portland.
Portland, Oregon.
Yes.
My geography is still very good.
And Portland, IPOB here. Also, one of my family.
It's enough. You and your family is more than enough representation for us in Portland. We can build it from there. What I have to say to you is that we have noted down your number 45 ending 4511, and my secretary will give you a call also very, very shortly to see how we can make sure that the family in Portland, Oregon grows exponentially. Thank you very much. There is nothing much for us to discuss. After this very program, I will get back to you. And if there are other things you want to say regarding what we are doing, then you are more than welcome to do so. We have a lot of people who are sending messages for us. This is Isuochi. Of course, we are going there. We are going to Isuochi. People are here. There are a lot of people from all these communities under siege in America. Bende is under siege. What is the Bende people doing about it in America? Isikwata is under siege. Our sister Amaka has called a short while ago to tell us all these places that is under siege. Enugu is under siege. Anambra is under siege. That ESN is fighting very, very hard to make sure that we bring it to an end. What are those communities doing in America? What are they doing in the United States of America? Are they part and parcel of what we are doing or not? Are they part of it or not? I don't know what is happening in all this technology. What's going on here? Somebody's trying to call. I don't know what's going on with this iPhone. I can't understand it. A lot of people are trying to call us ostensibly from the USA. People are calling from the USA. People are calling us from the United States of America. Even here as well. I don't know what this one means. I'm trying to see if I can take the call. How is it that calls can come to iPad? Is that possible? How is that possible? I don't have any SIM card in here, so how is that possible?
It's connected to the Wi-Fi.
It's connected to the Wi-Fi and it's bringing everything here. I am seeing the type of technology I've not seen before. Let us try and see if it's going to work. I have somebody on the line. Can you hear me? They've gone.
Yeah.
They have gone.
My leader.
Yes, please.
Step out from the. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And where are you calling from? Give us your name, please.
I'm calling from Chicago.
From Chicago, your name, please, if you may.
My name is Gifford Wanugwe.
Anugwe, thank you very much. The world is listening.
I'm from Rivers.
Which part of Rivers are you from?
Ikwere.
From Ikwere? Are you, what is the meaning of Wike in Ikwere?
Wike, that's the child that has power.
Okay, the governor of your state says it is a little baby on the bottom. A little baby.
Know nothing. He doesn't know nothing. He knows he's Ipob. He's just joking and wasting his time.
Thank you very much. Please go on. We are listening. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm trying to, maybe I will have to come to Houston.
I have to come
to Houston. Yes, I'm coming to Houston on Wednesday. I want to see you in person.
Please come. Come.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Have you taken his number? Hold on. Your number has been taken. Can you please make a note? Onigwe, is that correct? Onigwe. He is from Ipob. Onigwe. But somebody said he's from Yoruba. Hi, unbelievable. These people. Thank you very much. Onigwe, I'm waiting. On Wednesday you come.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. It's from Ipob. See, things are happening here. I am in the United States of America. Our people are calling. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes.
Please, your name and where you're calling us from?
From Chicago, your name.
No, can you lower your system? You are listening. There's a time delay. You know the speed of sound is about 850 miles per second. So please mute what you're listening with and talk to me on the phone if you can. Can you do that?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please go ahead. We're listening.
Yes, my name is Steve, calling from Atlanta, Georgia.
Yes, Atlanta, Georgia. Go ahead.
Yes. We are so proud of what you're doing with Eastern Security Network.
Thank you.
Yes. One of my questions is this. You made mention of that Biafra will come through a referendum. And when the time comes that the referendum has been granted, is there any plan that we, the Biafrans living abroad, can be able to cast our own vote?
Yes, it will come via a referendum. If they say no, there are two things here. One is a referendum, the other one is a plebiscite. So, and if it is a plebiscite, which is the one we are going to run ourselves to determine or to gauge the preference of our people for Biafra, then everybody will participate. Regardless of where you are all around the world. Everybody will participate, so nobody will be left behind. Everybody will participate, but we also want all of you to participate right now in the process of getting us there, because we are spending a lot of money on Capitol Hill trying to get our message across. But some of you, you have your reps and you have your senators, and you can go and talk to them. You can go and talk to your senator. You can just even take some clippings from newspaper. Just print out newspaper headlines. Go make an appointment with your senator or your House of Reps member and say to them, this is what is happening in the zoo, and we want to be free. Try and do that, but nobody will be left behind. Everybody will cast their votes regardless of where you are around the world.
Thank you. You're doing a great job.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, my dear brother. Thank you very, very much. People are calling. Of course, they are calling from all over the world. Why is it that when some people call, it comes out that way? What is going on? Because too many calls, too many people calling, and as we expect them to. We are live and we are direct. I'm in Houston, Texas, and the time here now, if I am not mistaken, is 3 minutes past 2 p.m. in the afternoon. A rather cold afternoon in Houston, Texas, and we are taking calls from our people who are here in the USA. Too many calls coming in?
So many.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
I'm drinking water as we are waiting for people to join us. If you call us, we may have to call you back because the line is jamming. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Please, your name and where you are calling us from.
Already the choosing one.
You are blessed.
Emmanuel Okafor.
Okafor Emmanuel, where are you calling from?
I'm coming from Houston, Texas.
The same Houston, Texas I'm in. I am in Houston, Texas.
Exactly, good. I'm at work. I work with the state government security. Yeah.
Oh, you work with the state government in Texas?
Yes, sir. Security, yeah.
Oh, the security. Okay, very good.
Yeah,
very good.
CDCJ, yeah. If you look at your tests and everything, I'm the only one that prefer you as a choosing one.
Thank you.
And I'm a chartered accountant by profession, and it has been awesome and it defines a man of your caliber. And I'm
to say to you, I'm among of your 100 men you'll be looking for.
Very good.
I don't mind take my life and my blood. If you take me to go back to home and pray, and I can volunteer my life and my blood, all I want to say is, heaven, this is a heaven mandate. No Biafra, no life. I must die along with you. And I know it's a good cause. And I'm a member in Houston. I'm a contributing member.
You are a member of IPOB in Houston. Tell us your job again, sir, please. Yes. What do you do in America? What is your job?
My job, I'm a security officer in the government, TBCJ, sir. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, at least you don't have any cattle here in Achinama. Are you a headsman in Houston? Thank you very much.
I love you.
Yes, because before they say miscreants, we have good positions of authority in America. All we want is freedom. All we want is freedom.
Yes, sir. I love you so much, and I back in prayer. I'm also, I have a calling too, and I've been in for the past 26 years in the ministry of God, and I'm not just like those fake ones down home there. But I thank God for everything. I want a freedom in all my life. I'm a freedom fighter, right from school and everything. Even when I was in school in America here, I'm also the known as a freedom fighter for the black too. So I appreciate all you've been doing, and we are backing up our ESN, the good job they are doing, and also backing them in prayer. We conduct fasting and prayer here. We do that too. And I want to thank you and the rest members of ESN down home, and always to ginger them, to uphold them and encourage them. And we are not going to stop. Either no Biafra, no life.
Of course.
Every one of us, we can perish.
Of course.
I'm ready, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Namgoziegi. Thank you very much. Thank you. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? Your name and where you are, please.
Hello?
Yes, your name and where you are. This is Radio Biafra, and we are in Houston, Texas.
Yeah, my name is Ivan Sagunanle. I'm calling from California. I'm from Imo State, Ikeduru, Imo State. I actually like what you're doing concerning criminality in Biafra land. And I want you to please continue on that path. I also want you to address all these boys in cybercrime. You know, those are no professions for tomorrow. It's not going to lead them anywhere. We have so much of them in Owerri, driving cars, doing nothing. Please, I need you to put in words for ESN to sanitize our community so that when we have the Biafra, which we already having, which is very close, so that we can be very comfortable. Because I'm sure by the time they finish with whatever they're doing in the cyber, they will come down low, because criminals are criminals. Please, I so much love what you did on the people attacking the POS. Let's extend it and have a very sanitized environment. I'm just coming back from Nigeria. I like the environment. I'm more encouraged now in the farm work I'm doing to invest more in our farms, since that the forests are becoming safer. Please, thank you. Keep it up.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. At least you had to go back home to try and do something. We are live and we are direct. We have somebody on the line with a number ending 6579. Can you hear me? No, they cannot hear me. They cannot hear me. I don't know why this very thing is ringing. I don't understand. We are live and at least the whole world is listening to what we are saying. We are in the United States of America. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, Mazen Nambekano.
Thank you very much. Please, your name and where you're calling from?
My name is John Okechukwu Okafor from Omunya, your local government area, Biafra land.
Thank you very much.
I'm calling you from New York City.
From New York. Thank you very much. The world is listening. Please go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to appreciate your work. I just want to thank you for your good work. And I pray that God Almighty will continue to bless you guide you, protect you in anything you're doing. No evil fashion against you shall prosper. Continue your good work. No evil shall near you. I pray that God Almighty will take control. Another thing I just want to
go ahead. No. We have lost. Have we lost him? Have we lost him? Please, can you get Madam Okafor to make her announcement, please? Can you call Madam Okafor to make her announcement, please? Call her. We are live and we are direct. The caller on the line. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still there.
Please go ahead.
So I just want to appreciate your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my dear brother. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. I believe that we are now, we're going to have an announcement from our woman leader here in the United States of America, because there's going to be a Zoom meeting. There is going to be a Zoom meeting, I believe, of some sort. Is she on the line? Is Madam Okafor on the line? Hello? Yes, madam, can you hear me? The world is listening. We are live and we are direct. Even heaven is bearing us witness. Please go ahead. As usual, introduce yourself and then make your announcement.
Okay, when do you want me to start?
Now, the world is listening. We are live on air. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good evening to everybody, depending.
Yes, madam. I know we called you without any prior warning. I know.
Am I on? Because
yes, of course you're on.
The radio. Am I on? Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Good evening to everybody, depending on where you are listening from. My name is Mrs. Bridget Okafor, the leader of the Biafran women who are supporting the Biafran struggle in the United States. I wish to thank our leader, Mazen Namdekano, for this single opportunity to address the world on behalf of the Biafran women in USA. Today, we, the Biafran women in USA, are officially endorsing the Eastern Security Network established by our leader, Ohamadike Biafra. We, the women, are joining him to say no to the raping, no to the killing,
madam, are you there? Have you lost us? I can hear you.
No to the killing, and also all the atrocities that are being committed to our people back home. We, the women, will do everything possible to support Mazen Namdekano in stopping the Fulani herdsmen in Biafra land. And we are calling all the women, all the Biafran women in USA to register with us and join us in this fight to save our land, the lives and property of our people back home. Once again, we thank our leader, Mazen Namdekano, and the members of IPOB for establishing the Eastern Security Network. We also thank the members of the Eastern Security Network who are spending days and nights in the forest to protect our people. We, the women, are assuring them that they will never lack what they will use to discharge their duties. The Lord is their strength. And in order to kick off this support for the members of the ESN and the Biafra struggle in general, we are announcing a special fundraising through the Zoom network on Friday, February 19, 2021 at 7 p.m. Eastern Time or New York time. Please, we are encouraging everybody to join us in this Zoom meeting so that we collectively can save our land. Our leader, Mazen Namdekano, will be addressing all the women, not just the women in America, the women all over the world, and also our husbands, fathers, and children. Please, if you want to join us and need to register with us, we are encouraging you to call the following members. My humble self, Mrs. Bridget Okafor, at 215-715-7709. Beatrice Ekezie, 347-517-7934. Or Rosemary Williams at 619-381-8579. Once again, on behalf of the Biafra women, I thank our leader, Mazen Namdekano, for establishing the Eastern Security Network, and we are happy and we continue to support her in all the activities in order to maintain the Eastern Security Network. Please, this Zoom meeting, we are encouraging everybody to join us and log in. And the Zoom information will be provided very soon in our flyer, as well as in the IPOB community radio. Thank you very much and remain blessed.
Thank you, Ise. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. That was the voice. That was the voice of our woman leader here in the USA. And we have somebody else on the line. Yeah, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please, your name, please, and where you're calling us from, if you may.
I am Lawrence Whitlock, and I am calling from Oregon in the U.S. And I just want to let you know that I have a lot of your supporters here from Ebus and been following you, and as a white American, I support it. They have turned me onto your cause, and I am so proud of what you're doing and proud of the passion and support that my friends are giving.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So you're not you're a white American, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir, I am, sir, and I'm proud to support your cause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I will try and get in touch with you. I'll get my secretary to take your details, and I will personally get in touch with you. Thank you very much for calling. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. In America, we thank him very much, and also our woman leader, Mrs. Bridget Okafor. Thank you very much for that. There's going to be a Zoom meeting. I think it's all over the world. Biafran women all over the world. They're organizing it, and I will address them. That will be on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. On Friday, I think is it 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern time?
I'll post it on Twitter.
Yeah, it will post it on Twitter as well, I think. So you try and do that. And yes, it's very great. Do we have any more calls? Any more people calling us from the USA? Of course, there are many calls are coming in from across the United States of America. The United States of America. We have somebody else on the line. Can you hear me? The caller on the line, your name, please, and where you're calling from?
Yeah, my name is Akobondo Amarachuku.
And where are you calling
from? I'm calling from New York.
From New York, please go ahead. We're listening. The world is listening.
Yeah, only to my leader. I'm going to do two times. I greet you so much because so even though I'm not around in the hospital, so
yeah, but please speak in English because the whole world is. You had a white man that called now, so they're listening. Please, my dear brother, speak in English so that everybody can hear you, please.
So what I'm saying is, I work in the hospital, so yes. All my colleagues, the Yorubas and other tribe, when we talk, they said, yo, your guy is making us proud. Yeah, awakening everybody. So I encourage you to put more fire, to put more energy, because what you are doing a very good job. Thank you so much, Oyindu.
Thank you very much.
Another thing again is, I don't think referendum, I think the days of referendum should be over now. What we should be doing is, to, maybe a kind of revolution or something, because I think the time of negotiation is over now.
It's over, of course it is. Yes, we know that.
Yeah, it's over now. So even the governors, I think if you follow them like this, how they are doing now, we can't do anything. If I thought we could could push them aside and take over this government, and run our things the way we want to run it. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you very, very much. There are a lot of people who are calling. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazia. Good evening, sir.
Good evening to you. Please, your name and where you're calling from. We are live and we are direct, and the world is listening.
My name is Mazia Chibike. I'm calling from Johannesburg, South Africa.
Johannesburg in South Africa. Please go ahead.
Yes, Mazia. Actually, I want to thank you, my able leader. I really want to thank you, and I also want to thank IPOB worldwide for making us proud, at least for giving us a voice and the courage to resist the Fulani Janjaweeds in our land.
Yes.
Then another thing I want to emphasize on is the issue of history. I really want to advise our people, our parents, to make sure that they guide their kids in the aspect of history. Because my dad participated in Biafra War.
Yes.
He's still alive, and he's currently a member of IPOB. And I grew up to love and embrace Biafra because of the history my dad told me. Yes. So our parents should endeavor to do their best in giving their kids at least some history about whom we are. Then I want to call on our people in South Africa as a whole. We have great men here, to be honest with you. We have men.
No, I'm coming to South Africa. Don't worry about that. We will talk about it. I'm coming to South Africa. Today's program is for those of them who are in the USA. Don't worry, I am coming there. Your number has been taken, and my secretary will get in touch with you. I'm coming to South Africa, and when I get there, we'll be able to rally them down and mobilize them as we're doing here in the USA. Thank you very, very much. We have somebody else on the line. Please, your name and where you are. This is Radio Biafra and the world is listening.
Hello, my name is Buchilo Okeke. I'm calling from California.
Yes.
And I am calling. Yes, sir. First of all, thank you, Oyendu, for coming and speaking to us in America. We really appreciate you. God bless you.
Thank you.
God keep you. God honor you. And God will see you through. I've been reading the book of Exodus, and whenever I read Exodus, it just takes me directly to you when I see the work that Moses did. And I want to support you and support every other person, ESN members that are coming and doing this work, fighting for us in the land. May God continue to protect everyone there. I'm also making this call to, first of all, speak to the millennials and the Gen Z generation. The fight for Biafra is not a fight just for the older folks it's a fight for young people as well. I want to encourage the people in America, talk to your kids. See the way we have Uchenna Okorafor, who's the secretary, young millennial that is fighting for the cause of Biafra. We have Amaka as well, who called earlier, young millennials fighting for the cause of Biafra. I am tired of seeing young people who are Igbos deny their culture, young people who are Igbos not speak for Biafra, but rather we'll be speaking about frivolous things that have no basis, that have no foundation in other nations. What is your concern talking about Burna Boy or about all these musicians, Wizkid and Davido? What is your business about that when your land is being ravaged and being stolen? We have to do better. This is a call for young people in America to stand up and speak for the cause of Biafra. This is our land. America doesn't own us. We will go back to Biafra. We're going to stand in our land and we're going to sing the praises of God in Biafra land when the time has come. Thank you, Oyundu, for your good work. May God continue to keep you. Thank you, Caroline Okorafor, Uchenna Okorafor, for your good work. May God continue to bless you, and God continue to bless the soldiers in ESN. May your labor never be in vain. So shall it be in Jesus' name. Amen.
He said, thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm very grateful for that. Buchi, hardcore from California. Hardcore. I am very, very grateful for his call. Very grateful. I don't have too many calls still coming in. The caller on the line, can you hear me? It's still ringing, isn't it? Yes, the caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Please, your name and where you are, please.
All right, my name is Chijoke Norom. I'm calling from Maryland.
From Maryland, please go ahead. We're listening. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. What am I live on the?
Yes, you are. It will take a while for your voice to come out on your end, but of course you're live. Yes, go ahead, please. Just speak.
All right. Please, what I want to talk on is first of all, I want to thank you, sir, for coming to visit us. It's very, 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 very heartwarming. We love you. I've been listening to the program today. I took a lot some points, and I want to let you know. First, I want to also make some suggestions, sir.
Good.
Because our people now are ready. You are God sent. You are God sent to help us. Not only Biafrans, Nigerians are being blessed by you, Mazen Nandikalo. I want you to see how you work on our, I'm not trying to be religious here, but in the other part of the world, most people in our region, the communication in all our religious sectors will also try to help us, because many of these our churches, we can make a broadcast where you will talk to, encourage, and sometimes I like the way God uses you. God uses you to get messages across. You talk to all the religious leaders across Biafra land for them to know that this we are doing is God's work, and they ought to be talking to their members in their respective churches or respective areas of their worship. That is one. Another thing I want to also suggest is you talk to, there are a lot of Biafrans who are very creative. Yes, I know that you have been doing it, but the creativity, yes, ESN is there. But there are some talents. If you make a broadcast, you encourage Biafran talents to come up. Sometimes we can put on something like a program. If you know you can invent such things, Biafrans you will see a lot of friends will come up, because Nigerians are being intimidated because they know that we can do that. So that's I don't want to take most of your time. These are the suggestions and my submission, and I also want to thank God, not only thanking you, thank God for bringing you in our lives at this point of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you very, very much. I know there are a lot of calls coming in, and people are going to call. We'll put the number up, and maybe we'll continue the conversation, not just now, but in the next few days, because I'll be broadcasting almost every 2 days from now onwards to make sure that we reach as many people as possible. I thank everybody who has spoken. And I want to make one thing very clear, please. I have a very special announcement to make in relation to how things are done in the USA. Very, very important. There is, we have the National Council, the USA National Council, and I want us to pay very close attention to what I have to say. In that US National Council is the only forum, the only national forum that is allowed in the USA. Every other forum is hereby shut down. If you're running any forum in America, it becomes obsolete from today. The only Signal forum that will exist, not on WhatsApp, on Signal, is the USA Council. And who are those in this USA Council? They are the 4 regional coordinators we have in America. In that very group, we have our treasurer in the USA. We have, of course, my secretary who will sit there as well. So also as the moderator, who is our head of IT. If there's any other person that I've left out, then and also please, lest I forget, Madam Okafor, who is our women leader here. These people make up, and also the former Deputy USA National Coordinator, Madam Prestige as well. Madam Prestige will be there in this US Council. The 4 regional coordinators running United States independently will be there. So also will be our treasurer, Madam Oyibo, and my secretary here, and the moderator. These are the people, and of course, Madam Okafor. These are the people that will be on the United States Council. No other forum is allowed. If you have any message to pass to me, I will be able to get it via this very United States Council, please. They are the only national forum allowed in the USA. And in terms of our accounts in the regions, I think our sister Nenna will make a special announcement in that regard. But all these regions, please, they are not going to have any account of any sort. Please, all the accounts will be run by state. No regional accounts, please. Only by state. We don't want to duplicate the work that the states are doing already across America. And there will also be a town hall meeting here, of course, of a few people, because a lot of people are flying into Houston to come to see me from far and wide across the USA. And once they get here, we will be able to announce a town hall meeting. But for now, apart from the meeting that we have on Zoom on Friday, I think it is, in the evening, I will be having a program every other day, every 2 days. And for those of you who are traveling to Isiama, Faruku, to my compound, Chukwukikabiama be with all of you as you proceed to that very place. And for those of you holding the rabbi in Imo State, I ask you to please let him go. I thank all of you for listening this very morning, afternoon, or night, depending on where you are from me, from here, with all the love in my heart. It is good afternoon. Wonderful people, great Biafrans, lovers of freedom, those who are hoping to be released from their various cages that Lugard built and trapped us in the damnable zoological republic. All well-meaning men and women all over the world, those that possess what I will refer to as a conscionable disposition, I welcome each and every one of you to this very broadcast, this very day, the 25th day of February, in the year of our Most High Elohim, 2021, with the time now standing at 4 minutes past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. This is a live presentation going out to the entirety of humanity. If you check your time at this very moment, you will not fail but observe that your clock, your timepiece, your wristwatch is at exactly 5 minutes past the top of the hour. That is how you know that we are live and we are direct. And as always, this very broadcast is going out to you on multiple platforms. We are on multiples. I'm even surprised that Facebook is allowing us to stream on my official Facebook page, the fan page that is, which is Mazen Namdekano Official. If you go there, you will be able to listen to us. We are also, of course, on IPOB Community Radio. If you have not downloaded this very important app, I do recommend and suggest that you do so as quickly as possible. We are also on Radio Biafra app and on every other platform, including satellite. If you have a strong decoder, you should be able to get us on satellite uninterrupted, of course. We are also simulcasting this very broadcast this very day on University of Radio Biafra on Facebook. We are also on my Twitter handle at Mazen Namdekano. We are on Twitter. So if you are a follower on Twitter, if you are one of those avid, attentive, and dedicated people, warriors, I should say, who are following us on Twitter, if you go there, you will be able to listen to this very broadcast. And as I'm asking you to come and join us this very evening, those of you who are listening, endeavor to make sure that everybody around you partakes in this very offering as well, because what we are doing, directly or indirectly, is offering praise and adoration to the Most High, because we are about to usher in His kingdom upon the face of this very earth, in fulfillment of what Yeshua said and preached when He was on this very earth. Therefore, I will ask you to share this as extensively and as widely as possible. I will encourage you, those of you who do not have access to pen and paper, because that is compulsory here, to please endeavor to listen very, very attentively to what we have to say this very evening. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, the director of radio Biafra and Biafra television, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. I welcome each and every one of you. And before we proceed, as always, and as we have become accustomed to, we must pray. This prayer we must offer, because it is very, very critical, very, very important that we pray the same prayer that Yeshua prayed, for people to understand the spiritual angle and dimension upon which this very restoration effort is directed. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come on this very earth, as you have promised and foretold of old. That kingdom of yours is the irrepressible, indomitable Republic of Biafra, the genuine land of the free, that will set off a chain, a cascade of events that will ensure the liberation of all those that have been trampled upon for ages. We come before thee this very evening, morning, afternoon, or night, depending on where we are, to participate and partake in this very wonderful and glorious gospel that only you have ordained must be preached in our time, to the glory of your name and eternal praise and worship to thee. We are your children. Our enemies are very, very determined to obliterate and wipe away your creation from the face of this very earth. Darkness is trying all it can to prevail over light, but we know that in thee, O Heavenly Father, in whom every power and every might resides, that you will not allow shame to befall your holy name, because we are called by your name. And upon that very name shall those who have been shackled and laid in bondage for very many years be set free. We have come to ask for your abiding love and your mercy. We have come that you may lead us in the path of good deed, in the path of righteousness. We have come that your promise of Biafra may be brought to fulfillment in our time. We have come that your will be done in our lives. We have come that the purpose for which we were born may be brought to fulfillment before the congregation of the sons of men and women. Our Father, let your name be glorified, praised, and adored, regardless of our sins and our shortcomings. One thing is indisputable: we have always worshipped thee and will continue to worship thee. We do not bow before any graven image or idol, as only thee commanded, and as our forefathers and our ancestors observed very rigorously. this very generation, this very time, this very IPOB, this very Biafra shall dedicate all that we are unto thee, that your grace may abound in our lives, and that our enemies may be put to shame, that Biafra may be restored, and your name glorified forever and ever. Therefore, this very day, this very evening, as we embark upon this very gospel that you have mandated us to preach, let your blessing be upon us. Come and guide our steps and our ways, protect and secure the lives of your children, those that you have decreed must defend Biafra land. You will bless and keep Eastern Security Network. You will grant them victory over all the terrorists and enemies lurking in our bushes and in our forests. You will preserve them and you will give them victory, so that in the end, not just this very generation, those to come in the future will look back and say that their fathers fought a very good fight. They believed in our Lord God Almighty in heaven, the author and finisher of our faith, and that he did not let them down. They cried, and their tears reached heaven. And for that very purpose, we are there set free, that we may glorify, adore, and worship thee in the land of Biafra and beyond, now and forevermore, we pray. We say, we are going on to preach this very evening, but before I do so, I have a few and highly critical and important announcements to make. Because before we came on air, earlier today, we received a very distressing and very horrible news regarding an assassination attempt on the lives of one of our attorneys. Barrister Chukwuemeka Richard Okorafo, who has been instrumental in identifying, locating all the places that Biafrans were illegally transported to at the end of the NSAS protest, ostensibly from Obibo in Iguacha. He identified those places. He brought that to the attention of the world and has been working tirelessly to ensure their release. As some of you may recall, he is the barrister that was instrumental in securing the release of some of our women that were being repeatedly raped by uncircumcised and diseased terrorists in uniform in the northern part of the miserable, damnable Zoological Republic. This very person, this very man, a very noble man, I must say, very brave and unwavering. Today, earlier today, February the 25th, somewhere around Suleja, the Nigerian army, the Zoo army, sponsored by the likes of Nyesom Wike of River State, tried to kill Barrister Chukwuemeka Richard Okorafo. No attempt has been made on his life before. They made this attempt on his life because innocent men are languishing in jail in Iguacha, languishing in jail in River State, controlled by Wike. And he went there to inquire about their plight. He did that only 2 days ago. Today, he drove all the way to Suleja, where he got, of course, our intelligence pointed us to that they are holding our people. He went to that very place, he was able to confirm it. Having confirmed the presence of nearly 109 Biafrans, men and women. This is not the 56 in Abuja that they are raping every blessed day. No, this is a very different one altogether. Having found these people, having discovered where they are hiding them, not in a police detention, with no hope of ever taking them to court. The Nigerian military, with the connivance of Wike, and now we understand, are busy transporting our people, young men and women, for execution and harvesting of their organs in the north. I want people that may not understand what we are doing to pay very close attention this very evening, morning, or night, depending on where they are listening to us from. This man, Chukwemeka Richard Okorafo, who is an IPOB lawyer, all the efforts he has been making led to the release of Biafran women that were abducted from Obibo, from, as you said, the ruins of our synagogues over there, following the end of the End SARS protest. This very evening, as always, of course, I've issued a statement before now, but I must state it again for the purposes of clarity, that we are placing humanity, the world, on notice because they pretend they don't hear. We are also informing the news media in Nigeria and all around the world, those who are keen or interested to understand what is happening, that there is a war going on in Biafra land. It is subterranean, so to speak, very subliminal. If you're not observant, you will not know. This war involves the kidnap, abduction of young Biafran men and women, and their illicit rendering. They transport them to military, to Fulani, Alamajiri, Janjaweed-run military camps in the north, with the connivance, active connivance of Wike and now Hope Uzodinma. That is why this evening I am asking the Nigerian police and the Nigerian army to stop every patrol in Biafra land, because they use their patrol vehicles to arrest people, or should I say to abduct and to kidnap people, and then they send them to the north. If we don't discover their presence in these detention facilities in the north on time, they kill them, they harvest their organs, and they send them to India. That is what they have been doing. Those that we have managed to release so far, over 210 of people released so far, have cost us a fortune. But we would rather spend money on saving our people than to allow them to die in the hands of these vandals and vagabonds from the Sahel. This very day, this very barrister was traveling, coming out of this detention facility. They trailed him, and along the road, they tried to assassinate him. And I want the pictures of his bullet-ridden car to be circulated far and wide on every social media platforms. For those who may not know, everybody within even the mainstream media in the zoo should avail themselves of that very picture. It is extremely important that they do so. They come into our land, they abduct our men, they abduct our women, they take them to the north, they rape them, the women, repeatedly. As some of you may have seen, the only underwear they had on since they were arrested is all that they have. They have no soap to wash their underwear. Every night, a Fulani guard, a Fulani soldier, they would take turns to be taking our women and gang raping them. This is happening right now as I'm talking to you. There is no Ohaneze anywhere. There is no political leadership anywhere to speak against these crimes against humanity. The United States ambassador is in Nigeria. Amnesty is somewhere in Abuja. The United Kingdom High Commissioner is there. The Canadian High Commissioner is there. The EU representative is in Nigeria. The United Nations representative is also in the zoo called Nigeria. Everybody understands what is happening because they have high-grade intelligence agencies working for them. So they are all aware of this very covert war going on in our land. That they come and they take our people in the guise of arrest. The same thing happened in Aba 2 days ago. We are following an attack by yet to be discovered gunmen at the police station. They went about the entire village arresting people. And I'm sure that Ipob may have allowed for some of them to be taken to the north as well. In other words, the governors we have in the east are complicit in the illegal abduction, torture, and rendering of their own people. And above all, the rape of our women. As I'm talking to you right now, 109 people are in a detention facility in Niger State. 56 women are scattered all over the barracks in Abuja. When they see a very beautiful girl in Biafra land, of course, our women are very, very beautiful. They abduct her for no reason, and they send them to Abuja as a sex slave to Fulani soldiers. That's what is happening in our land right now as we speak. That was what this very lawyer was investigating before he was attacked. Today, they tried to kill him today. Therefore, I am saying from now onwards, any patrol car, any police vehicle we see on the road, any army patrol team should not be allowed to operate in Biafra land anymore. And from today onwards, I am giving them, both the army and the police, 40 days. I know why they accuse 40 days. 40 days notice that there will no longer be any checkpoint in Biafra land. If we see any checkpoint, we will destroy it. There will be no checkpoint in Biafra land anymore because you are using those checkpoints. When you see people, families traveling, you stop them. You separate a man from his wife. They take the man into the bush and they kill the man. And they send the wife as a sex slave to the north. That's what they're doing at these checkpoints. We do not want any checkpoints any longer. We are not going to have it in our land. We are not going to tolerate it. And from today onwards, all those patrols you're making, we don't want them in our land anymore. If we can do that in the streets, inside of the big townships, that's your business. Anywhere we see you, because in the townships, if you try to arrest somebody, people will ask questions. And our people must rise up now. Anytime you see the police or the army arresting anybody or trying to, please make sure you video them, and from a safe distance, of course, and make sure you capture them. Especially the number of the hillocks they're using, because these people, they are abducting our men and women, sending them to the north. The women are being raped, the men are being cut up into pieces, and their parts and organs sent abroad for money. That is what the Nigerian army is doing. That is what they are doing, and they are using these useless patrols in our land to be identifying and abducting our people. We can no longer allow that to continue. Never, ever, ever will the police continue anymore. Anywhere you see any patrol vehicle inside our towns and villages, you will destroy it. It's an order. And I said to them that Hague, we are all going to end up there. That Hague, we are all, the world is watching as these abominations are taking place. They are all aware of what is going on, and nobody is saying anything. Nobody is saying nothing. The Nigerian state, the Janjaweed Fulani cabal in Asorok, have declared war on the people of Biafra. They did not announce it, but they have declared war on the people of Biafra. And it is our duty and responsibility to safeguard our land, to make sure that our people are safe. And that is exactly what we are going to do. We are going to nip this problem in the bud. This problem is from the illegal checkpoints that we have, and of course, all the illegal patrols we have in our villages. We can no longer allow that to continue. They said, this is some zoo that said, or should I say the IG announced a few weeks ago, that there will be no more checkpoints anywhere. That in Biafra land, you have checkpoints all over the place. We do not want that to continue. It can no longer continue. Anytime we see any patrol vehicle, we will regard you as a legitimate target, because you have come to kidnap our people. Those asking us to do nothing. So we do nothing and they keep taking our women and raping them in the north. Is that what you're telling me? We should fold our hands and do nothing as they continue to abduct our young men? Is that what you're saying? If not for this attempt on this lawyer's life today, we would not have known what these animals are up to. Why are you holding 109 people captive in Suleja, in a military barracks? What for? In a concentration camp? What for, I'm asking? The same people that are negotiating with their own bandits that they created. They give money to bandits, they give everything to them. You see an innocent person going to his business place, you abduct him and you send him to Suleja, to a military camp. Where have you seen such levels of injustice anywhere else around the world? Where have you seen it? I'm asking you. Why must we allow all this nonsense to continue? I don't blame them. We allowed the likes of idiots like Obioso to be imposed. Not, in fact, nobody ever accepted him. It is the Zoom media and that's the rock that imposed him through Hope Uzadema. You have all these imbecile governors, these do-nothing governors, whereas their counterparts in the north are negotiating with terrorists and bandits, rapists and murderers. They come to our land. They see you, they look around, there's nobody watching. They come to your workplace, they come to your business place, and they abduct you, and they send you to the north. What type of nonsense is that? That is why there will be no more checkpoints in our land. And any patrol vehicle we see outside any major city or metropolis, you become a legitimate target. You become a legitimate target. As simple as that. And all those people are arrested as a result of whatever they claim happened to the police station in Aba. All those people you arrested, are they part of it? Where in this world do you go about arresting innocent people? Why don't you try and catch those responsible for the crime itself? Why are you going about trying to arrest innocent people? I don't understand it. From jumping them. All the people you have been killing over the years, their relatives are angry. They have brothers and they are angry. They are very, very upset. You can't be killing people and expect them to do nothing. They must react. So perhaps those of them attacking your stations are relatives of those you killed. At Ipob, National High School, Aba, those you slaughtered at the water during Trump's solidarity rally, those you killed at Enugu, those you massacred all over the place. Do you think that they will continue to allow this rubbish to continue? They cannot. Everybody in uniform in the zoo in Biafra land at the moment, you must watch yourselves very, very carefully. We outnumber you. We outnumber you by over 100,000 to 1. We outnumber you. Do not bring out your patrol vehicles in the villages, because that is where you commit all these impunities. In the town, you can use your siren and be moving about. That's your business. There will be no checkpoint anywhere in Biafra land. Anybody at a checkpoint, you are a dead person already. As I'm speaking, as I'm preaching, go and share this everywhere. I don't care where you take it to. I don't care where you take this broadcast to. I don't give a damn. I don't care. I don't give a toss where you take it to. There will be no checkpoint in Biafra land. There will be no police patrol anywhere in Biafra land. And anywhere they come for an arrest, they must be resisted. Anywhere they go to. That is why you have 109 people. They don't want to take them to court because they know they've done nothing. If they are sure of getting any conviction, they would have taken them to court. But they cannot do it. Ask yourselves why. Why are they not taking these people to court? Because they know they're innocent. And why are they in military custody? What has the army got to do with civil matter? The army's job is to protect the country from external, I repeat, external aggression. What are you doing? Abducting people. Raping our women every day. Some of you are not ashamed. Some of you are not ashamed that your women are being raped every blessed day and you do nothing. You wake up in the morning, you gossip from morning till night, at the end of the day, you end up doing absolutely nothing. Shame on all of you. Shame on all of you that have allowed this nonsense to continue, that have given Fulani the liver, the full agenda, filthy, uncircumcised idiots, these wretched souls that have no parents, that have no fathers anywhere, Mad people from our countries and help. You allow them to come to our land. Take our women to Suleja. Take them to Mina. Take them to all the camps in the northern part of the zoo. And be rapping the very blessed day. And you wake up in the morning and you tell me you're a Biafran. I'm an Igbo. I'm this rubbish and that rubbish. No more patrol in our villages. If you say you are a dead man. Mad people everywhere. No more checkpoints. I said no more. I will allow them 40 days to tidy it up. There will be no checkpoints in our land. They are going to come and they are going to die there. Like Pharaoh did. As Pharaoh drowned in the middle of the Red Sea, so are they going to drown in our land. They will drown in our bushes and in our forests. Their blood, I'm telling you, will form manure for the next generation of trees that will grow in our forests. I am making it very clear, so you can cut out this part of the speech. All the useless affiliates, cut it out and send it to whoever you want to send it to. We must defend our land with the last drop of our blood, if need be. All these kidnappings must stop. They must stop. They have to stop. That is the reason why Barrister Okorafor nearly lost his life today. The same thing they did to Barrister Geoffrey a while back, stormed his house, burnt his house down for no reason. Burnt his house down. Always looking for trouble. Always. They are the ones looking for trouble, and as soon as they find that trouble they're looking for, they start complaining. They start complaining. All those, I'm telling you about, okay, Ziba, so all those you arrested in Aba, you must release all of them. All of them must be released. I said, all must be released. That madness people are looking for, you have found it now. You must release everybody you arrested in Abia State. Everybody. Or else you have yourselves to blame. You will have yourselves to blame. The left rear wheel of the car SUV being driven by Barrister Okorafor had a black paint on it because I got information from him when he left there. Once he found it, he actually went back into the Suleja area command and made a report. And then he drove off. Shortly afterwards, a white Hilux truck or van pulled up beside him and opened fire. The picture is everywhere of his bullet-ridden car that he was driving. He nearly died. Now, the army have taken it and the police have taken it upon themselves to execute summary judgment on our people. Even our lawyers are no longer safe, which means we can no longer trust the legal system of the zoo. We never trusted them before, but whatever trust that we have left, we can no longer repose it in these people that want us all dead. That is why we can no longer allow the arrest of anybody anymore, because we don't know where they're going to end up. If the United Nations wants to come and administer Biafra land, that's entirely up to them. I would welcome them to come, because Nigeria as a state has failed. Nigeria as a state is involved in industrial scale kidnapping, rape and murder of people. We cannot allow that to continue. Intellectuals and the fulefus can do whatever they like. That is entirely up to them. They can do whatever they wish. That is entirely up to them. We are not going to allow this nonsense to ever continue. Two things that you must bear in mind. Anywhere you see any police or army patrol anywhere in our villages, you will take them out. It's a direct order. Anywhere you see them trying to arrest anybody, you must resist them. Because if you allow them to arrest that very person, you don't know where that person will end up. They may end up somewhere in a military detention camp in the north, where their organs will be harvested and sent abroad. And with her, if what is happening to Biafran women were to happen to Yoruba women, every newspaper in Nigeria, every TV station will carry it. People don't understand the reason why we need Biafra. Every newspaper will carry it. Everywhere you will say it. But what we are making clear today is that we Biafrans can no longer tolerate this nonsense. We can no longer tolerate it. because it is getting out of hand. It is getting out of hand. And we must nip this problem in the bud before it becomes uncontrollable. One, ask you, what is the army doing? Not bandits. They do not have bandits anywhere in detention. They don't have their Fulani terrorists anywhere in detention. But 109 Biafrans are in Suleja military detention. 56 women are being raped right now this night. Some of them are being raped as well as I'm talking now live on air. Fulani soldiers are raping them now in Abuja. They're raping them in Abuja. Anyway, George Obiozo, you can do all that your nonsense in Lagos. You know, outside you do your jamboree, you talk your rubbish. You do your jamboree, you talk your nonsense. You're outside, try that nonsense. Bring anything you like. Bring that rubbish to anywhere in Igbo land. Bring that nonsensical, idiotic, or Hanese jamboree. Bring it to Biafra land. God will punish you. Useless idiots like you. Useless idiot like you. You're not ashamed. You are an agent for Fulani. You are serving Fulani. All of you are not ashamed of yourselves. And your daughters are being raped. You can't even talk about it. The papers are there before courts in Abuja. Asking for go to DSS, you will see some of them there. What are they doing with your women? What are they doing with your mothers in Abuja? How many Fulani women are in detention camps in the east? How many Fulani women are in detention camps in the east? I'm asking you. Judge Obios, I'm asking you. Okay, son of people without shame nor any honor. How many Fulani women are in detention camps? Our women are being raped this night as I speak. They are being raped. And you idiots are busy in Lagos throwing a party. Shameless idiots. Shameless fools. So all of you, try that nonsense in Biafra land. I said, try it in Biafra land. Look at what Hope moves on that idiot. Look at what he's doing in Imo State. Look at what he is doing. So you people are telling us that in our time, Fulani will have the temerity to appoint Ohaneze to President General, to appoint a governor in our land to be oppressing us. Lord have mercy. It is not going to happen. It is not going to happen. We must be prepared at all times. We must be, and I'm warning the police. Anywhere you go and do your nonsense, as night follows day, reprisal is coming. I am warning them. So it doesn't matter what you do. Anywhere you attack anybody, anywhere you go, you do your illegal arrest. I'm telling you, the nearest police station is in trouble. You don't know when they're going to come. You are in serious trouble. And as I'm saying it now, I have told you before, allow me to repeat. Cut out this broadcast and go and give it to whoever you want to give it to. The only thing is when I'm traveling, as they scan my passport, they will look at me twice and say, oh, are you this man? They will look, highest thing, they will call somebody. After discussing, I will go. Can't do nothing to me, nothing, absolutely nothing. You can write whatever petition you like to any country you like. If I want to enter there, I will enter there. You people are evil, you are hypocrites. Nigeria is a place made up of hypocrites. Hypocrites. People who cannot stand the truth. What did the women that are raping? It had those women, I'm telling you about editors that manage videos in the show. All the women that are raping, they are not Yoruba. That's why you know right about it. The women that are raping right now in Abuja, in military barracks in Abuja, inside DSS, the Biafra women they are raping, they abducted. You people aren't ashamed of yourselves. You are in a country where they see a beautiful girl, they abduct her, they take her to Abuja and be raping her, and all of you are telling me rubbish about restoring one Nigeria. You're talking rubbish, all of you, mad people everywhere. They abduct women in our land. They take them to Abuja and they are raping them. Right now, as I'm talking to you, this very second in Abuja, our women are everywhere being raped, gang raped by idiots and uncircumcised fools. And you're telling me about one Nigeria. What type of Nigeria is that? I'm asking you. A country of hypocrites. because you're a newspaper editor in Lagos, you're a Yoruba person. They are raping Igbo women, you know right about it. And you're telling me you will make heaven. You're telling me you have pastors all over the place talking rubbish every day. Tithe, bring offering, bring it. There are women, there are in this 21st century, there are women in detention, abducted, in broad daylight, abducted. And nobody's ashamed in the Nigerian army. So Biafra land is now where they supply them with women for free to Nigerian army. And you want us to keep quiet. Any patrol vehicle you see, anywhere the police comes and arrests everybody, the nearest police station, you will get the result. As I told you before, every of your action has a reaction. You may do it today, you think you've gone scot-free. Never, ever, ever. We will never forget. We are coming for you. We are not going to forget, not one single inch. But tell me where in the world, our nascent democracy, which democracy, that you are locking up 109 people for no reason, no trial, nothing, in a military camp, in a military detention facility in the north, for no reason, for no just cause. And you want us to leave you to go scot-free. You must be insane. The abduction, rape, and extrajudicial execution of Biafrans must stop with immediate effect. I'm telling the police, in any, you know that thing you did in Aba, you wanted to arrest Biafra, arresting people anyhow. You are going to get it. I'm telling you, you will get it. Believe you me, you will get it. In quantum. Do not patrol in Biafra land. I don't want to see any police patrol vehicle anywhere anymore. No joint patrol. You see, in the townships where you are, you can be running around. That's your business. But you see our villages, our communities. Stay away from there. If we catch you there, you are gone. You are gone. Is it not a thing of shame? Somebody, an idiot, a smelly, filthy rag, and a toad will come out and be posing for picture with bandits, brandishing AK-47, boasting about the oh my God, about their exploits, their dastardly deeds. All of you are there just there watching and clapping for him. They are not in jail. They are not in military detention facilities. But people that did nothing. Somebody going to his shop, going to his workplace, abducted and taken to the north. And all of you are busy every day or writing and talking rubbish. Shame on some of you, or should I say all of you. If you think I'm going to allow such rubbish to continue, then you're mistaken. When we said it many years ago, I remember many years ago when we said that the zoo called Nigeria is the failed state, some of you did not quite believe us. But today, even those that called us names, like Edwin Clark, today they have changed. Nigeria is a failed state. Nothing works anymore. Then why are you still in Nigeria? These are people that claim they are old and they're brain. Something is not working. Then why are you still there? Simple question. Not everything can be covered in grass.